Chapter 561. The county magistrate of Taihu County had just found someone to clean up the water in the lake and half of the mine. Just as he was about to start production again, a letter arrived on a fast horse, causing him to stand on the mountaintop in a daze. "Grandmother, what were you doing earlier? Who's paying for this? Who's paying for this? Stop draining the water. Block it up. Once you're done, bring the water back. Hurry up, it's going to be too late." The county magistrate of Taihu County held the letter in his trembling hands and roared loudly. Aggrieved, it was really too aggrieved. Others just came over and he had to spend a lot of money. Who could he blame? Whoever sent people to slack off should be held responsible. Why did he have to do all the hard work? The commoners were obedient and did as they were told. After all, they were paid and were not afraid of working for nothing. They understood that if they were paid more, it wasn't just their wages. There was also money to keep their mouths shut. When they heard the new order, they started to work hard to block the entrance of the mine. They also brought buckets of water over. This time, they were more familiar with it and were faster than the previous time. After the county magistrate of Taihu County was aggrieved for a while, he endured the depression in his heart. He still had to find people to attend to the provincial governor. At the very least, he had to make a few decent scenic spots for people to compose poems about. It was another sum of money. He could not expect the provincial governor to give him this money. There was never such a rule. If he had to rely on his salary, his family would have starved to death. "Zhang Zhong, oh Zhang Zhong, how can you let people live? You're here to clean people up. You can't be greedy. If you're not greedy, you won't have the money to attend to the provincial governor. Then why do you have to come here? Your family is rich, but you have to think about other people's lives." The county magistrate of Taihu County mumbled and took out money from his family to decorate. Other than the scenic spots, he also had to take care of the food and wine. He also had to repair the roads and find people to attend to the provincial governor. Which of these did not cost money? He wanted to leave the yamen but did not dare to do so. Zhang Zhong was here to collect taxes. He could not touch the books. He could not afford to live anymore. Zhang Zhong didn't care about what others thought. Normally, as long as he increased the rental tax, he would be able to earn more than 150,000 strings of cash this year and next year. Even if he completed the mission, he wouldn't think about leaving. However, Li Sun's fief was here. If he didn't help him deal with the local officials, it would be difficult for him to do things in the future. Today, this official delayed the government affairs. Tomorrow, another official came looking for trouble. Li Sun really couldn't handle it. Furthermore, if he still allowed others to secretly mine the two mines, Li Sun would become a laughingstock. Outsiders were allowed to meddle in his own territory. It was no longer a matter of money. It was also because of this that Zhang Zhong decided to deal with all the people who needed to be dealt with. Those who had connections would be moved to another place, and those who had no connections would either have to obediently compromise or be removed from office. Early the next morning, in order to make this matter seem grand, Zhang Zhong and Wang family's people moved. Only the yamen runners from the prefectural government were left to patrol outside the courtyard. They did not allow others to enter. Not a single person from the Zhang family and Wang family was left. Zhang Zhong did not believe that the yamen runners would dare to have any bad ideas. When the 7 people from the military registrar brought the other officials and attendants to prepare, the Zhang family and Wang family's group appeared. Just like when they arrived, they were majestic. The entire group stretched out for 2 li from the beginning to the end. It was not an ordinary style. In particular, the aura that the people from the inner courtyard exuded made people not dare to look directly at them. In addition, there were men and women wearing clothes of the same color. Even if no one was sounding the gong to clear the street still appeared very quiet. The commoners were curious, but they were not disgusted. One reason was because they were used to the style of officials. Another reason was that they understood whose family this was. Since they were Governor Zhang's family, they had to be treated differently. Governor Zhang was a good person. He had found new ways to make money for them. Furthermore, such a group was very eye-catching. As soon as the group left the city, the bodyguards unsheathed their sabers and readied their bows and urged their horses to gallop back and forth. In the group, there were also a few lookouts supported by carriages. The 4 people on the lookouts each held a clairvoyance and looked into the distance. The lookouts were more eye-catching, but the most eye-catching thing was a house in the middle of the group. It had a total of 3 floors. Each floor was not tall, but when all 3 floors were added together, it was not short. There were beautiful decorations on the roof and transparent glass windows. From time to time, a child's curious head would appear near the glass windows. He looked around and occasionally said a few words from his mouth. The military registrar and the others had already seen it once. At that time, the house was still on the ground. At this moment, there were several large wheels underneath. It was not a big deal that there were wheels. What was most surprising was that when other carriages passed by a large ditch, they would shake and make clanging sounds. When they passed by this house, it was as if they were passing by a small pit. They did not even shake much, let alone hear any sounds. Upon closer inspection, they realized that this house was different from the other carriages. The wheels at the bottom were different from other wheels. In the middle, there was a thick iron bar connecting the outer ring. The outer ring was not made of wood or iron, and there were no rivets. It was not clear what it was exactly. They only saw that when they encountered a pit, the wheels of other carriages would directly crash into it. However, the moment the wheels of this house hit a stone or pit, they seemed to be able to change their shape a little with Weiwei. All the force of the collision was eliminated because of Weiwei's change of shape. At least, it was not as obvious as other carriages. What was even more surprising was that when they encountered a small slope, other carriages would lean back, but this house would slowly adjust itself to the slope. When they leaned back, the back of the house would tilt up. The more they leaned back, the greater the tilt would be. When they leaned back, the front of the house would tilt up again. It kept the house flat all the time. It was really amazing. It was definitely the most comfortable to stay inside. There were so many carriages in the group, but only this house with wheels had such a shape. Even Zhang Zhong's car could not enjoy this. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had specially done for their younger siblings. The tires were made of various kinds of gum, and the inner tube was also made of several layers of shark foam glue. It was naturally better than other carriages when it was inflated. As for why the house would change during the process of climbing and descending, it was because of dynamic balance. When the center of gravity of the entire house changed, there would immediately be mercury flowing in it, which would drive the force of the lever, causing the house to change its center of gravity in the opposite direction. Finally, it would achieve balance. If it was placed on a fast carriage, such a simple equipment would not have any effect at all. However, the moving speed of the house was not fast. It could not reach the level of dozens of kilometers per hour. The simple equipment was enough to support the balance adjustment. At the place where the wheels and the house were connected, there were steel shock absorbers. The 4 children in the house received the least vibration. Of course, they did not know what they were enjoying. All of them were very excited to be able to come out and see the scenery, and they laughed cheerfully from time to time. The adults of the Zhang family and the Wang family did not have any intention of stopping Xiao Bao and Wang Wan from doing what they were doing. They left the best for their children. Moreover, the carriage they were in could not achieve dynamic balance. The consequence of being too simple was that the equipment was relatively large. Unless the carriage was made as big as the house, it would be fine. Outsiders did not know the principle of the house's shock absorber, nor did they know why it could be adjusted back and forth, but this did not prevent them from being shocked. If a country's cutting-edge military strength showed the country's comprehensive strength, then the house of the 4 children told everyone how powerful the Zhang family was. Therefore, when they were on the road, all the people near the house could not help but look at the house. One was because they were amazed, and the other was because the 4 children were very cute. As long as you made a face or something to them, they would smile back at you. If someone could enter the house, they would find that it was very comfortable to stay in the house. No matter how cold or hot the outside changed, the inside of the house was almost the same. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the temperature in the house was basically between 23 and 27 degrees. When it was hot, there would be a cool breeze in the interlayer, and when it was cold, there would be a hot breeze in the interlayer. The cool breeze was produced by blowing ice, and the hot breeze was produced by putting lime in water. This required people to personally adjust it, and it was far from being automated. The measuring tool was a mercury thermometer, which was not very accurate. The boiling point was easy to grasp, but the freezing point was not. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only try to mix water and ice equally. Then, they used this temperature as 0 degrees. It was impossible to make it so accurate, but it was still within the general range. Because it was not accurate, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan let people set the temperature in the house between 23 and 27 degrees, and the average was 25 degrees. As long as the thermometer was out, it was fine. As for how much glass was damaged and how many times it was tested, it was not a problem for the two of them to consider. This was the work of a craftsman, to achieve a certain success in a failed experiment. During the day, the house of the little ones had become the focus of the group. However, at night, the light bulbs in the house were no longer the focus, but the fear. All along, there had only been torches, bonfires, oil lamps, and wax. Since when had there been such a beautiful thing that didn't emit fire? In the house of the children, there was a light bulb in the hall of the 3rd floor. Outside the house, there were people who were stepping on something. If they stepped faster, the light bulb would be brighter. If they stepped slower, the light bulb would be dimmer. If they did not step on it, it would be extinguished. 5 or 6 people were found in the inner courtyard, and each of them took turns to step on it for half an hour. Slowly, they got used to the speed, so that the light bulb was always at a relatively stable brightness. This was the invention of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the first 2 days. The light bulb was made of bamboo charcoal wire, and the outside was blown-out glass. The air inside was extracted as much as possible, and then it was sealed. The two of them were not ready to reach Edison's level at once, and they did not expect to burn for thousands of hours. It was enough to burn for a day. They could improve slowly. This was the advantage of standing on the shoulders of giants. Knowing the process and direction of development of things, there was no need to take detours. Although there were many aspects of electricity that could not be controlled, after all, when the light was on, it was progress. With a direction, it could be left to others to study. The little ones were the first to enjoy this treatment. Except for the light bulbs used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they were the first to shine in front of outsiders. When the others were drooling, Zhang Zhong was the first to react. He shouted to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sitting outside the house reading books with the help of the light from their younger brother and sister, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, come here. The adults have something to ask. Dad, what's the matter? Zhang Xiaobao closed the book, and came to the two adults with Wang Wan. He asked knowingly. What's that? Zhang Zhong pointed at the light bulb and asked. Light, it's on, Zhang Xiaobao answered honestly. What's it for? Zhang Zhong asked again. It's for the younger brother and sister. Otherwise, what can we do? Candles? That won't do. Although there are certain things in the house that can set fire, once the candles burn, it will be difficult to breathe. Don't worry about this, it won't easily catch fire, and it won't affect breathing. Zhang Xiaobao's reason was very good, and it was also the case. The reason why he and Wang Wan took it out early was for their younger brother and sister to use. If they always looked at the candles, the children would not be able to adjust themselves, and it was easy for them to be nearsighted. The sooner they made the light, the sooner they could solve this hidden danger. When Zhang Zhong heard his son's answer, he turned to look at the other 7 people of the 2 families, meaning that it was indeed the case. If there was a need, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would immediately make the corresponding thing. Everything was the kind of existence that defied the natural order. If they did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? When they made the cement, it was to strengthen the sea wall. When they made the glass, it was to reduce the damage to the eyes of the people who burned the cement. When they made the tires and dynamic balance, it was to make the little ones less bumpy. Now, they once again made such a dazzling thing for their younger brother and sister. It seemed that their younger brother and sister held a considerable weight in their hearts. Many things, including this house, were made for the 4 little ones. For example, the marble floor was made for the convenience of the little ones when they slid back and forth on it. Too much, too much. For the 4 of them, how could the 2 of you? How could the 2 of you? Why didn't you say anything in advance? It was so scary. Zhang Zhong pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, wanting to say something, but found that he could not organize his words. Zhang Xiaobao snickered in his heart, but said, "Dad, why didn't you say anything? Didn't you say a few days ago that Cuckoo and I were going to make something bright for Xiaobei and the others? You still said so, then hurry up and do it." "Ah. You said this last time. The bright thing is some kind of a lamp?" Zhang Zhong recalled. He did say that before, but who would have thought that the bright thing was something that should not appear in the mortal world? There was also that thing called a thermometer, which could be used by Pomegranate and Xiaohong. It could also be used in the little one's house, so that the temperature inside would always be within a certain range. When one put their head in to feel, it would be very comfortable. No wonder the little ones were not willing to come out. It was so good to be in home. It was not cold, not hot. Zhang Zhong really did not know what to say to his son and daughter-in-law. Good things should be given to the younger brother and sister first. The third-pin officer's car did not say that it would not be so bumpy when crossing ditches, and it would not lean back when going uphill. The little ones only went to enjoy it. How could they know that the thing they were using did not belong to this mortal world? Okay, what else is there to say? In the future, make more of these lights and put them in the house to brighten it up. Jiang Wang clan saw that Zhang Zhong wanted to find an excuse to talk about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so she was immediately dissatisfied. She helped him and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Go read your books. Don't worry about your dad. Your dad is envious of the good things that Xiaobei and the others have. He's already an adult, but he's still competing with the children. I'm not, okay, don't say any more. Go, this light is really beautiful." Before Zhang Zhong could explain, Jiang Wang clan interrupted him and waved her hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to reading. In fact, the 2 of them wanted to see how the light was like. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't have it easy either. Their children are born in rich families, but our Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have to help their families at such a young age. When they grow up, we have to talk to them about the current situation. Without their older brothers and sisters, they wouldn't be able to live such good lives. Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law had left, Jiang Wang clan complained to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong sighed, "I'm not talking about them. I'm just worried that they will make too many heaven-defying things and shorten their lifespan. Look at that light, is it something that should appear in the mortal world? Do you think that I don't know? Now that people are kicking it, it means that in the future, we can use wind and water to make that thing turn. I've also learned quite a bit now. Anything that requires manpower and animals to do can be replaced by wind and water. If I'm not wrong, a river will be specially drawn from the backyard of the manor to light up this lantern. Isn't this heaven-defying? How much does it cost to light candles? With this light, it's just a little bit of glass. It's not like you don't know what glass is made of. It's much cheaper than wax. The cost of this light is basically the cost of a stick of wax, or even less. Just put it in the water and it will save a lot of money. I'm worried about such a heaven-defying thing. We can't let anything happen to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo because of these 4 little guys. If we don't have to do it in the future, then we shouldn't do it. Don't other children live well without this thing? Jiang Wang clan and the other family members finally understood that Zhang Zhong was worried about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. That's right, if this family suddenly lost two sensible children, or little immortals, one day, they didn't dare to imagine what would happen. Even if the days were tough, they couldn't let the two children be struck by lightning. Yes, the two children weren't afraid of lightning and had lightning rods. Even the house was equipped with lightning rods. What if the heavens thought of another way? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did as Zhang Zhong said. They sat outside the house and thought about how to use water to replace manpower. The best way was to specially draw a river in the manor. The two of them were very troubled about how to change the voltage. Although it was easy to generate electricity, it was difficult to make a transformer. Wang Wan couldn't make that thing. Moreover, electricity could only be generated and used at the same time. It couldn't be stored. Wang Wan only knew that the batteries seemed to have sulfuric acid and lead plates. As for the specifics, she didn't know and didn't know how to use them. In this regard, the two of them couldn't even compare to a person who repaired cars all year round. With that kind of experienced person, he could make the battery, voltage regulator, and transformer himself. Look, they're not sleepy. They like to stay in bright places. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the place on the second floor. The four little guys were crowded in the hall, snatching and throwing the toys in front of them. Especially Xiao Bei, she was like a little tyrant. She snatched whatever others played with. After she got it, she threw it in her hand and continued to snatch it when she saw others playing with something else. She repeated it endlessly. No one knew what she wanted to play. Or rather, she just wanted to snatch other people's things to play with. When they're tired, they can sleep. We'll see when the time comes. If they really can't, we'll carry them out. Actually, it's better to sleep in the house. There are so many people now and it's lively, so they don't want to sleep. How fortunate. If only we had a house like this when we were 1 year old. Wang Wan waved her hand at her younger brother who was lying on the window. The little guy chuckled and called out, "Sister." His saliva flowed out. If we let you live in such a house when we were 1 year old, you wouldn't live in it. You're not a real child. Zhang Xiaobao opened the window and wiped the little guy's mouth. He stuffed him back to play with the other three. I'm talking about the past. Then you've forgotten when you grew up. Who could let you live in such a house in the past? Just the cashmere carpet inside is enough to buy a small villa. This is genuine and pure cashmere, not fake cashmere with soft leather and coarse hair. Coupled with this kind of agarwood frame, even a seaside villa has come out. Keep your voice down. Don't let our family hear you. Only you can do such a thing. After wandering in the Shirwan Mountains for so long, you cut down a lot of big agarwood. Then you tell our family that it's mahogany. It's not much. It's not much. You didn't use money to buy it at all. Other people take a small piece either to make medicinal herbs or as incense. It's already precious enough. You're good. You used it to build a house. It's fine if others don't know. Didn't you see the look in your mother's eyes every time she saw this house? She even helped you hide it. I don't dare to say that it's expensive. Wang Wan really didn't know what to do with Zhang Xiaobao. She did whatever she wanted. Big agarwood was hard to find. Usually, a small piece was very expensive. She didn't go to the Shirwan Mountains in vain. She found it and came back to build a house for her younger siblings. Fortunately, she pasted a layer of colored paper on the outermost surface. Otherwise, how could others not see it? Especially Zhang Xiaobao's mother. She had seen everything. When it was just built, she found something wrong at first sight. She followed the lie and said that it was mahogany. Even if I cut it down, I'll still plant it. This is the wealth left for the little guys. If they need it one day, I'll let them break down the house they played in when they were young. Selling the wood can guarantee a lifetime of wealth. It smells really good. It's time to put other spices on the outside. In the future, try not to take it out and let more people see it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what he did. It was not a waste to give it to his younger siblings. It was better than burning it. While the two of them were chatting, a sensible official who accompanied them outside roasted some hoof tendons and brought them over. Accompanied by the guards, he handed the hoof tendons to the Zhang and Zhong families with a smile on his face and said, "Brother Zhang, this is the Zhang and Zhong families. I just roasted the hoof tendons. It's chewy and not stuffed. It's just right for the young master and his wife. The children in my family eat this." Chapter 562. Everyone had a good time that night. Even the officials who were hostile to Zhang Zhong didn't go to bed until very late. After all, it was rare to have such a lively night, not to mention that it was under the atmosphere of a bonfire. None of the officials dared to casually comment on Zhang Zhong's good or bad. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the house. Some were contemplative, some were curious, and some wanted to own it. However, none of the officials could figure out what the glowing thing was. Similarly, they couldn't figure out why the house could move on its own. Everyone only understood one thing, and that was that the Zhang family and the Wang family valued the four children very much. They didn't eat anything given by outsiders, and they didn't use any toys given by outsiders. Someone suggested that they make clothes for them, but that suggestion was also rejected. When they were sleeping that night, the judicial military supervisor even suggested kidnapping the four children to threaten Zhang Zhong. Without a doubt, that idea was vetoed by the other people in the same tent. If they really dared to kidnap the children, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, it wouldn't be a simple matter of dealing with Zhang Zhong. If they failed or succeeded, they would have to face the Zhang family's pursuit. There was absolutely no doubt that the Zhang family wouldn't use any official means to solve this matter. The worried people were very satisfied with the food. Even the 7 people who had eaten at Zhang Zhong's house yesterday and didn't taste anything had to admit that the cooks at Near the River restaurant were far inferior to the cooks at Zhang Zhong and the Wang family. They could make the simplest dish with the most complicated method, and they could also make the most difficult dish with the simplest method. Even the barbecue was different from other places. The meat skewers that were made without lamb were so tender. When they asked what they put in, the cooks refused to say. It was a secret. Everyone slept through the night with their own thoughts and woke up early the next morning. Under the leadership of the judicial military supervisor, everyone ate very slowly. When they set off, they couldn't move faster. Zhang Zhong understood that this was to buy time for Mountain Lake Village. After all, they had just removed the lake, and it would be even more difficult to build a new one. The soaked ground was too muddy. Zhang Zhong did not rush them. It was like bringing the two families on a trip together. Wang Wan's father also received the corresponding courtesy. He was a 4th-rank official after all. Even if he was dismissed, he was still an official. At the very least, his wife also received the title of a 4th-rank imperial lady. The most direct benefit was the salary. Another benefit was that they would be treated differently when they were in court. The large group of people and horses moved forward slowly. The slow little ones occasionally came down and ran with the group. When they passed by the small river, they could even play by the side for a while. Since no one was in a hurry, they would just drag it out. In the end, it took them 7 days to arrive at their destination. The county magistrate of Taihu County had already finished all the preparations and brought a group of people to welcome them. Apart from the officials, there were also scholars who could accompany them and recite poems. Compared to Lu Zhou, Xu Zhou was indeed much better. At the very least, those who could enter the school were not people Lu Zhou could compare to. They had already known about this mission in advance. In advance, each of them had prepared a few poems that they thought were good enough to avoid embarrassing themselves at the crucial moment. The official matters were handled by Zhang Zhong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were free, so they took their younger brothers and sisters to wander around. Even a weaved insect made of grass was enough for the 4 little ones to play with for half a day. Not to mention, they rarely had the chance to play outside in the past. The four little ones had a slightly older brother, who was Zhang Zhong's adopted son. He rarely came out to play and was sick. Perhaps it had something to do with the different soil and water in Lu Zhou's place. It should be caused by the difference in the physique of the people in the north and the south. In a deeper sense, it was genetic. That was to say, the medical standards of the Zhang family and Wang family were slightly better than the people here. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would have died. For example, when the people in the north were sent to Lingnan Road, many of them died on the way. After recuperating for a while, he could occasionally come out for a while, mainly to let him bask in the sun more. The excuse of coming here was to build a spiritual civilization in Shuzhou. What they did was to go on a scenic tour. Hundreds of people did not take cars but walked up the mountain on foot. At this moment, Zhang Zhong finally showed his ability. Occasionally, he would stop to write a poem or take out a classic sentence from a book he had read. Although Zhang Zhong became the top scorer through tricks, that was because of the actual situation. However, Zhang Zhong himself was not bad. He also studied hard for many years in a slightly rich family to get to where he was. At this moment, when he spoke, many people around him who wanted to echo him felt it was difficult. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about this kind of thing. The two of them led the people in the inner courtyard to carry the four little guys up the mountain with poles. Every time they encountered something edible, they would pick a little, wash it, and feed it to the four little guys. There was both sour and sweet. It was also a personal experience of life. Especially the bitter mountain vegetables, which were eaten by the common people as vegetables. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's time, it was a good thing. Now, as long as people could think of a way, they would not eat wild vegetables. The consequence of eating salted wild vegetables was that the food consumption was very large, and there was no oil and water. When everyone climbed to the top of a mountain, there was a lake in front of them as far as the eye could see. It was bigger than when Zhang Zhong came a few days ago. There was even a running water leading to the lake. It was unknown how much effort the county magistrate of Taihu County had put in. In addition to the lake, there were also the boats that the county magistrate of Taihu County found. They were not big, and each boat could not hold more than 5 or 6 people. Those with enough status would go on the boat to play, while those who were not could only watch from the shore, find things to do, and chat in groups of 3 or 5. Xiao Bei, the youngest of the 4 little guys, was sick from eating too much sour food. After being fed some green onions and being smoked, his eyes turned red. When he saw others getting on the boat, he pointed at the lake and shouted, "Boat, boat," over and over again. The boat had already left the shore and been rowed away. Where could he find a boat for her? Besides, that was where the adults did things, so he could not get involved now. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the house in the middle of the mountain. If he really wanted to, he could push the house into the water. As soon as this idea came out, it was rejected by Zhang Xiaobao. It was not suitable to reveal too many things now. He reckoned that the news of this house would spread to Beijing very soon. It seemed that he had to make 2 houses for Beijing according to the little guys. Of course, it was impossible to give them a house made of agarwood. It was not a matter of money, but wood was not easy to find. The glass windows were simple, and he could just buy some cheap carpets. If they wanted fine cashmere carpets, they could buy them themselves. He could give them a few wheels and let the Ministry of Work study them. It was not a big deal to hand over the mercury dynamic balance. The production cost was too high. He only told them the principle and did not provide them with the real thing. While Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about this, Wang Wan went to the lake to take a look. The water was very clear, and the temperature was suitable. She gave a look to some of the members of Team 0 who stayed on the shore. 8 of them changed into swimsuits and jumped in. After swimming up and down in the water for a while, they popped their heads out and nodded to Wang Wan on the shore. Wang Wan then put on swimming trunks for the 4 little guys and threw a life buoy into the water for them to play with. "Put on your swimsuits." We'll also go down to play. Let's see if someone wants to kill the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan when he saw his younger brother and sister paddling happily in the water. This was also an opportunity for others to attack them. At the same time, it was also an opportunity to deal with others. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went into the water, there were two places on the lake that were lively. One was Zhang Zhong's boat, and the other was naturally the small water area where the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family played. People who did not know the situation inside would really think that this was a very harmonious scene. Shuzhou was a pier on the side of the Yangtze River. At this time, there were many people moving things from the boat here. They all looked a little happy, but also a little unfamiliar with the environment. Two old men ignored the busy people and walked slowly along the road that led to Shuzhou from the pier. One of the two old men looked at the surrounding scenery and said to the other old man next to him, Long Zhe, this place doesn't look so rich now. The Zhang family hasn't completely freed up their hands. Besides, this place is far from the place where the people live. It's not worth spending money around the pier immediately. When the people live better, they can build the road here. At this time, they are already building it. They have a lot of people, and they don't lack money. It's estimated that by this winter, they will be able to build the main road from the provincial capital to the counties. Then, they will build this place for convenient transportation. You have just come from the capital, so naturally, you will feel that this place is not as good as the capital. But, Shuzhou is already good enough. If you have seen Luzhou, you will understand the difference between the two places. When I went to Luzhou, what I saw was not bad. At least, the Zhang family has built the road there. But, when you pass by Lianzhou, you will know the situation in Luzhou. This matter can't be rushed. The imperial court doesn't know when the road will be built, and there is no edict to ask Zhangzhong to build the road. The imperial court cares about this year's tax. Since you are here, don't worry about it. Take care of yourself. I have thought it through. As long as I am alive, there is hope. The old man called Long Zhe looked much better than the old man who spoke first. The old man who spoke first not only had many age spots on his face, but also many wrinkles and a lot of hair loss. Moreover, he gave people the feeling that his eyes would only be lively at certain special times. Usually, they were so cloudy. After hearing Long Zhe's words, the old man did not say much about this issue. He sniffed the smell of the soil here and said, yes, it is good to be alive, but people can't do more things when they are alive. What's the difference between that and a walking corpse? I have resigned, but my heart can't rest. I have to do something. Fortunately, you came early. Otherwise, I might be buried in the soil. Yuanji, you are wrong to think so. Even if I don't go, I think you will be fine. It is just a small illness. When we meet Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, we will ask them to make a special diet for you. Take care of your body and live a few more years. See how the people of Tang live a good life. Old man Long Zhe comforted the person he called Yuanji. After he finished speaking, he sighed again. Perhaps it was because he felt that he was too old. He really wanted to live a few more years, especially when he saw with his own eyes how the Zhang family gave good lives to the people everywhere they went. Old Yuanji nodded and said, then try your best to live. It is a good opportunity to see the means of the masters of the Zhang family and see what other things they can do. Tell people to hurry up. I also want to see if the two children you praise to the heavens are so smart. Well, when the time comes, one more person to teach, one more ability. But I don't know how the people of Shuzhou will deal with the Zhang family this time. It is reasonable to say that the rent tax should be higher every year, but now it is lower every year. If Zhang Zhong can't raise the rent tax this year, the people in the imperial court will definitely look down on him. Old Long Zhe looked at old Yuanji and said with a trace of worry in his eyebrows. Old Yuanji smiled. How could he not know what Long Zhe meant? I just came here, and there are many things I don't understand. It depends on the ability of the Zhang family. Unless there is no other choice, you can just treat me as an idle person. Raising the rent tax to 150,000 strings of coins a year is difficult for other people, but for the Zhang family, no one will think it is too much. After all, he has done so many things. As the two were talking, the people unloading the goods behind them were almost done. A carriage came and waited for the two to get on. The carriage began to speed up in the direction of the provincial capital of Suzhou. Time flew while they were traveling. When the water was cold, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had not encountered any danger, carried their younger brother and sister to the shore again. The people on the boat began to return, preparing to find a place to sleep in the mountains tonight. Zhang Zhong was really playing. He had not been like this for a long time. Today, he did not care why he was here, but he could play to his heart's content. At night, the county magistrate of Taihu County prepared a sumptuous feast. When he saw a few hundred people eating there, he felt his heart ache. This was all money, and he couldn't just use ordinary dishes to deal with it. He didn't even need to think about it if he didn't have the 1,000 strings of coins for this meal. The military counselor and the others wouldn't pay for this meal. It was a matter of course for a lower official to entertain a higher official. As for where the money came from, the higher official would not ask. Anyway, when there was a problem in checking the account, the higher official would look for the lower official. There was no fairness. After Zhang Zhong and the others and their families had rested, the county magistrate of Taihu County found the registrar and the others. He was anxious. Because of Zhang Zhong, he lost a batch of goods and was delayed for so many days. Every day, he lost a lot of money. Even if he did not get a lot of money, the pressure from above was great. Obviously, something happened to the registrar, but in the end, he had to bear the responsibility. He said that he did not choose the right route when he was transporting the goods. There was only one route and it was to be taken at night. How could he choose? Was he supposed to take the field in the middle of the night? Or climb the mountain? Thinking about it was just thinking about it. He still had to explain the matter clearly. When the county magistrate of Taihu County arrived at the tent where the registrar and the others were, the 7 of them were drinking tea and chatting. They did not seem to be anxious at all. Only the county magistrate of Taihu County was anxious. Seeing the 7 of them drinking poorly, the county magistrate of Taihu County felt his heart ache again. This was tea bought from the Zhang family. Zhang Zhong had not done anything when he came to Suzhou, but he had brought the Chamber of Commerce here to sell things. This tea was part of the goods. Although it was expensive, not everyone could buy it. It was very rare. When the county magistrate of Taihu County bought this tea to welcome Zhang Zhong, he was really impressed. He thought that he should also have a shopping center at home. If he sold food and drinks, even if they were not delicious, he could go to the villages below to have a look. Then, he would specially mention this food and drink on the way. His subordinates would have to arrange for the food and drink. Even if the price was high, they would have to bear with it. The tea that was bought now was very expensive. They even had to use a silver scale to weigh it. A sip of tea would cost dozens of copper coins. Although this was what he thought in his heart, the county magistrate of Taihu County did not show it on his face. He greeted the 7 of them with a smile and asked about their discomfort with concern. He meant that he wanted to find a few women to serve the 7 of them. When he asked, the county magistrate was a little nervous. He was afraid that the 7 of them would really agree. Then, he would have to fork out a lot of money. Now, the person he was most grateful to was Zhang Zhong. At least, when Zhang Zhong came, he had already told people in advance that he did not want to be assigned a few prostitutes. If he could save, he would save. Bubai, it would not be good if Provincial Governor Zhang heard this. You came at the right time. You have done well this year. Let me ask you, have you thought of a solution? When the registrar saw the county magistrate of Taihu County, he put down the teacup in his hand and asked. Solution? What solution do I have? If Zhang Zhong comes every few days, don't even think about mining the mine. The county magistrate of Taihu County was very angry. When he came over just now, he wanted to ask if the 7 of them had a solution. In the end, he was directly asked. What solution could he, a small county magistrate, have? Anyway, he could only earn a little more every year. At most, he would give up and become a county magistrate in another place. When the registrar heard the words of the county magistrate of Taihu County, Wei Wei was stunned. His expression immediately became gentler. He also knew that it was not good to bully people too much. If he really forced the county magistrate of Taihu County into a corner, he would directly write a memorial and send it to the higher-ups. Even if the person behind him was fine, he and the others would also be finished. When he signaled the registrar to sit down, the registrar's expression also changed. It's fine if you can't think of it. I think we will receive news in the next 1 or 2 days. The next place is the Cloud Rock. Has it been arranged? Rest assured, sir. Everything has been arranged. That place is not like the copper mine. There are too many places to excavate. I have already asked people to clean up the traces on the ground. The exposed places are covered with a layer of mud and grass. Also, small trees and grass have been planted. As long as you don't look carefully, you won't find any problems. Seeing that the registrar was pressuring him, the county magistrate of Taihu County suppressed the anger in his heart and told him the arrangement of the other place. The registrar nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You have done very well. I think that Zhang Zhong will not insist on removing the mud from a certain place. If that's the case, everyone will have a hard time. We will push the responsibility to him and make it difficult for him to do anything in Shuzhou. You are right, sir. Zhang Zhong already knows what is going on, but he doesn't dare to make it clear. He is also afraid of Sir's means. The county magistrate of Taihu County flattered. In his heart, he felt that the registrar was boasting. If he really had the ability, why would he let Zhang Zhong come over and force him to be in such a hurry? He was probably just bragging to people like him. The registrar seemed to have realized that he had said too much. He no longer mentioned this matter and changed the topic. He asked, "Can you find anyone in Zhang Zhong's family who is special?" 2 people. If you find them, even if you don't want the mine here, we will have made a great contribution. Special? Yes, I did see them. There are really 2 people who are very special. They are different from the others. The county magistrate of Taihu County thought for a while and said. Really? Which 2 people? What do they look like? Are they hiding in the crowd? Hurry up and say it. If you really find them, you won't be the county magistrate anymore. The registrar's eyes lit up and asked anxiously. The other 6 judges also did the same. They all looked at the county magistrate of Taihu County. The county magistrate of Taihu County was shocked. He didn't know what happened to the 7 of them. He immediately said, "Actually, all of you know who those 2 people are. They are the young master and young lady of the Zhang family and Wang family. I found something very important. Everyone has to listen to what they say. Even the stewards of the Zhang family and Wang family don't dare to oppose them. How is that not special?" Sigh. After hearing the county magistrate of Taihu County's answer, the 7 of them sighed at the same time. They were still wondering who those 2 people were. There was no need for others to say anything. Of course, they were special. But what was the use of that? They were trying to find the 2 hidden masters of the Zhang family, not 2 kids. Got it. You did a good job. Although the person is wrong, you did your best. If there's nothing else, go back and rest early. The registrar was very disappointed. However, he couldn't dispel the county magistrate of Taihu County's enthusiasm. He praised them and was about to chase them out. When the county magistrate of Taihu County heard this, he understood that he didn't find the right person. The 7 of them were dissatisfied. He thought for a while and said, "Sir, how about this? I saw that the car in their house is very good. I will get it when they are not paying attention. After thinking about it, I will send it to the imperial court. Why don't you just catch Zhang Zhong as well? You saw the house. Is it something normal? How do you get someone to get it? Steal it. He is such a big guy. Do you think we are blind? Steal it? Then you can go and try. After you succeed, you will be rewarded. The registrar looked at the county magistrate of Taihu County as if he was looking at a fool. The county magistrate of Taihu County just mentioned it. He thought that the 7 of them would help him. Seeing that they didn't have the intention to do so, he could only take back his thoughts. After greeting them, they turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a person came in from outside the tent. After glancing at everyone present, he took out a sealed letter from his bosom and handed it to the Registrar of Military Affairs. The registrar took the letter. When he saw the words on it, his eyes immediately widened. He asked the person who delivered the letter to go outside the tent to read it carefully. After reading from the beginning to the end, he said to the others, "The orders from the higher-ups are that if Zhang Zhong doesn't give up the place, we are to make things difficult for him elsewhere. Let's see if we should do this." Chapter 563. When the crickets stopped chirping, the sky was already bright. When everyone woke up for breakfast, Zhang Zhong looked very energetic. It seemed that he had slept well last night. However, it was different for the 7 people in charge of affairs and the county magistrate of Taihu County. All of them had dark circles under their eyes and were yawning non-stop. It was as if they had not slept at all last night. They couldn't be blamed for this. Last night's letter had given them too much of a shock. If they really followed the letter, they didn't know if there would be even more trouble. Once someone found out, it wouldn't be as simple as beheading. Even their entire clan would be destroyed along with it. They also admitted that if they did that, Zhang Zhong would definitely not have the time to take care of them. Otherwise, let alone the 150,000 yuan tax this year, it was still uncertain whether they would be able to collect it. They might even need the help of the imperial court. With such a choice in mind, how could the 8 of them sleep well? Even if they were to lie down, they wouldn't be able to sleep. The county magistrate of Taihu County fell asleep when the sun was about to rise. However, the things that happened in his dream woke him up again. For the entire night, the 8 of them asked themselves whether they should do it or not. Zhang Zhong didn't know why these 8 people didn't sleep well. He only knew that these 8 people definitely didn't have good intentions. Zhang Zhong watched as the 8 of them ate a little bit of porridge listlessly and didn't eat anything else. Zhang Zhong didn't care about them and slowly ate by himself. Today, he still had a place to go, which was more than 2 hours away from here. Zhang Zhong was afraid that he would get hungry while talking to others on the road, so he couldn't eat casually. He had to eat his fill first. When everyone was almost done eating, the group continued their journey and prepared to go to another place with beautiful scenery. Just as they went down the mountain, another group appeared at the foot of the mountain. From the flag, it was obvious who had arrived. It was Tang and Commandery Prince, Li Sun. Upon seeing Li Sun, Zhang Zhong was very calm and brought the officials to greet him. Li Sun was a secondary grade 1 official. No one could compare to him. Zhang Zhong did not think much of it because he was familiar with Li Sun. He had never treated Li Sun as an important person and had always treated him as a junior. He only cared about him and did not respect him. However, the others were not like this, especially the military officers. They were really afraid now. They were afraid that Li Sun would find out something and directly impeach them. Then, they would not be able to deal with Li Sun like how they dealt with Zhang Zhong. They did not sleep well last night and were feeling very uncomfortable at this time. Then, they met Li Sun again. They were scared and immediately felt that they were in a trance. They could not see both sides of the road clearly. However, Zhang Zhong talked to them from time to time, so they had to force themselves to deal with it. This was the end. Their minds were not enough. They were also worried about Li Sun who suddenly appeared. They kept looking at Li Sun to see what he wanted. Li Sun did not have time to care about them. He directly ran to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing the two of them accompanying the four little fellows, he also helped to cut fruits and feed the four greedy little fellows. As a commandery prince, Li Sun did not feel that he was inferior at all to personally serve others. The four little fellows of the Zhang family could not be fed by just anyone. After he came over, he just washed his hands and took the fruits himself. The Zhang family did not check at all. This showed his status. After all, they were a family. What made Li Sun even more proud was that the four little fellows could not be fed by just anyone, even if it was someone from the inner courtyard. However, when he fed them, the little fellows always smiled at him. This made him even happier than when he suddenly received 10,000 strings of coins. After the four little fellows were stuffed to the point that they covered their stomachs and did not eat anymore, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Why did you call me here in such a hurry?" "I'm busy with the road. I'm going to finish the road before this year's winter. There must be roads that lead to the various counties and docks. Also, I planted the fruit trees on the side of the road. There is a ditch between two trees. When they grow up and passers-by are thirsty, they can use stones to knock down a few fruits to eat. There are 4 kinds of fruits. Except for the winter, there are all kinds of fruits in spring, summer, and autumn. What kind of fruits are there in spring?" Zhang Xiaobao thought that Li Sun had made an out-of-season fruit. "Yes, there are flowers. It's the flowers of the locust tree. If there is no other way, I'll ask someone to look for them. There must be some. When the trees grow up, my fief will be better than others. Tell me, why did you call me here?" "I'm busy. It costs tens of thousands of yuan for a quarter of an hour." Li Sun used the words he learned from Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan laughed. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was right. He did cost hundreds of thousands of yuan per minute, but Li Sun did not believe it. After listening to Li Sun's plan, Zhang Xiaobao did not want to discourage him. "Anyway, when the time comes, we will know whether it will succeed or not. It's just a matter of spending a little more money." Looking around, other than the 4 little guys who were eating fruits and sleeping, no one else could hear them. "Do you want to be rich? The kind with a lot of money? I have a way to make you rich, and you don't have to worry about others making trouble for you." "No, I'm thinking about how to spend money now. How can I be in the mood to make money? My money is enough for me to build my fief. After the fief is built, I can get more money. I don't have to worry. I can't lose the big picture for small gains. I'm not afraid of others making trouble for me. I won't rebel. Who dares to make trouble for me? Who dares? There are many ways to die. Why do you want to find me?" Li Sun refused. From the meaning of his words, it showed that he was now focused on building his fief. He did not consider other sources when he was not short of funds. "You really don't want to make a fortune in your fief? There are 2 mines, one is a copper mine, and the other is a marble mine. They have been secretly mined for several years. Did you see the mountain we just came down from? There is a copper mine on it. However, in the official book, there is only an entry of our income. Do you understand what I mean? And that cloud stone, the real cloud stone. It's as white as the clouds, and it seems to be transparent. I use it to pave the floor at home. It stopped a thief once. If we don't think of a way, the 2 mines will be stolen away." Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the mountain they just came down from, and then pointed to the clouds floating in the sky. Li Sun was stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "What? Really? Retreat. What are you doing here?" After shouting at the guards who rushed to protect him to retreat, Li Sun's face was ashen. He lowered his voice and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you're not lying to me, right? Who has the guts to secretly mine the copper and marble mines in my fief for several years? I think they don't want to live anymore. If I find out who it is, I will make them spit out all the money they have accumulated in the past few years." Really? When have I ever lied to you? But what happened a few years ago has nothing to do with you. At that time, it was not your fief. After we came here, they probably could only transport it out 3 or 4 times. My father happened to meet them once. They ran away and did not catch up. The goods were left behind. Most of the marble was given to Xiao Bei and the others to play with. The copper mine is still there. You can arrange for people to take it away. There was a copper mine on the mountain just now. The place we are going to now is the marble mine. Zhang Xiaobao finally found a solution to the problem. Although the 2 mines were good, the target was too big. After all, they were places where they could earn money by mining. It was not suitable for his own family to occupy them. It was better to give them to Li Sun and let Li Sun occupy them. No one could say anything. Li Sun felt that it was right. The previous mine had nothing to do with him, but he still felt uncomfortable. He thought that if others did not secretly mine and left it to him, how much more money could he earn? He did not lack money. The problem was that it was his own money. He could not let others take it for free. He finally understood why Zhang Xiaobao asked him to come. You don't have to give me what your family left behind. Xiao Bei and the others like to play on the marble. Wait until I take back the mine, then I will give you more marble. How about this? Let's work together to mine, just like how your family brought me along when you did business. Now that I have something good, I want to give you a share. Xiao Bao, do you know who secretly dug it? Tell me, and I will take care of them immediately. Beheading is a light punishment. Charge them with the crime of privately minting coins. Exterminate their entire family. Li Sun did not care about giving the marble to Xiao Bei and the others to play with. The 4 of them were so cute. It did not matter how many marble there were. He just wanted to find the culprit and take action. Zhang Xiaobao saw Li Sun's reaction and knew that he had guessed correctly. But there was no evidence now. It was easy to kill, but difficult to convince the public. If he wanted to deal with someone, he had to find an excuse. Young Master Li, don't be anxious. We know who the culprit is. It is the officials here. Anyone who can come into contact with them is a suspect. Wait until we find evidence. Take a look at the place first and remember it. It is good to have a target. Yes, yes. We can't take action directly. There is no evidence, and it is not an emergency period. It is fine. They have to dig, right? As long as they dig, we can catch them. Let's see who is more daring. Li Sun was no longer the little prince who only knew how to bully others. Since he had a fief, he had to do things according to the rules. He agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and asked, then what if the person we find is from the imperial clan? This. If it's a member of the imperial family, then I'll just treat it as a gift. However, the people below must be dealt with. I can't let imperial uncle kill all my cousins, right? That's impossible. Li Sun did not hide his thoughts at all. The leader was fine, but the people below were unlucky. It was their fault for not doing a good job. Now that they were caught, they had to bear such a punishment. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could understand Li Sun. Not to mention now, when was it not the same? When something happened, the small fish were caught, the medium fish would be moved to another place, and the big fish would be fine. Just know who you suspect. Don't show it. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun. Understood. I won't talk to them too much. Who am I? I am the Duke. What are they? The little guys can eat again. Fruit is digested quickly. As Li Sun spoke, he saw the 4 little guys being carried to pee and prepared to be fed fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and ran away. Due to the slow pace of the group, it took them nearly 6 hours to arrive at their destination. None of them had eaten lunch. Some of them had eaten too much in the morning, while others couldn't eat because they had too many things on their minds. From afar, they could see that the mountain in front of them was lush green. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, who was looking around for oars, "Do you see the trees over there? And the grass?" In fact, it was all stuck there later. If you look closely, you will find that the trees and grass are not growing right. They shouldn't be so long. I don't know who is so stupid that they can't even see the yin and yang sides. The trees are actually denser in the shade than in the sunny areas. And the grass on the steep areas, whose grass can grow perpendicular to the slope under such circumstances. Where is this place? Taihu County. Why did my father come here? To promote the construction of spiritual civilization in Shuzhou. Who do you think has something to do with it? Just now on the mountain, the place where the mine should be is actually a lake. I originally thought that only the Zhang family and Wang family had such ability. A man-made lake, the county magistrate of Taihu County is also very capable. Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and understood what he meant. He looked at the trees and flowers on the mountain, and it was indeed so. When he agreed with Zhang Xiaobao that he was stupid, he said angrily, "There is no good official. There are layers upon layers of protection. It is not a single official that is caught, but a series of problems." Why do you think this is? There are historical reasons for this, and at the same time, it is also a problem of the management mechanism. It is not easy to explain in a few words. Even if it is clear, it is not easy to solve. It is very difficult. Zhang Xiaobao knew that this was a problem related to the whole human society. Even if they raised a high salary, it was useless. Were there really no corrupt officials in Singapore? That was under the condition that the place was small and easy to govern. If it were such a big country, who could put an end to it? As long as this society is governed by people, then don't expect all the officials to be honest. You have to know that the reason why society can develop is because of people's desires. Without desires, human beings will not exist. As long as they exist, there will be such situations. Zhang Xiaobao said the most fundamental reason. Li Sun could understand a special word Zhang Xiaobao said. This was what he had learned for many years. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was right, but he still felt uncomfortable and asked, "Then why is Sanshui County different?" Any random official will not show any corruption, bribery, or abuse of power for personal gain. It is not that they do not have desires, but that they understand that as long as nothing happens, they will be promoted. When they leave office, they will get a large sum of money, more than what they are greedy for. There is no risk at all. The income and risk are proportional. 10,000 strings of cash is likely to cost them their lives, but 5,000 strings of cash is easy to get. Of course, they will choose 5,000 strings of cash. Didn't you say that if there is a 300% profit, someone will take all the risks to get it? Li Sun argued. That is referring to the situation where the supervision mechanism is not working. Does Sanshui County have that kind of opportunity? Most importantly, there is a more powerful threat in Sanshui County, and that is the Zhang family. Especially with my father's official position, even if they take the tens of thousands of strings of cash they just collected and run away, it will be useless. They understand the determination of the Zhang family. Even if they run out of the country, they will be hunted down. The opportunity is too small, and the risk is too great. That is why they are so honest. Besides, they are usually treated well, so why do they have to take the risk? Zhang Xiaobao knew the reason. The most important thing was that the Zhang family had the ability to make money, so there was no need to be greedy. If the Zhang family did not have the ability, they would not be able to handle the following matters. Then what should we do? Is there no solution? Li Sun was even more depressed. He knew that there was no second Zhang family. They could not control the place at all. They were rich and capable, but they did not have the ambition to rebel. Where could he find another Zhang family? It's not that there's no way. There's one way, and that's to find a very powerful emperor who can see through everyone's heart. Moreover, he can see through everyone's heart in just a few breaths. Moreover, even if everyone in the world works together, they can't beat him alone. He can also make the land increase in production and make the flood disappear. That way, there will be no more corrupt officials. Zhang Xiaobao gave an answer. You are not talking about an emperor, but an immortal. Li Sun was even more depressed. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, it is impossible to make all the people and officials be selfless, but we can find a way to make the officials make fewer mistakes. Originally, 50 out of 100 officials are bad, so don't expect that there will be none. It will be a success if we can reduce it to 10. Then how can we reduce it? Li Sun agreed. If they could not be eliminated, they could reduce it. When the military of the dictatorship is loyal and strong enough, they can monitor the officials without relying on manpower. Now, there is no need to think about it. It is useless. They are calling you. Go and praise them. Zhang Xiaobao also had such a dream, but it could not be realized. When he saw the people over there looking back at them while they were talking, he gave Li Sun a push. Li Sun was not willing to deal with such officials, but he had no other choice. He could only go over and join in the praise of the local officials. Even though he knew that there was a marble mine behind the very unnatural trees, he still had to praise the strange trees and the beautiful scenery. Not bad, it is really a good place. Lord Zhang will definitely build a place like this into a place for the people to enjoy, especially those trees. In other places, the trees are dense on the sunny side, but here, they are dense on the shady side. It is really different. They are strange, and the scenery is beautiful. Li Sun was depressed in his heart. He pointed at a tree and said. The county magistrate of Taihu County was so scared that he trembled and sweat dripped down his forehead. And those vines. In other places, they are coiled, slanted, or straight up, but here, they are growing horizontally. Moreover, they are not fixed by anything. It is beautiful. When I write a memorial to report to the emperor, it will be an auspicious sign. I have decided to send people to guard this place day and night until the imperial court sends people to investigate. Li Sun was not done with his anger, so he continued to scare. This time, not only was the county magistrate of Taihu County trembling, but even the military officers were also scared. The important thing was that if they really wrote a memorial and asked the imperial court to come and guard the place day and night, they would definitely know that it was fake and understand what was going on behind the mine. The first one to be arrested was the county magistrate of Taihu County. As long as he confessed, they would not be able to escape. If they really wanted to hide, they would have to kill the county magistrate and everyone related to him. Killing them would also be considered a crime of not investigating. At the same time, they were thinking about what to do. At this time, Zhang Zhong spoke. Your Highness, this is not appropriate. Oh. What's wrong? Could it be that these vines are not so simple? Men, go and take a look. We have to figure it out even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Li Sun often spent time with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Not only did he learn knowledge, but he also learned a lot of evil tricks. No, Your Highness, you can't. 3 of the military officers tried to stop him in unison. The others also wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. Zhang Zhong also tried to dissuade him. Your Highness, I don't mean this. It's not appropriate now. When the news reaches the capital and people from the capital come here, the vines on the mountain will probably be dying or have already died. If they can't see it, wouldn't it be lying to the emperor? Is that so? There's such a thing? This is my first time here, so I don't know. What do you think? Li Sun looked at the officials around him who were so scared that their faces changed. He was in a good mood. Yes, Provincial Governor Zhang is right. That's right. If Your Highness really wants to report an auspicious sign, why don't you report it first thing next year? The military officer was about to sit on the ground and said with a dull look in his eyes. In that case, forget it. I want to climb the mountain and see who wants to climb with me. I can use the vines to climb up. Don't underestimate me. I'm very powerful. Li Sun continued with his suggestion. When he said that it was fine, all the officials heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he said the second half of his suggestion, all of them became angry again. There were even 2 cowardly officials who sat on the ground. Seeing Li Sun look over, one of them was smart and quickly explained, "Your Highness is really powerful. When I heard that we were going to climb, I was scared. I can't. What if I fall down halfway?" The other one immediately followed suit, and the matter was finally resolved. Zhang Zhong knew that Li Sun did it deliberately, so he said, "Your Highness, there is something more interesting than climbing the mountain. Not far from here, there is a lake called Lake Tai. I heard that the fish and shrimp in the lake are good. Why don't we go fishing there?" "Oh. Is that so? Then let's take a look here and go to Lake Tai." Li Sun finally didn't continue to scare people. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked for Zhang Xiaobao. When the people who could barely stand saw that Li Sun had left, they didn't care whether Zhang Zhong was next to them. A few of them sat on the ground. Zhang Zhong began to put on an act and asked people to write poems here. He also took other people's works and gave them some pointers. Amidst everyone's flattery, he left this place and went to Lake Tai. It could be said that this spiritual construction guidance work had ended. Chapter 564. Li Sun was preparing to snatch the mine. He had absolute confidence that no one else would be able to snatch it from him. In his own fief, other than the emperor and his 2 fathers, no one else could. And the emperor and his 2 fathers did not need to snatch it from him. If there was a need, they could just call him. He was now thinking about how to develop the mine. It was easy to mine, but difficult to sell. Some people did not even know about it. Zhang Xiaobao was familiar with this. He pondered for a moment and said, "You can only own the Cloudstone mine, but you can't monopolize the copper mine. The imperial court is short of copper now. Once you mine the copper, you can sell it directly to your uncle, the emperor. He will only charge you a mining fee and environmental damage fee. It's a small amount of money, but you have to take it. However, you can't make money from it. Just think of it as organizing people to work for your uncle for free. You're not afraid of being greedy, but you don't know what you should be greedy and what you shouldn't be greedy. This copper mine is a basic natural resource that society needs. It can't be reproduced. It's a livelihood for people. Not to mention your status, even the Zhang family and the Wang family can't take this money. Cloudstones are another thing. There's no need to worry about it. It's like sugar and salt. No matter how high the price of sugar is, no one will say anything, especially the imperial court. However, if you want to monopolize salt and raise the price, you can only wait for death. Cloudstones are a luxury. Even if you don't have them, you won't die. It's enough for you to use them to make money. Mine them first, then transport them to the capital. Build a beautiful house for your uncle with them. It's best if it's done before winter. I'll provide the furniture and heating inside. I'll also give you a beautiful big fish tank and some ornamental fish that are equally rare in Lu Zhou's place. Let your uncle use them during the winter. When spring comes tomorrow, your marble will be worth a lot of money. You should thank me." Li Sun nodded. He could not help but admire this idea. However, after thinking about it, he said, "Cloudstones are worth a lot of money, but aren't your glass fish tank and ornamental fish worth more? Also, what's the heating device? Is it a Kong? Can a Kong work? Heating? You'll know in the future. It's very convenient. There's coal in Huayuan County. I'll give you a few thermometers as well. You can give them to your uncle. Try to keep the temperature in the room at 23 to 27 degrees Celsius." Zhang Xiaobao finally understood why the master was not willing to teach his disciple. Once the disciple was smart, it would not be easy to fool him. Li Sun did not fully understand, but he agreed. Since Zhang Xiaobao said so, then his family must have a way. He would just do as he said. When Li Sun turned around, he saw the house again. He thought about how the wheels were not afraid of bumps and how the house could move back and forth. He had a lot of thoughts. Xiao Bei's house, you want to steal my younger sibling's house? No, absolutely not. My family is going to offer the method to the higher-ups. You won't get a share. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao heard Li Sun's question, he understood. He quickly explained his thoughts, not letting Li Sun take advantage of the situation. I'm not robbing you. I'm just asking if you can make one. I want one too. Li Sun was indeed going to take the technology and make a few more for his family. Or, if someone had a child at home, it would be too tacky for others to give gold and silver. He would give a house. If you want to make it into a car, wheels are fine, but a house is not. That thing is too big. Unless you want to make the car as big as the house. Let's go boating. Zhang Xiaobao agreed to a portion of it and followed the group to Lake Tai. As Li Sun followed, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, do you have any new things in your family? Let me see them. I might be able to use them. You must tell me if you have any. Don't worry. I'll tell you everything as long as it can be mass-produced. I'll give you a share when I do business. Zhang Xiaobao made the horse run faster to get rid of Li Sun. When the team arrived at Lake Tai, it was already evening. Li Sun circled the lake and caught a few fish. Unfortunately, crabs were not available in this season, so he could only eat fish and prawns. Everyone ate a big meal. Zhang Zhong was in a good mood as he learned a lot of things. Li Sun was also happy. There were 2 mines. Even if he could only take one in the end, it would be good. The military registrar and the others were also relaxed. The matter was settled. Li Sun drank some wine and was a little confused. When it was dark, he wanted to find Zhang Xiaobao to discuss ways to make money. He did not care about others and stood up to find Zhang Xiaobao. However, before he reached the place, he realized something was wrong. Why was it so bright? How many candles must be lit? It's so bright. It's still near the house. Xiaobao wants to kill the younger siblings. This won't do. I have to go and take a look. Li Sun did not feel anything when he was sitting and drinking. Now that he stood up, the alcohol rushed to his head. In a daze, he saw a house. It was bright. At this time, he was in a state where he was intoxicated but not drunk. He knew that too many candles were not good for the younger siblings. When he got closer and was sobered up by the cold wind, he finally realized that things were not as he thought. He saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan guarding the front of the house. They were playing with the younger siblings and looking at the candles in the house. That's strange. When did such candles appear? When he got closer, Li Sun finally realized that it was not a candle. It was something bright inside a glass. It was a new thing that could replace candles. Xiaobao, what did you say during the day? You're hiding the good stuff, aren't you? Why is it so bright? Give me 100 of them. I'll hang them at home. Li Sun rubbed his face with his hands and poured some water on his face from the basin for the younger children's handkerchiefs. When he woke up, he stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and questioned him. He knew that he should not scare the child. It can't be mass-produced yet. Last night, 2 were broken. It's not even enough for 24 hours. It's useless even if I give it to you. It's an experiment now. This is the house. The experiment at home is also at the same time. That place is different from here. Let's see how long it can last. When it's done, we will definitely not leave you out. Especially this generator. Look, it's something that the people over there use. We can sell it cheaper. It's 1,000 strings of coins. It's not expensive. Zhang Xiaobao was not lying. The lifespan of light bulbs was too short. It could not be used at all. It was not like when he and Wang Wan were together. Glass was cheap. Here, it was a luxury. The light bulbs were going to be sold for 50 strings of coins. After people bought them, they would use them for a few hours. If they broke, it would be over. He had to find a way to make it last longer. Compared to candles, at least the lifespan of the light bulbs could be exchanged for the price of candles at the same time. The reason why the generator was so cheap was that the light bulb technology was in his hands. If the conditions were met, Zhang Xiaobao could even give away the generator for free. For example, he could buy 100 light bulbs at a time. While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, the light bulb on the second floor of the house went out. The four little guys found that the light was not right. They turned to look at their own house together and saw that the light on the second floor was out. They were anxious. They pulled Wang Wan there and called her sister. Their little hands pointed to the second floor. Zhang Xiaobao quickly changed the light bulbs. Li Sun also believed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "It's really easy to break. Then we have to study it quickly. It's a good thing. It's bright, really bright. The fire is wrapped in the glass. There's no need to add oil, and there's no need to be afraid of wind. If the whole house is lit, there won't be any difference between night and day." Zhang Xiaobao changed the light bulbs. The second floor was bright again. The four little guys smiled happily and turned to continue playing. Li Sun could see that the little guys could not go in, but they definitely would not allow their house to be dark. He squatted down and pulled one of the little guys over. He kissed him hard on the face and said, "You guys enjoy yourselves. The good things are all given to you first. There's no such treatment in the palace." After staying in Lake Tai for a night, they rushed back after dawn. Seeing that they had all left, the county magistrate of Taihu County sat on the shaft of the carriage and looked at the sky. He sighed and said to himself, "Gone, they're all gone. It's finally quiet. Mines, money, and floating clouds, they're all floating clouds. Master, there's still Qingfeng." A person who was an advisor came over and said. The county magistrate put his hand on the advisor's face and pushed him. "Go away." "What Qingfeng?" "They're all gone." No one in Zhang Xiaobao's entourage cared about the thoughts of a county magistrate, nor did they have the leisure to experience the county magistrate's philosophical thoughts. They continued on their journey at a leisurely pace. After walking for 3 days, they still did not return to the manor. They did not go back, but some people had already arrived. They were the people who came down from the dock. On the 4th night after leaving the dock, many carriages came to the yamen of Shuzhou Prefecture. Of course, the guards did not dare to stop them and directly let them in. Old man Yuanji's family was also temporarily arranged to stay in the prefecture. However, there was no one in the prefecture, not even a caretaker. The only people who could breathe were the yamen runners outside. After asking around, they found out that everyone had gone elsewhere. The old man who accompanied old man Yuanji said, "Don't worry about them. Just don't go to their main house. We can look around and see if they have made anything new. I found that every few days, they make something new." At this time, a yamen runner who was guarding the gate came over and said to the old man who just spoke, "Master Bai, I don't know what's going on these days. As soon as it gets dark, one of the courtyards in the governor's house will light up. Sometimes, it will light up for a long time. Sometimes, it will light up for a while and then stop. Is it haunted? Master, why don't you and this master take a rest outside? Otherwise, if something happens, it will be hard for me to explain." "Oh. Is there such a thing? Okay, what haunted? Can his house be haunted? Yuanji, come with me. Arrange for your family to stay here. Send as many servants to my house as possible. The Zhang family has things that not everyone can see." When old man Pai heard that it was haunted, he did not believe it at all. Which ghost was tired of living and came to the Zhang family and Wang family to make trouble? He said something to old man Yuanji and led the way to the courtyard that the Yamen runner just mentioned. It was just the two of them. The others were not going to follow, not even the guards. When the two old men came to the courtyard, they saw that it was lit up in different places. Old man Pai looked carefully at the ground and said in surprise, "This is the courtyard where the four youngest children of the Zhang family and Wang family play. There should be a house in front. It seems that it has been put on wheels and taken away." And the ground, Long Zai, wait, what did you just say? The house has been put on wheels and taken away? What house can be taken away? If old man Yuanji did not know what kind of person Biyao was, he would really think that he was possessed by a ghost. It was the first time he heard that a house was put on wheels and taken away. Yuanji does not believe it. It is the house of the four little kids. It is so high and has 3 floors. Only one house costs a lot of money. What is the point of putting on wheels and taking away? That house can be used as a boat in the water. Even if it is pressed into the water, the children inside can hold on for a long time. And the ground, it was not marble in the past. I don't know where they found so many marble stones. I think it can only be seen in this courtyard. It is beautiful, especially when it is illuminated by the light. Good, it is a pity that the people are not here. Otherwise, I must ask carefully. Old man Pai explained to old man Yuanji. He could understand the other party's thoughts. If he did not see it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. Sure enough, old man Yuanji did not believe it. He said on the side, "Is there no marble stones in Zhangzhong's main hall?" That depends on whether there is anything left after the courtyard is paved. If there is, and it is enough to pave the main hall, then there will be some in the main hall. Otherwise, there won't be any. Their family gave the best things to the 4 children. Let's go and see what that shiny thing is. Old man Pai explained again. He stepped on the marble ground and felt that the feeling under his feet was really different. When the 2 people approached the shiny thing, they found that there were a total of 20 such things, and 6 of them were broken. What is this? A candle? An oil lamp? They have been gone for several days. There should not be anyone coming in to add oil. It is even more impossible for a candle to burn for such a long time. It is strange. Old man Pai looked at the light bulbs. When he turned his head to talk to old man Yuanji, he suddenly found that the surroundings were so dark. When he turned his head to look at the light bulbs again, his eyes were shaking uncomfortably. Fortunately, for the 2 of them, the light bulbs were not hung up high. Old man Yuanji had just reached the place and had to be polite, so he did not touch them. Old man Pai did not care about being polite or not. If he was polite to the Zhang family, then he would never be able to get anything good. Let me pick one and see what it is. Old man Pai said as he reached out to pick one of the light bulbs. He thought that it was a gourd. As soon as his hand touched the light bulbs, he retracted his hand. Hot. How did this happen? My hand is so hot. Look, where does it connect to? Old man Pai blew twice on his scalded fingers. As he spoke, he followed the line that connected the light bulbs to other places. His feet also followed the light bulbs. As they walked, the 2 of them arrived in front of a few large windmills that were rotating at the side. Under the windmills, the 2 of them saw something that could not be seen clearly turning. When the windmills turned, this thing turned. When the windmills stopped, this thing also stopped. After looking for a while, old man Yuanji finally found the connection and said, "When the windmills stop, it is dark. When the windmills turn, it is bright. Does this have something to do with the windmills?" Yes, that is it. Yuanji, you don't know. Look here. Obviously, you can use your feet to pedal, but now you are riding on the windmills. The Zhang family is lazy. If they can use wind and water, they will definitely not use animals. If they can use animals, they will definitely not use people. I know how to do this. Watch me. Stop this place that connects to the windmills and then take it down. Okay, that side is out, right? Next, I will go up and pedal. Old Man Pai picked up a connecting shaft. This way, the generator could not rely on the rotation of the windmills to provide power. Old Man Pai went up to the generator, put his foot on the pedal, grabbed the handle, and began to pedal. When he pedaled, that place lit up again. When he stopped, it was dark. This time, without needing to say anything, Old Man Yung understood what was going on. It turned out that it was really related to the windmills, but he could not figure out the reason behind it. Old Man Pai was the same. He put back the connecting shaft of the windmills. After the lights were back on, he sat there and rested his chin on his hand. Why? The windmills turn and light up, and the windmills stop. Could it be that a windmill with this thing can replace candles? The more he thought about it, the more surprised Old Man Pai was. If it was true, then as long as the wind was blowing steadily and there was water next to it, candles and oil lamps would no longer be needed. Moreover, this thing with something inside the glass was much brighter than candles. If it was placed in a hall, just one would be brighter than more than 10 candles. How much money would be saved? How much oil would be saved? If this oil was given to people to eat, how many families would benefit? Besides, this thing was not afraid of wind and did not have oil fumes. Apart from the discomfort of looking at it directly, it was much better than candles and oil lamps. What Old Man Pai could think of, Old Man Yung could also think of. He also knew that this thing that could light up was a layer of glass. Long Zhe, the Tang Empire is lucky to have this thing. We should write a report immediately. I will go back now. Old Man Yung looked very calm just now, but after thinking of the application of this thing, he became excited and was about to go back. Yung, you can't. Everything will have to wait until the Zhang family comes back. If you write a report now and send it to them, then this thing will be the last thing the Zhang family has. Don't expect other things to come out in the future. You should know that the Zhang family makes a good thing every few days. When Old Man Pai saw that Old Man Yung was going to write a report, he quickly stopped him. If he really wrote it and sent it to them, then it would be terrible. After interacting with the Zhang family so much, he knew what kind of people the Zhang family was. If they negotiated with him, then sometimes it would be an exchange of interests, sometimes it would be an exchange of power, and sometimes it would not be an exchange of anything. As long as they talked nicely and it did not have a big impact on the income of the Zhang family and Wang family, then the technology would be handed over. For example, if it was really related to the fate of the country and the people's livelihood, then the first thing to do was to send it to them. If such people were angered because of Yung's excitement, then they should not expect their family to produce anything in the future. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs would not work. After Old Man Pai stopped Old Man Yung and told him this, Old Man Yung also stopped. He also understood that this was indeed the case. If he were in Old Man Pai's shoes, he would also be angry. What did it mean that all under the sky was the land of the king, and all on the shore of the land were the king's subjects? That was a lie. The land of the king was conquered. For example, the big island that the Zhang family found was the land of the Tang Empire. In fact, it had nothing to do with the Tang Empire at all. They did not send troops to occupy it. They just wanted the gold mine, copper mine, and grain there. I understand. The Zhang family and Wang family are not lacking in righteousness, but we can't use righteousness to suppress them. This thing will definitely be used to make money. Ordinary people will not use it. Old Man Yung sighed and did not leave. He stood beside the lamp and watched it shine. Ordinary people have no use for candles. Oil lamps are only lit when there are special circumstances. How can they afford it? Let alone this. How much did the thing just now cost? Can the common people afford it? It's only used by the rich. Besides, there's nothing wrong with the Zhang family making money. You'll know when they come back. It's not bad to eat, but they will never throw away a table full of food that they can't finish. They wear good clothes, but they will never stop wearing them after wearing them once. Apart from the 4 little ones who did not care about money, their family rarely wasted money. In other words, most of the money they earned was not used on themselves. Look at Sanshui County, Huayuan County, Yaozhou, Luzhou, and now the people of Shuzhou. Most of the time, the Zhang and Wang families had to fork out their own money to pay for the roads and water conservancy projects. They rarely reported anything to the authorities. Moreover, no one reported anything to them. Whenever a disaster struck a place, they would secretly transport things to that place. When they arrived at that place, they would use the imperial court's name to give it to the victims. They also paid for the things the imperial court built. Other rich families flaunt their wealth, but you can't see the Zhang family and Wang family at all. This is the true definition of a rich family. The sea does not show off its depth, but it surges. The mountain does not show off its height, but it is majestic. The Zhang family and Wang family are like this. If they earn money, so be it. Old Man Pai summed up the Zhang family and Wang family. It was true. The 2 families were never like other people who used the name of giving porridge outside a certain city. If the Zhang family and Wang family really wanted to help the common people in a certain place, they would definitely open a business there. Then, they would use the business as an excuse to build roads and water conservancy projects, and so on. This required manpower. Other people were giving alms on the surface, but the Zhang family and Wang family were helping the common people find things to do. They were not on the same level at all. Old man Yuanji used to think that he knew the Zhang family and Wang family well. On the way, he also heard some things about the Zhang family and Wang family from Old Man Pai. The main thing was that there were too many things to do, so he did not talk about it. Chapter 565. The green grass was boundless, and the rice in the fields had grown. Whose carriage and horses were making a ruckus? Living in fear all day long, the heart of the mortal world is not cold. Why worry about the lack of sunlight? I'll give you lollipops. After discovering something that could replace candles, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yuanji didn't sleep that night. They took the 4 mats that they used to drag the children back and forth, sat on the marble floor, and guarded. Old Man Yuanji asked questions from time to time and let Old Man Pai answer them. In addition to talking about the Zhang family and the Wang family, Old Man Pai also pondered about the problem of the glowing object. Having learned the book of nature, he wanted to use the knowledge in the book to interpret what he saw. However, he found that the book, which seemed very profound at first, was too simple when compared to the object in front of him. There must be a deeper level of books. The book of nature is like a clear stream. Then there must be a small river, a big river, a big river, and a big sea. Yes, that's right. It turns out that this road is so long. Old Man Pai thought about this matter, but he didn't know whether the glowing object in front of him was a big river or a big sea. If Wang Wan was here, she would tell him that this was only a small part of a small river. The book of nature could not even be considered a small stream. It would be more appropriate to call it the mouth of a spring. The depth of the sea of technology depended on the vastness of the starry sky. The more one knew, the shallower they found themselves. Old Man Yuanji had never learned the book of nature. He couldn't understand anything that was invented by the Zhang family. Hearing Old Man Pai muttering, he asked curiously, Long Zhe, what are you talking about? Do you know what's going on? I don't know. I only know that the lightning in the sky is bright because 2 different kinds of clouds collide. It has nothing to do with immortals. The thing hanging there will light up. Is it because 2 different kinds of things collide? For example, the flint we use. Old Man Pai tried his best to use his knowledge to explain this phenomenon. He seemed to have found a connection, but he couldn't accurately explain it. The flint would light up continuously when it was struck, but that kind of light would have intermittent intervals. The thing above his head didn't stop shining. Old man Yuanji was even more confused. How did this have anything to do with Flint again? If he couldn't figure it out, he said to Old Man Pai, "Don't think about it. Let's talk about the 3 types of seeds. Can it be used throughout the Great Tang? It should be possible. The Zhang family is testing it as well. They've succeeded in planting rice in Sanshui County, and they've succeeded in planting rice in Huayuan County. Since there's no Zhang family in Yao province to guide them personally, they've succeeded in planting rice in other places. Lu Zhou has succeeded. If this place succeeds as well, it can only mean one thing. Different methods need to be adopted in different places. The reason for this is that what can help other things grow is not necessarily a pig, a duck, and so on." Old Man Pai summarized the seeds. Old Man Yuanji also understood and said, "I understand. It's local conditions. For example, the Zhang family in Sanshui County first raised an earth dragon in Zhuangzi. In addition to feeding the chickens, it can also be used in places where the soil is not good. After drilling, the hard ground will become soft. We should ask the agriculture temple to send people to guard it." "That's fine, but we can't order the Zhang family around. It's dawn. Eat some porridge and go to sleep." Old Man Pai yawned and found that the sun had come out. Time passed so quickly. A night had passed just like that. The 2 of them stood up. Old Man Pai rubbed his sore legs, but he was fine after moving around a bit. Old Man Yuanji, on the other hand, couldn't even stand up. This was thanks to the 4 cushions. There was a layer between them that blocked out the cold air. Otherwise, he might have to be carried away because of the marble floor. When Old Man Pai supported Old Man Yuanji, who was moving little by little, back to his courtyard, the dining tables had already been set up. Someone was holding a pen and paper in his hand and asking them one by one, "What do you eat?" "There are steamed buns, about this big. There are mutton stuffing, pork stuffing, leek and egg stuffing, and pies with the same stuffing. There are also steamed buns and fruits, oil cakes, rice porridge, millet porridge, 2 kinds of rice mixed together, soy milk and tofu pudding, sweet and salty. Little kid, who drinks milk and egg cake?" His ears were full of such inquiries. Old Man Yuanji turned to look at Old Man Pai in puzzlement. What was going on? When he was on the ship, he didn't eat so many things. There were only 3 kinds. 2 kinds of rice porridge, soy milk and tofu pudding, and the salty one. Before Old Man Pai could answer, he continued to ask if he ate wontons, soaked buns, mutton soup, pancakes, and so on. These were the habits of people who could eat breakfast everywhere. There were also the eating methods that the Zhang family later invented. In total, there were more than 30 things and hundreds of combinations. This. Old Man Pai understood what he meant. Why couldn't he eat when he was on the ship? This is not the breakfast that my chef made. This is the treatment provided by the Zhang family and the Wang family's Sea and Clouds restaurant. With the Hunan Road as the boundary, that is between the clouds and the water, and this is Sea and Clouds restaurant. In the future, they will compete with each other. Just know that. What do you want to eat? I want a big bowl of steamed egg cake and a drawer of shumai. I'm the same as you. How can I be asked? So troublesome. After hearing so many things, Old Man Yuanji was confused. He didn't know how to choose, so he could only order the same as Old Man Pai. If I don't ask one by one, how can I serve? The amount of food for each meal is the amount that others say, and then add it up a little. Otherwise, it will be a waste. I didn't spend money. Old Man Bai called a clerk over and told them what to eat. He explained to Old Man Yuanji. Old Man Yuanji nodded to show that he understood, and then suddenly asked, what about the leftovers from the restaurants? What about the restaurants in the capital? The good things are taken home by the waiter, and the bad things are given to the beggars waiting for food. The rest is thrown away. It's the same in the restaurant, but the good things are left for the people who can't eat, and the bad things are fed to the pigs. Sigh. When will the people of Tang stop eating this kind of thing? Old Man Pai didn't feel good when he talked about this. Even though Zhang Wang's restaurant was already very good, and everything that was given to the people was the best, after all, it was the leftovers of others. It wasn't the first time that he saw other restaurants put the leftovers together with the swill in a bucket for people to grab. There was a lucky child who fished out a bitten chicken claw from the swill in the bucket, and he was very grateful to the person who brought it over. It's a pity that I'm still the Minister of Revenue, in charge of the land and money of the world, but I can't change anything. Old Man Pai sighed. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. It's almost done. It's almost done. The emperor is working hard to govern the country, and the Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang's methods. Old Man Yuanji was even more sullen than Old Man Pai. When the sun rose, Zhang Zhong's team continued their journey and walked back unhurriedly. The road that hadn't been repaired was not wide enough, and the team was large, so the people at the back didn't dare to force their way through. They could only wait until they encountered a small path and quickly go around to the front. The people in front of them also hid by the side of the road. Zhang Zhong had already told the team not to walk side by side, leaving space for passers-by. However, pedestrians didn't dare to do that. If they bumped into someone with a bad temper, they would be punished. Li Sun rode beside the house while holding a clip in his hand and using a charcoal stick to draw on the paper. From time to time, he would ask Zhang Xiaobao, who was also riding a horse, how to build the road in this place and how wide it should be. Or when they encountered a river, he would ask Zhang Xiaobao what kind of bridge should be built. Should it be an arch bridge or a flat bridge made of wood? Zhang Xiaobao had never studied civil engineering, so how could he know? He could only look at the surrounding environment. If there was a barren mountain, he would say to build a stone bridge. If there was a dense forest, or if there was no mountain, he would say to build a wooden bridge. It mainly depended on the difficulty of finding the materials. The team walked and walked until it was noon. It was time to eat, so they stopped to rest, mainly because the horses were tired. They carried out the little guys who had just woken up and let them play around by themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to cook for the younger brother and sister alone. Others could eat in the big pot, but the little guys couldn't eat with them. What are we going to do today? Are we going to make soft fried meat? We made it last time, but it was a little difficult to eat. Why don't we make fish? Wang Wan tied her apron and asked Zhang Xiaobao. The fish we brought this time has too many bones. It's too tiring to beat the fish. Let's make snow cotton bean paste. The little guys like to eat sweet things. You mix the bean paste, and I'll beat the eggs. Zhang Xiaobao said after a pause and began to take out the eggs. The people in the inner courtyard didn't have any reaction. They were used to it, but the other officials were envious. The four little guys didn't eat the soft fried meat last time and shared it with them. Only then did they realize that the best cooks between the clouds and the water turned out to be the two oldest kids in the family of Governor Zhang and General Wang. In the past few days, the two kids had never heard of most of the dishes they cooked for the four little guys, let alone see them. Whatever the four little guys couldn't eat, they would put aside for the people in the inner courtyard to eat. At first, it was for the sake of flattery. Some officials came over and insisted on eating the leftovers of others, even if the leftovers might have the little guy's saliva on them. However, after eating it, they realized that it wasn't the case at all. No wonder the general's daughter didn't let others cook for the little guys. Last time, they were chased away when they sent roasted pork tendons. So this was the reason. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, the four little guys ran around crazily. They found everything fun and ran everywhere, exhausting the servant girls who were protecting them. Xiaobei ran around and around until she came to a family of four hiding in a ditch by the roadside. They didn't dare to move. The most attractive thing about this family was that there was also a pair of twins. They looked exactly the same, but they were girls. They looked about the same age as her and were timidly huddling in their mother's arms. Xiaobei ran closer, crossed her legs and crossed her arms. Wei Wei leaned forward and stared at the two sisters with her head tilted. Her big eyes kept blinking, as if she was very curious. After staring at the two for a while, she looked at her own clothes and finally found the difference. She was wearing clothes, while the two opposite her weren't wearing clothes. Their little faces were also dark. After standing there and pondering for a while, Xiaobei turned around and ran back into the house. Two servant girls chased after her to protect her. The remaining servant girls said to the family of 4, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is the provincial governor's family. They won't hurt you." The servant girls' comforting words didn't have much of an effect. It would be a lie if the husband and wife said that they weren't afraid. If they encountered an adult, it would be easier to handle. If that precious little girl ran here and cried, then the adult would want their family's lives. After running into the house, Xiaobei fiddled with it for a while. When she came out, she held a small stick in each hand. On the top of the stick was a round piece with a diameter of 10 centimeters wrapped in tin foil. She turned around and ran back. The parents of the two twins were frightened. They didn't know what this little girl was going to do, but they didn't do anything. This time, Xiaobei ran until she was in front of the two girls. She giggled a few times and reached out her hands to pass the two things she was holding to the two girls. She said, "Candy, candy, eat candy." The maidservant standing by the side understood that the little girl was going to give her a candy. She quickly said to the two frightened adults, "This is my family's Xiaobei's wife. She's giving your daughter a candy. Quickly take it, otherwise if she cries." The rest of the words didn't need to be said. The couple knew what she meant as soon as they heard it. The woman reached out to take the candy, but Xiaobei didn't give it to her. She wanted to pass it to the two girls. The woman immediately pushed her two daughters forward. "Big boys, small boys, quickly take it. It's candy." The two girls weren't as generous as Xiaobei. Maybe it was because of the people they were in contact with, or maybe it was because of the nutrition, or maybe it was because of the different education methods. They were so scared that they didn't dare to reach out. Xiaobei was stunned for a moment. She stuffed the candy in her left hand into the servant girl's hand and freed her hand to tear off the wrapper of the candy in her right hand. There was a layer of glutinous rice paper inside. She demonstrated by licking the lollipop that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had specially made for them. She even smacked her lips twice and handed it over again. The two sisters' eyes immediately widened. "This can be eaten? It looks so good." One of them stretched out his small hand and took it. Then, he imitated Xiaobei's actions and licked it with his tongue. He seemed to have discovered something very strange. He made a sound of acknowledgement and licked it twice. Finally, he revealed a pure and innocent smile. At this time, the other one also followed her example and licked it. She smiled happily like the first one. At this time, Xiaobei finished peeling the other candy and handed it over. When the second girl grabbed the candy in her hand and licked it like a treasure, Xiaobei seemed to have done the greatest thing. She spread her arms and smiled like a flower as she watched the two girls lick the candy. The three servant girls beside Xiaobei also smiled. The kind-hearted master, the kind-hearted young lady, and the young master. Even this little ancestor, when others thought that she didn't know anything, knew how to give good things to people who needed them. The couple was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a big candy before. There were 3 colors stacked together in circles. What was even more unexpected was that the girl opposite them, who was about the same age as their 2 daughters, was so sensible. If it was said that when an adult gave something to others, they would make use of it in this way, but this little girl definitely wouldn't. How did the master teach such a kind child? If a child could be like this, then there was no need to talk about an adult. At this time, the man finally reacted. He remembered what the servant girl had said. The provincial governor's wife Xiaobei? But is it the provincial governor Zhang who just arrived in Suzhou? The great official that people always say is good? The man reacted and asked in a trembling voice. The provincial governor of Shuzhou is my master. My master said that the people will judge whether he is good or not. The servant girl's voice was soft and slightly proud as she replied. Good official. He is indeed a great official. I will kowtow to the master. When the man got this answer, he knelt down with a thump and kowtowed to the group. The woman also let go of her 2 daughters and kowtowed with her husband. The 2 girls didn't seem to understand what was going on with their parents. They held the candy sticks tightly in their hands and blinked anxiously. The commotion here finally alarmed the other side. 2 guards ran over to check the situation. One servant girl stopped the guards and told them what had just happened. The other 2 servant girls went to help the people. When the guards heard this, one stayed behind to guard and the other went back to report. Zhang Zhong was preparing to eat. After hearing the guard's report, he laughed out loud. Good, this is my Zhang family's people. You have the people in your heart. There should be more people on the road. It's time to eat. Let's eat together. Someone, go and find everyone in front to eat together. A father can't be worse than his daughter. Zhang Zhong was happy. His daughter really fought for him. She actually ran out to give candy to others. The officials around Zhang Zhong were also puzzled. Could it be that if the father was good, the child would be good too? It really made people jealous. It was always doubtful that the adults could buy the people's hearts. But the children also knew that helping their fathers to buy the people's hearts was 100 times better than the adults doing it directly. After Zhang Zhong gave the order, someone immediately went to the 2 sides of the group to call people. The guards also became more vigilant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished making snow cotton bean paste. When they heard the news, they frowned at the same time. In the future, there will be 2 strong protection team members beside the 4 of them at all times. What if they encounter an assassination? Xiao Bei and the others must have felt that they don't have enough companions because they usually play with 4 people. It seems that we have to find them playmates. Zhang Xiaobao was not surprised that his sister could do such a thing. It was normal, but he was not satisfied with the guards. If they were sent by someone to kill, his sister would have been dead long ago. Love was love, but they could not ignore their safety. Wang Wan also felt that it was dangerous and said, "It seems that we have to make pistols as soon as possible in the future. We also have to choose people with good skills and cultivate a special team of bodyguards. We can't not be close to the people." Back then, wherever the chairman went, he had to inform us in advance and check again for fear of danger. But the Prime Minister is different. As long as something happens, he has to fly over. It's temporary. The people can't check it all. One is relying on the charm of the person, and the other is that the bodyguards are strong enough. No matter what, Xiao Bei did not encounter any danger this time. When the maid came to call Xiao Bei to eat, Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. This was also a conditioned reflex. She had probably heard the word eat the most. More importantly, she knew that the food was delicious. It was made by her brother and sister. Knowing that she could eat good food again, Xiao Bei held the sisters' hands and walked back, one in each hand. After taking 2 steps, she lost her balance and fell on the ground. While others were worried, she got up, turned around, and pulled the sisters up again. This time, they were walking forward, so they didn't have to fall on their buttocks. When Xiao Bei pulled them into the group, the maid coaxed Xiao Bei to take the 2 sisters to take a bath and find new clothes to wear. The 2 sisters felt that the atmosphere was different and were very obedient. However, they did not let go of the lollipops in their hands. Even when they were bathing, they held the lollipops in their hands. To them, this was probably the most precious gift. At this time, it was already time to eat. There were only about 30 people on the road, so there was no need to check them one by one. In today's accidental situation, the probability of deliberately hurting Zhang Zhong was too small. Zhang Zhong was bold and greeted the people one by one. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were helpless. They could only personally accompany Zhang Zhong and chase the bodyguards away. This made Zhang Zhong seem closer to the people. He was greeting his family. However, the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family knew that with the young master and young lady around, there was no need to worry about the master's safety. The people were indeed moved. He was a good official. It was the first time they saw an official without any bodyguards talk to them so cordially. After a round of greetings, everyone started to eat. But just as they started to eat, 2 horses came from the front. 2 Yamen runners jumped off the horses and ran to Zhang Zhong to report, "Sir, official Bai is back. He brought many people with him. Among them is an old man. Official Bai calls him Yuanji." Chapter 566. What is prosperity? Don't ask now, look for old traces in the next year. The old man would fish with them or point to the sky and talk about the clouds. Zhang San knew that Bai Go had gone to pick them up. When he heard Yuanji, he didn't know who it was. They ate and continued on their way. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the 6 little guys had finished eating, they asked someone to inquire about them. They found out that this family was a family of craftsmen or craftsmen. They were not as good as farmers, so they were looking for work. Xiao Bei seemed to hit it off with the 2 sisters and insisted on playing with them. He was even brought into the house. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have to worry about it. Someone hired the family. They didn't care what they could do, as long as the children could play with Xiao Bei. As they continued to walk, Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan, "Do you know who Yuanji is? The person Grandpa Bai found shouldn't be bad, right?" "Yuanji? Who's called Yuanji? His courtesy name is Yuanji, right? There was a person in the northern song called Wang Yuqi. His courtesy name is Yuanji. I remember the poem he wrote was, 'The horse crosses the mountain and the chrysanthemum blossoms at the beginning. Wanha has a voice in the evening, and several peaks stand silently under the setting sun. The leaves of the tangerine pear fall, and the buckwheat flowers bloom. What is there to be melancholy about? The village bridge and the original trees are like my hometown.' It feels a bit like Su Shi's Lingnan answer. But he said, 'This is my hometown.' But he is better than him, more free and easy. He is such a person." "That's right." Wang Wan was knowledgeable and better than Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. She said it directly. Unfortunately, this answer didn't satisfy Zhang Xiaobao. "You said it was the northern song. No matter how bad I am in history, I know that the song is after the Tang. Is he here now? Did he come out early? Oh, right. He is not here yet. Who is he? Yuanji, this name is indeed familiar. Who did Li Longji call Yuanji? The person Grandpa Bai found should be a little famous, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for both a boat and a person to pick him up. Young Master Li, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you." Wang Wan couldn't think of anything. It was clearly floating in front of her eyes. She had a hint of inspiration, but she forgot it in her hurry. She could only look for Li Sun. "What's the matter?" Li Sun urged his horse over. Just now, because there were a few more common people's children, he didn't eat the snow cotton bean paste. Even though he wasn't young anymore, he was used to eating with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun. At this time, he started to throw a tantrum and called out, "This prince," the moment he opened his mouth. "Regarding the matter of making a fortune, I wonder if your highness has the time?" Wang Wan replied. Yes. Tell me how to get rich. Let's do it together." Li Sun's status suddenly dropped. "Then tell me first, whose character is Yuanji?" Wang Wan continued to ask. "Yao Chong. What happened to him? He didn't seem to be young anymore. Could he have died?" "Aya, that's a big matter. It's a loss to our dynasty." Li Sun's expression changed. After all, he was a prime minister. Even if he wasn't, he still knew what he had done. Wang Wan also remembered who the character Yuan Ji was. She opened her mouth and gasped in shock. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Grandpa Bai brought Yao Chong here? That's troublesome. Yao Chong's methods are impressive. What if there's a group of people?" Zhang Xiaobao was also shocked. He didn't expect that old man Pai would bring Yao Chong here when he said he was going to pick someone up. Could it be that old man Pai felt that he didn't have enough weight? No matter how bad the history was, Zhang Xiaobao knew who Yao Chong was. That name had existed for many centuries. Many people said that without him, there would be no Kaiyuan era. It was his series of methods that helped Li Longji stabilize the political situation. Besides, his family had dealt with him before. His family's initial position was stable because they worked together to eliminate the locusts. Now that he was here in person, there was another large group of people. Li Sun listened from the side and understood what was going on. He smiled and said, "This is a good thing. With Elder Bai and Minister Shangshu here, it's even better to have a prime minister. If there's nothing to do, you guys can bully others for fun. With these two people here, even if you bully me, I have to endure. Without them, you have to endure even if they bully you. Now that you know who it is, I'll make you snow bean paste tonight." Wang Wan was not worried now that she knew who it was. She would act according to circumstances. Li Sun curled his lips. "Do you think I'm a child? You think you can scare me with snow bean paste? Didn't you say you were going to get rich? How do you get rich?" Ask Xiao Bao. He said it just now. Wang Wan did not know how to get rich. She directly sent Li Sun to Zhang Xiaobao. "Xiaobao, don't tell me you are also going to make snow bean paste to fool me." Li Sun came to ask. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. What did this have to do with him? This was not right. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan had already turned her head to look at the house. He then looked at Li Sun. Li Sun had a look of desire. "Yes, young Master Li is right. It is snow bean paste. You even know about this. There are still a few days before midsummer. Then let's get rich for a few days first. You know about shaved ice, right? You know about ice cream, right? Next, we are going to make ice cream. The kind with bean stuffing in the middle." Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. He could only come up with this idea. There were no ice fruits with stuffing yet. He could sell them for a few days and earn a few days' worth of money. Then, he told Li Sun how to make ice cream bit by bit. Will it really work? Won't the bean paste and ice hurt your stomach if you eat them all at once? Li Sun had never eaten ice cream before. He was slightly worried. "No, don't worry about it. Just cook the beans. It's autumn here, and it's not as cold as the north. We can still sell them for a month or two. It's just enough for the local people who have nothing to do to find a job." Zhang Xiaobao had to insist. Otherwise, he would be lying to Li Sun. "All right, I'll make it when I get back." "No, I'll send someone back immediately." "That's a good idea. I'm going to try it at Lu Zhou's place. It's more convenient there, and there's more sugar. What do you think about the mountain people on the island we occupied? When we bring them back, it'll be more difficult for the people of this dynasty to eat sugar than salt." Li Sun took this to heart. Not only did he want to experiment here, but he also wanted to bring this thing to Lu Zhou. After all, he had his holiday villa there. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Li Sun's insistence, he thought there would be no losses, so he nodded in agreement. "All right, that's a good idea. In that case, you'll send someone to support this business. In fact, people will eat these things even in winter." Li Sun fooled around and really sent someone back to make the ice cream. After knowing who was coming, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could no longer let the group travel at a leisurely pace. After they found Zhang Zhong, the group sped up. At night, they only rested the horses for a while before they continued to move forward. When the sun rose again, Zhang Zhong finally returned to his residence. He originally thought that Yao Chong would be able to see him first, so he had already packed up. Unfortunately, Yao Chong did not seem to care about a provincial governor like him, even if he was a top scorer. The first people he wanted to meet were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He did not know if Yao Chong liked smart children or if he thought the two children were easier to deal with. Zhang Xiaobao also thought Yao Chong would meet with his father first. After all, he would be living with the Zhang family and the Wang family in the future. Etiquette could not be neglected. Even if he did not come personally because of his status, he had to invite his father over. In the end, he was told that he and Wang Wan were invited over. It was a very small matter. If it were other children, it would be fine. Moreover, Zhang Zhong also had the same intention. However, Zhang Xiaobao was crazy. He would not allow others to look down on his family. He directly said to the person, "Sick. Cuckoo and I are both sick. We can't go for a while. Go back." The person looked at the big child in front of him in disbelief. He was a member of the Yao family. How could he be sent away like this? What illness? He could not tell. Riding on a horse, he could even make funny faces at the children in the house that he had never seen before. This made the person angry. He felt that the child in front of him was looking down on him. He snorted coldly and said, "What illness? Can you cure it? Do you have a toothache and you snort at me? I only know that pigs sleep after they are full. When they wake up, they eat. When they have nothing to do, they just snort. This is the first time I have seen a person with this illness. You are spoiled. Get lost. Who do you think you are?" Zhang Xiaobao was no longer as good-natured as before. He scolded the man and chased him away. "Xiaobao, you don't have to be like this, right? Since Lord Yao is looking for you, you can just go." Zhang Zhong was also listening at the side. Seeing that his son suddenly lost his temper, he advised. Zhang Xiaobao glared at the person who still dared to look back after leaving. He said to his father, "Father, face is given by others. You have to earn your own face. Does he think that he is the emperor and can tell whoever he wants to go over? Since he is here, he should see you first. Who would bypass the son just because the father is here? Isn't that scolding him?" Seeing that his son said this, Zhang Zhong did not intend to persuade him anymore. He also thought that his son was right. Who would look for his son first and not him? Who knows who is older and who is younger? When the family saw that the father and son had made up their minds, they didn't care anymore and just did what they were supposed to do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the younger siblings and the two sisters who came from outside to their own courtyard and started to study again. The person who came to look for Yao Chong returned to Old Man Pai's courtyard. Old Man Pai had just arranged for people to buy more than a dozen houses nearby for Yao Chong and his family to live together. When he heard the person who went to look for Yao Chong, he asked, "What did you say to them?" In reply to Lord Bai, this lowly one said that Lord Yao and Lord Bai were looking for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao scolded this lowly one, saying that this lowly one's master is unreasonable and a pig. With a pa sound, Biyao slapped the person's face, even if this person was a member of Yao Chang's family. The old man's strength was not small. He had taken good care of himself. The slap actually made the person stagger. After slapping the person, he met Yao Chang's puzzled gaze and said, "Yuanji, he must have taken advantage of your position to not talk nicely to you. Tell him that you told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to rest first and that you would visit them in the afternoon. Tell him that you wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan first and tell them that you wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Tell them that you missed them." He must have gone directly and said that you wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked them to come quickly. If it were another provincial governor's child, he would have come. What did a child know? The adults would not dare to stop him. However, How could Xiao Bao of the Zhang family be so easily fooled? He had already given you and me face by not letting him stay. If it were another person, Xiao Bao would have broken his leg. If you don't believe me, you can ask him whether it was true or not. After hearing Old Man Pai's words, Yao Chong immediately knew what he meant. If he were in Old Man Pai's shoes, he would also be angry. He looked at the person who was beaten and did not say anything. He just stared at him. Master, I thought that since you were here, they should come to visit in person. I thought that they should find their child first. When I went over just now, not only did they not prepare to come, they even planned to rest. The man was so scared that he trembled and tried to defend himself. Then the child of the Zhang family scolded me as a pig? It's my fault for not being strict enough. I let Long Zhe laugh at me. Go, get 30 lashes yourself. As soon as Yao Chong heard his subordinate's explanation, he understood. It was a typical case of taking advantage of one's position to bully others. He did not expect that such a thing could happen in his family. After driving the person away, Yao Chong thought for a while and really did not know what to do. If he went over now, they would be resting. If he did not go, then the Zhang family might think that he was the one who instigated what happened just now. In desperation, he could only look at Old Man Pai, hoping that he could help him make a decision. After all, he was familiar with the Zhang family and the Wang family. Old Man Pai thought for a while and said to Yao Chong, Yuanji, why don't the two of us go and take a look? Have someone bring the things from the capital. I think the Zhang family and the Wang family should have received the news last night and should have rushed back. If we send someone to invite them, they should come over. Zhang Zhong is resting well, but his family must have a good rest. Yao Chong understood the meaning of these words. Since the person he sent had offended them, it was not good to send someone to invite them. He could only go himself. Not to mention that he was not the prime minister now, even if he was, the Zhang family would not care. Who let them be so powerful? So what if they offended the prime minister? Let the emperor kill them? That was impossible. It was possible to send them away. It could be done with some tricks. But what about Shuzhou? The rent tax for this year had not been paid yet. Besides, what could they do even if they were sent away? Where would they be sent away? The last time they were sent to an official, it was no different from being sent away. If they were sent to Luzhou all of a sudden, other people would have a slim chance of survival. If the Zhang family and the Wang family went there, they would have a good life. Not only did they take care of the local people, but they also opened their business there. That was the most remote place. Oh, there was another place that was even more remote, and that was Cheongzhou. It was isolated overseas. But others were afraid, but would the Zhang family be afraid? If they went there, they would be connected to Luzhou. They could not wait to go there. When he thought of this, Yao Chong looked at his clothes, nodded, and said, all right, let's go and have a look. Let's see how many skills this Zhang Zhong has learned. Men, prepare the gifts and come with me. When Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao arrived at the provincial capital together, Zhang Zhong was looking through the things that had been left behind for the past few days. Most of the small matters had been settled by others. The rest was up to him to decide. For example, someone had proposed to build a bridge across the river. The person who proposed to build the bridge was a local minor official in charge of water conservancy. No one knew what he was thinking. How could he dare to propose such a thing? That was the Yangtze River, not a small river. How could he want to build a bridge on it? However, since he had proposed it, he had to take a good look at it. It was written very clearly. It was to use boats and find someone to cast countless large iron pillars. Then, they would send a big boat like the Zhang families and find a way to erect the pillars into the water. After that, they would put wood on top of the pillars. Whimsical. How did they figure it out? A minor official is a minor official. Where can they find so much iron? How can they transport it by boat? Do they think that my boat can hold up everything? If they could build a bridge, they would have built it on the Yellow River. The Yangtze River flows faster than the Yellow River. Zhang Zhong raised his pen and prepared to criticize this official. However, just as his pen was about to touch the paper, he stopped. The reason was very simple. He also hoped that there would be a bridge connecting the north and south. That way, it would be very convenient. The people who came and went would not have to take the risk of taking a boat. In addition to this advantage, it would be very convenient for transportation. He really did not have the ability, and the minor official's method would not work. However, he still had his son and daughter-in-law. If he asked them, they might be able to think of a way. Zhang Zhongru thought about it and wrote a few words on the paper that was sent to him. The meaning was that this method was not feasible. The problem of iron was not easy to solve. Even if the iron was obtained, the ship would not be able to carry it. He wanted him to think about it carefully. After commenting on this, just as Zhang Zhong was about to look at the next one, someone came to report that Official Bai and Official Yao had come to visit. Zhang Zhong could not ignore them. After all, they had come personally. It seemed that his son had done the right thing. As he let people open the door, he tidied his clothes and brought people to welcome them. This was a formal visit. Unlike usual, if it was Old Man Pai who came alone, there was no need to open the door. At this moment, he had to be polite. As the door creaked open, Zhang Zhong quickly stood at the door and said to Bai Go and Yao Chong, "I did not know that Official Bai and Official Yao would be here. I hope that you will forgive me for not welcoming you. Please come in. Lord Zhang is indeed young and capable. Sorry for disturbing you. Please come in." Yao Chong understood that they were welcoming him. Old Man Pai did not need to be welcomed. He came here as if it was his own home. The three of them were polite until they came to the living room. As the servants served tea and snacks, Zhang Zhong spoke first. "Official Yao, you have traveled a long way. Have you gotten used to it? If you feel uncomfortable, you only need to send someone here. There is no need to trouble yourself to come here. Yes, I have seen many things along the way. However, the place I want to see the most is Shuzhou. As long as Lord Zhang is there, I think the lives of the people will be good." Yao Chong also spoke politely. It was not the first time he came out. How could he not get used to it? He already knew what this place was like. "Yongcheng, this is Yuanji, and he does not plan to leave. He wants to stay here with this old man. Yuanji's body is not very good. I will have to trouble you." At this time, Old Man Pai also spoke. With one sentence, he closed the relationship, no longer being polite. "Is that so? Good. With Official Yao by my side, I will have to ask for more advice in the future. I will arrange it. Even though Zhang Zhong had almost guessed it, he was very excited when he heard Old Man Pai's words at this moment. He had one more powerful person by his side. As long as there was something he did not understand, he could ask. He could not always trouble his son. His son and daughter-in-law had to study by themselves, take care of their younger siblings, and give ideas from time to time. What if they were tired? Zhang Zhong was a man of his word. He called people over. One was to let the doctors get ready. The other was to let the chefs of Sea Cloud House see what kind of recipes they should make. The treatment could not be bad. At least, it had to be the same as by Go. It did not matter how much money was spent. This kind of good thing was that others did not have the chance to spend money even if they wanted to. Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong's arrangement and signaled Yao Chong with his eyes. He meant to say, "Did you see that? I am not wrong, right?" After Zhang Zhong arranged it, Old Man Pai asked again, "I heard that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are sick. I have to go and see them." "Ah. Sick. Oh, what happened before?" "It's all because of Xiao Bao's bad temper. I don't know what happened to this child. He drove them away. Why bother?" Zhang Zhong knew what Bai Go meant. He sighed and said. Yao Chong knew that this was an opportunity to solve the misunderstanding, so he told the whole story. He mainly emphasized that his family was not strict enough. Since he had said it, Zhang Zhong did not think about it. He could also see that the two people did not want to say much to him. They mainly wanted to introduce their son and daughter-in-law. When they were almost done, he said, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are reading in the courtyard of the four little guys. Please follow me. No, you do your work. You have a lot of things to do. First finish the things that have been put down for the past few days. Yuanji and I will go there by ourselves. Old Man Pai saw the documents on the case when he passed by just now. He did not want to disturb them. Zhang Zhong was really a good official. He wanted to do something practical for the people. Zhang Zhong did not insist. He found someone to accompany them. After he sent them to the door, he turned back to continue his work. Since the people kept saying that he was a good official, he had to pretend. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao came to the courtyard of the children under the guidance of others. At this time, the 6 children were rolling around on the marble ground. Only 3 of the things that were shining on the ground were not extinguished. The rest were all gone. The maids did not care much. They just watched by the side. As long as they rolled over, they would push them back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing chess not far away. After reading for a while, they felt that it was a little unsuitable. After all, they had been out for a few days. They needed to rest when they came back, so they began to play chess. Both of them were not stupid. They had come into contact with Go before. Wang Wan had learned it at home, while Zhang Xiaobao had scammed them. Who asked those officials to be so useless in governing the country? They were always studying calligraphy, painting, playing Go, antiques, and so on. Some of them could even sing a couple of pop songs. No one knew where they learned it from. When meeting such people, they could not talk about the people and the livelihood of the people. Zhang Xiaobao had to study this kind of thing that had nothing to do with the people's livelihood in order to cheat people. Chapter 567. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing the current version of Go, not the modified version from Japan. This was not because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's views on Japan. Although both of them were very anti-Japanese, in terms of Go, they had to admit that after Japan's changes, it was more fair to play. The reason why the two of them played this way was to cater to others in the future. For example, if they were playing Go with an official, they couldn't ask the official to play according to their rules, right? The official could be suppressed, but if the emperor played Go with them, they could also tell the emperor that their rules were not good, they had to play according to their rules. Then, the emperor would not have it easy. If he didn't kill them, would he be relieved? This rule was originally an old rule, but for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was a new rule. The two of them were not used to it. They had been playing Go for 3 years, and it was still the same now. Their previous thinking always affected the current way of playing. But even so, with the experience of their predecessors, the Go they played was not comparable to ordinary people, especially the various ancient Go records. If they wanted to learn Go, they first had to understand the rules, then they had to play the records. The two of them were playing Go now. When Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao came over, they just happened to see the layout of the Go board. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Just as they were about to take a closer look, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly wiped the Go pieces, messed up the Go board, and said, "I'm not playing anymore, I always lose." Well, then I'm not playing anymore. Wang Wan also found that there were 2 more people watching. This kind of famous game could not be taken out casually. It was easy to be praised high and then be flattened. The two of them stopped playing, but Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao had memorized quite a lot of what they had just seen. They felt that something was not right with this Go game. At the very least, it was not something that 2 children could play. It was as if they had seen the gleam of the blade and the shadow of the sword amidst the majestic wind. It could be said that every step was thrilling. How was it possible? Seeing that they messed up the Go board, the two old men were more certain that it was not simple. "Let's continue," said Old Man Pai, who wanted to continue watching. "I'm not playing anymore. It's not fun." "Grandpa Bai, you're back? Did you eat well outside?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Old Man Pai as he started to put the chess pieces into the box. All right. Actually, a few more days won't hurt. It's good to go out for a walk. I heard that you and Cuckoo are sick. What happened?" Old Man Pai deliberately teased Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the other person and knew that it was Yao Chong. It was a good opportunity to vent his anger, so he replied, "Actually, it's not a serious illness. I'm just tired. So tired that I fell ill. My head hurts. I'm playing chess to relieve it." This was the first time the two old men had heard that a headache could be relieved by playing chess. Wouldn't that mean that the more they played, the more painful their head would be? Old Man Pai continued to ask, "How did you get tired?" Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for this sentence. "Math. Calculating made me tired. It said that from here to the riverside, you have to walk 660,000 feet. From the riverside, you only need 640,000 feet. How is it short? Cuckoo and I haven't been able to calculate it. It also said that if I were to walking 1,800 feet would be the same as walking 2,200 feet for Cuckoo. They're both 200 feet long, and then, wait, why do you have to use a ruler to calculate? If the number is too big, wouldn't it be too small if it's changed to li? When the time comes, it'll be easy to calculate it into a ruler." Yao Chong didn't know what was wrong with him. He also wanted to learn from Old Man Pai and tease Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't expect the two of them to be fooled. However, when Yao Chong asked, Zhang Xiaobao finally found an excuse and immediately said, "There's no other way." Originally, this place was also reasonable. However, since people who don't understand reason started to not understand it, then we can only use a ruler and a zhang to calculate. Yao Chong was in his teens and had seen everything in his life. He had long become unperturbed. However, when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words today, his old face turned red. He understood that Zhang Xiaobao was scolding someone, and the person he was scolding was him. He was saying that he was unreasonable. Who asked the person he sent to not do a good job? No, he would go back and give him 20 more whips. Without him, would he be scolded? Ha 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 ha. How about it, UNG? Now you know, right? It's fine to offend adults, but you can't offend children. Xiao Bao, be reasonable. Everyone is reasonable. Some people are lawless just because the people behind them are powerful. Since they have been dealt with, don't make things difficult for others. Tell us, what is the thing that dropped? Old Man Pai laughed. After laughing until Yao Chong's face turned from red to black, he said something to Zhang Xiaobao. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao would understand what he meant. Zhang Xiaobao indeed understood. It seemed that that person must have been dealt with when he went back. That was why Grandpa Bai and Yao Chong came over personally. Since someone was unlucky, then forget it. Yao Chong wasn't that stupid. He could clearly distinguish what should be done and what shouldn't be done. Grandpa Bai, it seems that you are a blessed person. My head doesn't hurt anymore when you come. Cuckoo, how about you? Zhang Xiaobao had recovered. Wang Wan nodded, meaning that she had also recovered. It was very miraculous. Since you don't feel uncomfortable anymore, then tell me why the thing that was hung up lit up. Old Man Pai had been troubled by this matter. He couldn't sleep well. Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for these 3 lights to go out. When that time came, he would see what was going on. Was it a problem with the material, or was it because the air wasn't sucked dry? At this time, when he heard Old Man Pai ask, he said, "This thing can't be explained in a sentence or two. There are too many things involved. Grandpa Bai, you just need to know that this thing uses a type of electricity, and the place where the windmill is can produce electricity. What is electricity? For example, when you wear a sweater in the winter and take it off when you sleep, sometimes you can hear crackling sounds and see sparks. This is a type of electricity. Electricity can be used to make this thing light up. After Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao both sank into deep thought. They had indeed only encountered the kind of thing that happened when you took off your sweater in the winter. So this was the case. The electricity that lit up. This thing was probably the thing that could cause that kind of situation to happen continuously. Then what is the use of this thing? Does it mean that we don't need to light candles in the future? Is it expensive? Old Man Pai had long known that the Zhang family wanted to make money by making something, so he directly asked for the price. It's expensive. The thing that can produce electricity costs 1,000 strings of coins. It uses a lot of copper and also requires magnets. This thing is cheaper. It costs 50 strings of coins. It can't be sold now. The time that it lights up is too short. No one can spend that kind of money. We have to think of a way to make it light up for a longer time. Zhang Xiaobao repeated what he thought to Old Man Pai. Anyway, the price had already been set. No one could change it. Old Man Pai estimated the price and knew that it could not be used by ordinary people. The thing that could make this thing light up cost 1,000 strings of coins. How many ordinary people could not earn money in their lifetime? And the thing that could light up cost 50 strings of coins. How could ordinary people afford it? Seeing Old Man Pai frown, Zhang Xiaobao knew what Old Man Pai was thinking. This wish was beautiful, but it could not be realized. After all, the technology was there. Did he want to connect the whole country to electricity? This project should be completed by future generations. He did not have the ability to do so. What he could do was to use this thing to make money, and at the same time, change people's minds. Grandpa Bai, actually, it doesn't have to be so expensive. As long as you buy a lot of these things called light bulbs, you can get a free thing that can produce electricity. After research and understanding it, these light bulbs should be able to be used for a month. One light bulb can light up at least 10 candles. It's cheaper than lighting candles. Zhang Xiaobao added. Old Man Yao nodded. He felt that it was indeed so. That meant it was saving money. However, Old Man Pai did not think so. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, is that thing that can produce electricity able to make many light bulbs light up? Yes, more or less. As long as there is a good place and power that can make the generator work, it won't be a problem even if 100 light bulbs light up. When the time comes, the whole yard will be lit up. Zhang Xiaobao already felt that Old Man Pai had found the problem. Sure enough, after Old Man Pai heard this answer, he said, that is to say, as long as this thing called generator can make as many light bulbs light up, people who can afford it will try their best to make as many light bulbs light up as possible, right? You can't let the generator's electricity go to waste, right? Also, every rich family will compare themselves with each other. You are selling too many light bulbs. It's not like you don't know how much a light bulb is worth. Can't it be 20 strings of coins? How much is it worth? Grandpa Bai, how much do you think this light bulb is worth? Give me a number. My family will pay for it. As long as my family can afford it, I will buy it. You can get someone to make one. It's best if it can be a light bulb that can last longer. Zhang Xiaobao immediately asked. Old Man Pai was speechless. He really didn't think about the problem of technology. Other people didn't know how to make glass. Even if they could use colored glass to replace it, they wouldn't be able to make such a shape. Who knew that the light bulb was blown out? Even if the shape was blown out, how could it light up? No one knew what was inside. Even though he knew how the glass was made, people who didn't know wouldn't be able to make it even if they had millions of strings of coins. This was the most valuable part. Just like the propeller. How much did it cost to make a propeller? Wasn't it just stainless steel? Why couldn't others know about it? It was because they were afraid that others would learn it. Technology was the most important. The simplest example was how much a cucumber in winter in the north was worth. How many cucumbers could be grown with that technology? Old Man Pai was no longer the person who used to measure things based on their actual value. He knew the importance of technology. After considering all kinds of aspects, Old Man Pai looked at Old Man Yao and asked Zhang Xiaobao, tell me the truth. How much is the cost of this thing, not including the cost of the technology? Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Old Man Yao. Old Man Yao immediately swore, I promise that I won't tell anyone outside of this place. Otherwise, my Yao family will have no descendants. I won't even tell the emperor. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, actually, I'm not afraid that you two grandpas will tell anyone. At most, it's just the last thing. To be honest, this light bulb costs 5 or 6 coins. The expensive part is the generator. It needs magnets or good magnets. More importantly, it needs a lot of copper. 1 copper is 1,000 pieces. It can be made with less than 20 strings of copper. If you include the various wires, that is to say, with 30 strings of copper, it won't be a problem to buy 1,000 light bulbs and a generator. If you include the windmill and the consumption after failure, 40 strings of copper will be enough. Then why is your family selling it so expensive? The 2 old men said at the same time. Their hearts also lit up. A light bulb only cost 4 or 5 coins and could be lit for more than a month. Didn't that mean that ordinary people with a little money could use it? 1 generator per family would be enough. A generator like that could light up 1,000 light bulbs, and it wouldn't break down so easily. If 1,000 families used 1 generator, then the cost would be even lower. There was indeed little copper, but wasn't there copper in the newly discovered place? Zhang Xiaobao knew what they were thinking when he saw their expressions. He said, Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, it's not what you think. I said that a generator can light up 1,000 light bulbs, but that's only in theory. Grandpa Bai knows what theory is. It's impossible in reality. It can't be turned that fast. Moreover, this generator also has a time limit. It's about the same as the light bulbs. It's not bad to use it for 2 months. It has to be done bit by bit. You can't eat a mouthful and become fat. So that's how it is. Then 100 families will do. At most, the cost of this generator, your family will pay for it. Let's light up a state first. Old Man Yao and Zhang Xiaobao's families had only been in contact for a short time. There were many things that he didn't know, which was why he said that. We can pay for it, but can you guarantee that this technology won't be stolen by others? Especially this generator. If others learn it, then trouble will come. Grandpas, come with me. I'll show you something fun. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan up and asked someone to bring out a generator from the warehouse. He put it on the carriage and drove with the 2 old men. After an hour, they arrived at the side of a large river. They tied up a horse and asked someone to drive it to provide power. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each took a line to the side of the river. They found a good position and put the 2 lines into the water. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao saw an extremely frightening scene. The fishes in the water started to float up, one by one. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, do you see this? This thing can be used like this. It has a wide range of uses. If we want to light up a state, how many people would have to be sent to guard each place? How much manpower would the guards have to waste? It's not worth it. Zhang Xiaobao said as he took back one of the lines in his hand. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan valued the most. This was technology that could generate electricity. Anything that was produced in the future would require the support of this generator. There was an even more important matter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not mention. Now was not the right time to tell them. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao finally understood. The generator was very important and had many uses. If it was stolen or taken away, the Tang Empire would suffer a great loss. Treasure, it really is a treasure. No wonder you said that you had to meet their requirements. So that's why, Old Man Yao said with emotion. Old Man Pai knew that he was not talking about the generator, but the person that the Zhang family could not find. Things were dead, but people were alive. The real treasure was the person. With such a person, what else was there to worry about? Old Man Bai understood this principle a long time ago. That's why, no matter what, we can't tell anyone. Otherwise, unless we can catch them all at once, it might not be useful even if we catch them. Many people can't even pry open their mouths, not to mention those two people who can calculate. Old Man Pai said this close to Old Man Yao's ear. He meant to tell him not to have any crooked thoughts. It was useless. The Zhang family would naturally give them what they could. If they did not give it, it was because it did not belong to the people's livelihood or because it had not been researched properly. Old Man Yao nodded. He understood now. It was not that the Zhang family and Wang family were not unpatriotic. It was just that there were many things that could not be used directly. They had to be researched thoroughly before they could be used. Otherwise, it would be easy for spies from other countries to learn. When we have earned enough money, the first thing we will do is to get people to build more ships. Then we will go out to sea and go to places further away, Zhang Xiaobao said after he put away the things. Where are we going? The two old men asked again at the same time. Even if I tell you, you won't know. It's very far away. It's even further away than the island that belonged to Tang Empire that was just discovered last year. There are things we need there. If we want to let the people use this kind of light bulb, we have to go there. Maybe we can find more copper mines along the way. Now, we can ask the Ministry of Works to send people over. We will teach them, research little by little, and improve little by little. When the day comes, we will be able to let the people of Tang Empire use this kind of thing and produce better things. Zhang Xiaobao could not say, and he could not explain it clearly. He could not tell the two old men that the Zhang family and Wang family needed a fleet to go to the Straits of Malacca, or even further away. He would not go there personally, as it would be easy for him to get lost in the sea. Old Man Pai knew that the Zhang family had many secrets, so he did not press them. It was not a coincidence that he could understand so many things now. He had put in a lot of effort to gain the recognition of the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's smart looks, how could they reveal all the secrets? Old Man Yao was also getting used to it. He also understood that the two children in front of him were not easy to fool, especially after Zhang Xiaobao's reaction after the people he sent did the wrong thing. Other than the current emperor who was smart when he was young, whose child could be so smart? He immediately knew that he should not come to meet him and Old Man Pai. On the way back, Old Man Pai deliberately sat in the same car as Old Man Yao and drove Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to another car. He still had something to say to Old Man Yao. Yuanji, you must remember one thing. That is, it is not a big deal to lie to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The two children are just playing with us. It is okay to be tricked and suffer losses, but you must not lie to their families. For his father, that Xiaobao is willing to do anything. Old Man Pai warned Old Man Yao in the car. Old Man Yao was really not clear about this matter. He asked, Long Zai, what will happen if I bully Zhang Zhong? After bullying me, he will run back to the capital. What can that child do? Then he can ask the emperor to hand you over. If he doesn't hand you over, he will blow up the capital. Don't doubt whether he will do it or not. Don't test whether he dares or not. There is only one chance. He is special to his family. Look at the 4 children's houses. Don't you know? When Old Man Pai thought of how Zhang Xiaobao dealt with people who looked down on his father or bullied his father, he trembled like a madman. In addition, the Zhang family did have something very dangerous, so no one could stop him. Old Man Yao nodded and said, I saw it. Although the outside of the house is well made and other spices are used, I smell it. There is agarwood inside. Could it be? Yes, the entire house is made of agarwood. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are very good to their family. The master who taught them also seems to spoil them. Many things are not made to make money, but to make their family more comfortable. The two children are smart, but the best thing about them is not in their studies, but in their cooking and making clothes. The clothes they make are the most comfortable to wear, and the food they make is also the best. It is to make their family more comfortable. Do you understand? Old Man Pai touched his clothes, meaning that he also had clothes made for the two children. Yao Chong had experienced so many things in his life, but now he was shocked by Old Man Pai's words. He really did not expect it to be like this. He could not understand, really could not understand. At the same time, he was a little jealous of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They gave birth to a son and a daughter, and they were so sensible and filial since they were young. Now you know, right? This is also the reason why I am not willing to interact with the rest of the Zhang family and the Wang family. If I don't pay attention when I speak, the two children will definitely be angry, so I usually stay with the two children. The food they make is delicious, and they know how to take care of people. There is nothing wrong with joking with them and lying to them. Many people do not know and offend Zhang Zhong. The result is that they can neither live nor die. Needless to say, the two children will blow up the capital for their family. With their methods and the guidance of the master behind them, they can use benefits to exchange for other people's lives. If you don't believe me, you can find someone with enough power to try and see if they will give up all their technology in order to buy that person's life. If you don't like anyone, you can ask that person to come and find trouble with Zhang Zhong. Old Man Pai looked at Old Man Yao's shocked expression and said a few more words. This time, Old Man Yao finally believed him. He did not think that Old Man Pai would lie to him. He asked, then how can I let the two children follow me and ask for more information in the future? That's simple. Just teach them knowledge, and they will follow you. They are very eager to learn. After teaching them, you will know. It is lucky to be able to teach such children. Smart, you can't find anyone smarter. Chapter 568. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao did not bring up the matter of the light bulb again. Wang Wan also took out the knowledge that she had taught Zhang Xiaobao and taught it to the two old men. Old Man Pai had the foundation of nature, so he could learn relatively quickly. Old Yao was confused when he saw what Wang Wan had written. He could only let Old Man Pai teach him the first part first. At this time, the military registrar and the others couldn't stay idle. The two mines couldn't be mined yet, so there were people who went to take a look from time to time. These people weren't sent by Zhang Zhong, but they were related to Zhang Zhong. After all, he had asked many people to go there to recite poems. Other people went there to see if the scenery was as beautiful as what was written in the poems. As a result, there were people going there every day. Some people didn't even care about the poems and just went there to look at the scenery. There were also people who specialized in fishing on top of the copper mines. The military registrar and the others wanted to secretly seal off the mines, but the Zhang family's people had to take a look every time they passed by, so they couldn't do anything. On this day, the military registrar called the 6 people over. At the same time, he asked the county magistrate of Taihu County to find an excuse to come over. The 8 of them were ready to discuss. In fact, the county magistrate of Taihu County didn't want to come at all. He had the least benefits, but he had to bear the most risks. He could imagine that if something happened to the 2 mines, the first person to be dealt with would be him. After all, he was the county magistrate there. But he had no other choice. He couldn't find a way to transfer himself away, and it wasn't the first time he had cooperated with other people. Once he boarded the pirate ship, it was harder to get out. The 8 of them gathered together under the reluctance of the county magistrate. The military registrar spoke first. You know what happened recently. Besides Biyao, there is another person we can't afford to offend. Maybe in a few days, there will be more people coming. If that time comes, we won't have any chance. With high officials like them, what can they not understand? At the same time, their methods are not ordinary. Now, I want to ask, what are you going to do? Are we going to keep the mines like we are doing now, or are we going to follow the instructions in the letter? He spoke casually, as if it had nothing to do with him. Every time he said, "You guys," the 7 of them understood. What he meant was that if something went wrong, they would have to bear the responsibility, but if they got something good, they would have to join the army and take the lion's share. The 7 of them were under a lot of pressure. The one with the most pressure was the county magistrate of Taihu County. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed it again. He knew that even if he really came up with a good idea, no one would credit him for it. Why bother? After all, it was not his problem alone. At this time, he had already decided that if he was really regarded as a scapegoat, he would say whatever he wanted to say. He would not care about others at all, even if they threatened him with his family. He was not ignorant at all. He knew that most of the time, what others said was simply a lie. They said something like, "Protect your family, don't let go, and find a way to get some poison to feed you. Everything will be fine after you eat it. In the end, everything will be fine. In the future, no one will care whether your family lives or dies." That was exactly what he thought. He closed his mouth tightly, waiting to see what the others would say. As he thought, the other 6 people kept looking at him unconsciously, which meant that he had to take the responsibility. He pretended not to see it. At this time, the military registrar also echoed, "Well, that's right. It's not easy now. If we have to wait for Zhang Zhong to leave, it will take more than a year. How much less mining will we have to do? Even if we can wait, the people above can't wait. It's all money. How about this, in Taihu County, we will chase away all the people who want to watch the show. Then we won't have to worry about being discovered by others. What do you think?" When he said that, the county magistrate of Taihu County really wanted to bite him to death. It was easy to say, but could things really be done that way? If he gave the order, he would be courting death. This was not only known by the county magistrate of Taihu County, but also by the other people. They did not agree with the military registrar's words. What was the use of saying a way to harm others? If they really did harm to a county magistrate, who could guarantee that the new county magistrate would be obedient? The military registrar was reasonable. He glared at the military registrar and said, "This method definitely won't work. If that's the case, Zhang Zhong will have an excuse. With one less person, we will have less strength. Think about it again. If there is really no good way, then we will do as what is written in the letter. When we do it, we have to be discreet and not let anyone find out. Otherwise, not only will we lose our lives, but our families will also be implicated. Who can do anything about it? You don't have to be afraid, just say it and we will discuss it together." "Let's use that method, I agree." When the military registrar saw that his superior was looking at him, he could only choose to support him, even if his heart was beating faster and faster. "Wait, I think we don't have to do this. There are other methods." At this time, the county magistrate of Taihu County could no longer remain silent. He was scared to death. Even if he was not allowed to send people this time, he could not think of running away. If that was the case, it was better to use his own 2 methods. The other 7 people immediately looked at him, hoping that he could come up with a better idea. After taking 2 deep breaths, the county magistrate of Taihu County said, "One is to seal off those 2 places and prevent others from going there. Then, we can secretly mine." "I already said this just now, but you didn't say anything," the military registrar said unhappily. The county magistrate of Taihu County could not refute, so he could only bear with it and explain, "My method is not to force people to go there. That will definitely cause trouble. However, we can act mysterious and scare people so that they won't dare to go there. As long as you give me 10 days, I have a way to come up with the second method, which is to lure Zhang Zhong to investigate us. If he doesn't investigate us, then it's fine. As long as he does, then we have an excuse to impeach him. At the same time, we can also get help from the higher-ups. Oh. Is it really feasible? Tell me in detail. The military registrar was interested. Just like what the county magistrate of Taihu County thought, if there was a mistake, he could push the blame to others. If there was a merit, then he would take the biggest share. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such benefits. The county magistrate of Taihu County felt very wronged, but he had no choice but to say the entire method to get everyone to agree. He really did not dare to do as the letter said. That was a disaster that could destroy his entire family. If he harmed others, he would not be able to get away with it. However, the higher-ups would be fine. After the county magistrate of Taihu County explained his method, the military registrar was the first to praise, "Good, not bad. We have discussed a good method today. Now, we will let the county magistrate of Taihu County carry it out. Does anyone have any other ideas?" "Sir, you are indeed amazing. You have so many ideas. I admire you." "I have no other opinions," the military registrar immediately said. The other 5 judges also kept on praising the military registrar. The county magistrate of Taihu County did not have any angry expression, even though the method he just said was thought of by the military registrar in less than 10 breaths. "You must do this well. Don't waste the method we thought of. There is no other method like this. You must cherish it," the military registrar said to the county magistrate of Taihu County with a kind face. "Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely do this well. Thank you for your advice." What else could Taihu County's county magistrate say? He had seen shameless people before. However, he could only bear with it since he had turned into a shameless and two-faced person. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not here, so they did not know the content of the conversation. Otherwise, they would realize that these officials were no different from the officials of their time. It meant that if the people below wanted to achieve good results, they had to first pass the method to the higher-ups. Then, it would become the higher-ups' idea. This way, the results would belong to the higher-ups. If the results were wrong, the people below would bear the responsibility. If the results were right, they would be promoted and become rich. If the officials below dared to do a good job without the higher-ups knowing, the first thing they would do was to suppress them with public opinion. When they realized that the public opinion could not suppress them, they would transfer them to the retirement section. It would be useless even if the people jointly wanted to protect the good officials. In addition to this kind of official circle, there was also the academic circle. As long as the disciple researched something, it would belong to the teacher. All the results, including the thesis, would belong to the teacher. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the teacher. This was also the reason why so many talents stayed abroad and did not come back. At this time, the 8 officials were performing such a scene. It was a blatant robbery. They had to smile and flatter when they were being robbed. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao once said to Wang Wan, the real actors were not in the film industry, but in the official circle. Therefore, if they wanted to cheat, it was better to cheat the officials than to cheat the actors. The 8-party meeting ended. The county magistrate of Taihu County left with the military registrar's good idea. He did not need to ask too much about the details because he knew better than anyone. After adding one more old man, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to take some time to accompany the 3 old men every day. For example, they would electrocute the fish and paint the light bulbs in various colors. Anyway, they could always find something fun to do. Ever since they had the generator, the 3 old men had stopped fishing. They felt that this thing was more interesting. In the spirit of research, they would go to the generator once or twice a day. In the past 5 days, they had even been electrocuted themselves. Fortunately, the electrocution could be stopped at any time. The 3 old men were not in life-threatening danger. According to Wang Wan's words, one would know the strength of the wine after getting drunk. One would know the strength of the wine after getting electrocuted. After the 3 old men and the 2 children came to the river, the old men decided to give the electrocution to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, even if the two of them had no interest in it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared. The two of them took out a pair of large leather boots, the kind that was made of 2 layers of leather. They put gum in the middle and stepped into the water. After feeling it for a while, they put the wires in their hands into the water. They also wore gloves on their hands. The two of them were not as stupid as the 3 old men. They did not know the insulation and directly jumped into the river. It would be strange if they were not electrocuted. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, how can you do this? Can this thing prevent people from being electrocuted? Why didn't you say so before? Old man Cheng pretended to be angry and said. After he was electrocuted, he felt uncomfortable from his head, neck, and stomach. Now that he saw the things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used, he immediately understood that there was a way to protect them. In the past, the 2 little guys were unwilling to take it out. What? Cuckoo and I are actually afraid of water. We get confused when we see water, especially when we stand in the water. That's why we wear boots. Grandpa Zhang, since you want one, I'll make one for you later. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan explained to Old Man Cheng after they had been electrocuted for more than 10 days. Old Man Cheng was stunned for a moment before nodding. It was not that he acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's words, but that he acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's shamelessness. When had Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ever been afraid of water? Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already electrocuted quite a lot of fish. It seemed that it was enough for their families to eat today. Only then did they stop. Just as the 2 of them stopped, before they could explain anything, a fast horse came to their side. The person on the horse did not even dismount and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, young lady, Taihu County is haunted. Now, no one dares to go there. Master asked me to come and find you 2 to go back." Haunted? I think it's just a trick. Even a big ghost like me can't do anything, who would dare to? Zhang Xiaobao did not believe in ghosts at all. If it was another place, he might hesitate. However, it was impossible for something like this to happen in Taihu County. The only explanation was that the other party had thought of a way and was preparing to mine. To Zhang Xiaobao, this was good. He was waiting for an opportunity to occupy the 2 mines. To be precise, he was waiting for Li Sun to occupy them. He was worried about where to start. Now that the other party had made a move, what should he do? He could only accept it. After letting the person go back first, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to leave. The 3 old men did not know about this matter and immediately stopped them. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what happened? Which place is haunted? How is that possible? Old Man Pai asked doubtfully. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the 3 of them were also concerned about this matter, so he could only tell the 3 of them what had happened. They are too bold. Don't they know that our dynasty is currently lacking in copper? They actually want to secretly mine at this time. No, this matter cannot be let go so easily. I will write a report to impeach them. Old Man Yao was angry and was about to do it. Old Man Pai immediately pulled him back and said, "Let's see what Xiaobao and Cuckoo have to say. In fact, it's not a big deal. The main thing is that we can't find evidence. Now that we are not afraid of them taking action, we are afraid that they have been hiding. Now it seems that they can't bear it anymore. That's good. Maybe we can find their weakness. When the time comes, we will talk about it. These 2 mines have already been given to Li Sun. When the time comes, the marble mine will be managed by Li Sun himself. Even if the copper mine is mined, it will be sent to the capital. Li Sun will not refine copper himself, so you can rest assured. 3 grandpas, you don't have to interfere. Just watch from the side. It's just a small matter. My family has already prepared. Isn't it just a ghost? Let them be." Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that the 3 old men would want to meddle in this matter. That would make things difficult for him. After all, he had already promised Li Sun 2 mines. Even if there was one that Li Sun would not be able to obtain in the end. Yes, yes, yes. We are worried for nothing. How can we be needed for this kind of thing? The Zhang family must have already made arrangements. Since that's the case, let's do it. Does your family want to catch ghosts? Old Man Pai only reacted when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. He felt that it was impossible that the two masters of the Zhang family did not know about this kind of thing. Since they knew, of course, they would have a way to deal with it. Why were they still worrying here? Zhang Xiaobao did not explain and said, "We have to catch ghosts, but we can't go now. No matter what, we have to wait until they have mined enough ore. If we go now, we won't get anything. The people here are ghostly. They are even more ghostly than ghosts. Oh. Then I really need to take a good look and see what kind of methods your Zhang family has." This old man remembers now. Your courtyard, oh, it's Xiaobei's courtyard. Could it be that the marble stones in that mine came from? No wonder your family is so generous and directly gave the children something to play with. Old Man Pai thought of the marble floor as he spoke. At first, he was wondering where the Zhang family found such good stones. Now, everything was clear. The Zhang family should have gotten a batch of such things. That made sense. Zhang Xiaobao did not admit to this. Since he already knew, why should he say more? After getting on the horse with Wang Wan, he did not wait for the three old men to return and ran back home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Zhang Zhong sitting there waiting. Zhang Zhong also saw his son and daughter-in-law at the same time. He stood up and asked the two of them, "Something happened over there. I heard that a person went crazy. Then a few people went over and also went crazy. They don't know anything. It's haunted. Can you go and catch them?" Zhang Zhong really believed that the place was haunted. Now, he was counting on the two immortal children to go and catch the ghost so that the future plan could be carried out. "We can catch them. Dad, you don't have to worry. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me and Cuckoo. Don't worry now. We can catch them in a few days. At this time, the ghost is still not strong enough." Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wasn't it just a ghost? If they wanted to catch it, then just catch it. When the time came, what else could they do? With his son's words, Zhang Zhong was relieved. Until now, he still thought that his son was telling the truth. The news of Taihu County being haunted spread like wildfire. Soon, everyone knew about it. Not only did the people from the province know about it, even the people from the neighboring provinces also knew about it. Originally, many people wanted to go and take a look at the places that Zhang Zhong had been to, but now, they gave up on this idea. They were also afraid. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhong was, he was still immortal. That place was haunted. Especially after knowing about the haunted place, Zhang Zhong was still indifferent. This made more people anxious. In their opinion, even if the provincial governor Zhang Zhong didn't go and take a look himself, he should at least find someone to catch the ghost. However, provincial governor Zhang Zhong didn't do anything. The first thought that came to the people's minds was that even the provincial governor couldn't do anything. Perhaps he had secretly sent someone to catch the ghost but failed. What would he do in the future? Under such an atmosphere, a rumor spread. It said that Zhang Zhong was an unlucky person. Otherwise, why would he be haunted after coming to Shuzhou? Especially when he personally went to the two places in Taihu Lake. In the beginning, no one believed this rumor at all. However, as more and more people talked about it, those who didn't believe it couldn't help but think in this direction. Now, the thing that the people wanted to see the most was Zhang Zhong personally come out to clarify the matter. However, Zhang Zhong still didn't do anything. It was as if he had admitted to this matter. The people started to panic. They weren't worried that Zhang Zhong had really attracted the ghost. They were worried about this year's harvest. If it was really like what others said, that provincial governor Zhang was an unlucky person, then would the provincial government still be able to succeed? This was a lot of money. Even though they had already agreed that they wouldn't have to compensate even if they failed, they had still put in effort. If they didn't do this work, they could do other things outside to earn more money. Now, their time was delayed. As they thought about it, the people's hearts started to become unstable. Zhang Zhong also knew about the situation outside and was very anxious. In a situation where there was no other way, he went to find his son and daughter-in-law. He wanted to ask them what to do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really holding a wire and doing experiments in a porcelain basin in the courtyard. When they saw Zhang Zhong arrive, they could only stop what they were doing. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you know what the outside world is saying now? Everyone is saying that I attracted the ghost. Even those who learn from us are scared. Zhang Zhong really didn't want to trouble his son and daughter-in-law. He knew that the two of them were busy, but if he didn't look for them now, who else could he look for? The three old men had already looked for them, and their ideas were basically the same. That was to let Zhang Zhong go to Taihu County to take a look. Zhang Zhong came to ask his son and daughter-in-law if they also thought so. If so, then he would go and take a look and let people know that there was no ghost in that place. Of course, the premise was that he brought his son and daughter-in-law to catch the ghost. He believed that the ghost's skills were far inferior to his son and daughter-in-law's. Zhang Xiaobao listened to his father and said, "It seems that someone can't wait and has to use this method to test it. Now is not the time. Let's wait, father. Don't worry. You can do this now and then continue to stay here. Don't worry about the ghost or not, it's just a small matter." After telling the matter to his father, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to experiment. With electricity, they could do more things. If they didn't use it, it would be a waste of the electricity. Zhang Zhong saw that his son and daughter-in-law were not anxious, so he came up with another idea. This time, he was relieved. He didn't want to disturb his son and daughter-in-law and left Yuan to make arrangements. In the afternoon, many Yamen runners appeared in front of the provincial government. This group of Yamen runners surrounded the area in front of the provincial government. Curious, the commoners came closer to take a look. When they had gathered enough people began to move things out of the door. They were all boxes, one after another. A total of 100 large boxes were moved out before they stopped. Zhang Zhong didn't appear. Steward Zhang stood in front of the boxes and shouted to the surrounding people, "Are you all scared by the ghost in Taihu County these days? Do you still think that it won't work? Don't be afraid. Today, I'll let everyone know Master's determination." After shouting this, Steward Zhang asked people to open all 100 boxes. As the boxes were opened, the surrounding people let out a burst of exclamations. The boxes were full of copper coins. If so many copper coins were poured out, they would be piled up into a small mountain. Steward Zhang was very satisfied with the reaction of the people. At this time, he shouted a few more times, asking the people to keep quiet. When the people gradually quieted down, he continued to shout, "Do you see so much money? Master had said that as long as one followed the method of trapping and did not cause trouble for oneself, then even if one failed in the end, it would be fine. The money that was given out earlier would not need to be returned. Moreover, anyone who failed would be able to get 2 strings of money. It will be more than what you earn when you work outside during this period of time. Rest assured and don't be afraid even if something happens. You don't have to worry about those little ghosts in Taihu County." The solution to the crisis was very simple. The simple people didn't care about anything else as long as they could see the benefits in front of them. After the steward promised, one by one, they spread the news to the people they knew as fast as they could, especially the relatives who had already participated in the scheme. They were afraid that if their relatives didn't take care of them and went outside to work, they would earn less and lose more than they did now. After all, the steward of the provincial governor had said that as long as they didn't make trouble for themselves, they would compensate. Rumors came and went quickly. Those who didn't have much confidence in Zhang Zhong were no longer afraid. They continued to follow the method steadily. The ghosts were only in Taihu County. At worst, they wouldn't go there. What else could they do? Could it be that the ghosts there would come to their side? The crisis that had just appeared disappeared just like that. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't spend much effort on this kind of thing. It wasn't worth it. It was just a small trick. Wasn't the bank run much more serious than this? Could it be that the crazy stock market couldn't be compared to this kind of simple problem? The human heart was complicated, but it was also simple. Compared to the officialdom, the affairs of the people were easier to deal with. As long as there was a little guarantee of benefits, it would be enough. No power was needed, and they wouldn't want to kill a certain official. Xiao Bao, it seems that they are afraid, so they use such a despicable method. If they continue to do nothing, it will be very tiring. A sword that is not out of its sheath is the scariest sword. Once it is out of its sheath, it is nothing. Wang Wan put her mouth to the lead in the porcelain basin in front of her. After taking a breath, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This is a struggle. It's very interesting. How long has it been?" 5 minutes? Try it and see if it can catch fire. Zhang Xiaobao also said. Then, he turned the glass cup upside down on the porcelain basin and put the burning wooden stick on it. With a boom, a ball of fire appeared 2 inches away from the glass cup. It came and went quickly. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. Wang Wan did the same. She put a burning wooden stick on top of the glass cup. The flame on the wooden stick suddenly became bigger. She threw the wooden stick away. Okay, we can continue to improve in the future. They are not at the same level at all. It's easy to think, but it's not that easy to trick others. It's haunted, or even a demon. Do we need to personally participate in the next step? No, Team 0 is enough. It's just that this time, we can only deal with one person. It's not enough to deal with all of them. We have to see if the county magistrate of Taihu County is tough. Since the light bulb has been made, let's test it on him first. You should be the best, right? After Zhang Xiaobao saw that the experiment in front of him was a success, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally completed. His side might not be of much use, but Wang Wan's side was different. Wang Wan was also very gratified. However, when she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she immediately asked, "What do you mean? Am I a bad person like the Brocade Clan guards? Or the East and West guards? I'm not a bad person. I admit. How can bad people be compared to the Special Second Department? Even the worst person in the world is inferior when compared to you," Zhang Xiaobao said as he packed up. Wang Wan did not help this time. She said with dissatisfaction, "Do you think we are the same as those unscrupulous local police? After extorting a confession, they will find all kinds of reasons. I don't know what they are thinking. There are actually people who die while breathing. It's so worrying. What intelligence. Let's not talk about this anymore. You are the greatest, okay? Send people out now. We can start in a few days. It's very interesting. There must be some twists and turns in it. It's a pity. If they came from the same place as us, they would definitely not use such retarded methods." Zhang Xiaobao poured the water, dragged the porcelain basin, and walked back. He handed the wire in his hand to Wang Wan. Wei Wei shook her head, looking very lonely. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had thrown something to her, so she could only accept it. She walked behind Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly said, "Why don't we make it more lively? We can call Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, and Yao Chong. It will be very interesting to have fun together." "I think that's fine. We'll do as you say. Let's tell them in advance so that they can be prepared. Don't be scared when the time comes. Don't tell them. They aren't afraid of being scared. That's more fun." Wang Wan disagreed. Chapter 569. Under the scorching sun, they sweated profusely as they worked with shovels and picks. Shallow water couldn't cool down the heat, but deep wells could cool down easily. Cold melons quenched thirst, and green beans were added to the porridge. Moving mountains and building bridges were hard work, and the roads extended in all directions to build a hometown. Li Sun's road construction project had always been in progress, and he was the one who paid for it. The imperial court would never give him money for his fief. This year, he had not even received the rent he was supposed to receive, but he had already spent 30,000 strings of coins. Looking at the people who didn't slack off when they were working, Li Sun was happy to spend money. He learned from the Zhang family and gave the people who worked on the roads a salary and food. The people weren't slaves. They consumed a lot of energy from their work, so they had to be well nourished. The first meal in the morning was salted beans and sorghum rice. The people usually ate this kind of food, as well as highland barley. However, they couldn't eat salted beans, and they didn't dare to eat sorghum rice. That would consume too much food. Li Sun paid for the road construction. As long as they didn't eat exotic delicacies, he didn't care. They could eat. The more they ate, the more energy they had. At noon, they changed the dishes. According to nutrition, there was one meat dish and one vegetable dish. The vegetables were all kinds of local vegetables. For meat, there were only 3 choices: pork, fish, and chicken. Except for the fish that was caught locally, the pork and chicken were all provided by Sanshui County or Yaozhou. Relying on his fleet, Li Sun did things from the north to the south. Not including the transportation fee, when a pig was sent to Shuzhou, it was the price of 2 pigs, ice money. Such wealth made the people feel relieved. Provincial Governor Zhang's family was rich, and the county king was also rich. They didn't have to worry about collecting taxes. Following the care of the Zhang family and the Wang family, besides eating, the rest was green beans and sorghum water. In the beginning, Li Sun forgot about this matter. The people didn't know how they could enjoy such treatment when they were paid to work on the roads. They never thought about it. When they started to work on the roads, the people thought that even if the county king wanted them to work for free, they had to do it. They only hoped that they could do 20 days of work a year. In the end, when they found out that they were getting paid, they felt relieved. When they were given food on the first day, they all felt like they were in a dream. With such benefits, who would dare to think of anything else? When Li Sun had nothing to do, he finally discovered a problem. The weather was hot, and the people brought their own water bags. If the road was built close to the river, it would be convenient. They could drink water directly from the river. For others, this was a very normal thing, but for Li Sun, it was not normal. He had already paid for the meal, so why would he care about the money for the mung bean water? From that day onwards, the green bean water with rock sugar was continuously supplied. These days, the watermelons in the sand by the river were harvested. Li Sun began to ask people to throw the watermelons into Jingli town to quench the thirst of the workers. He also gave one to each person to take back home for their family to eat. He asked them to bring back the skin and seeds so that they could make food. In addition to various benefits, Li Sun also asked people to write slogans and shout slogans. This kind of thing did not have a big impact on the knowledgeable people, but it had a different effect on the ordinary people. Even if the people did not know what was written, they were still willing to listen to others say it before they told others. The general meaning was to build their own hometown and make it more beautiful. After Li Sun was done with this matter, he turned around and started to make money. If he did not make money, why would he plant so many watermelons? Because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had asked the doctors of the medical college to research various uses of watermelons. When they arrived, everyone prepared a variety of watermelons and then mixed them with other medicines and tonics to sell to the rich. The restaurant between the clouds and the water also followed suit and launched a winter melon banquet. They could only make money for 1 year. By the next year, more people would plant watermelons and they would not be valuable anymore. They were easy to plant and could be planted in the sand. Of course, they could not keep it a secret. After all, it was not an industrial thing. Once they made money, they would let the people benefit. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were ready to take advantage of this one and only opportunity to earn back the money they had invested in the local construction. While Li Sun was busy with the watermelons, Zhang Zhong had already organized the bailiffs in the manor. He also transferred 500 soldiers from the military registrar. Under the cover of the night, they ran all the way to Taihu County. Along with them were Old Man Chang, Old Man Pai, and Old Man Yao. The military registrar also brought along a few related officials. In his hands was a document written by Zhang Zhong regarding the deployment of soldiers to investigate the copper mine. He followed behind the group with a cold smile on his face. Zhang Zhong rode on the horse and told the three old men about the situation in Taihu County. The three old men also expressed their support. After capturing the people, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao prepared to write a letter of impeachment. Zhang Zhong also brought along the 3 dogs raised by Wang Wan to help find the people who wanted to escape. It could be said that he was determined. The whole group ran forward as fast as they could. According to the information they received, a group of people came out of Taihu County a few days ago. There were also many carriages. On the carriages were copper ores and marble that were secretly mined from who knows where. They wanted to first reach the Wanshui River, then enter the Yangtze River to transport the goods. Zhang Zhong gave the group the order to stop at the Wanshui River and capture the people. If one of them came, they would be caught red-handed. The group left when the sky had just turned dark. They ran until 5:15 in the morning before they arrived at the location. As expected, when they arrived, they saw people moving things from the docked boats to the shore. Hearing the urging sounds coming from there, they knew that the other party was very anxious. "Sir, what should we do next?" The military registrar came from behind and asked Zhang Zhong. "Capture them. Regardless of whether they are on the boats or on the shore, capture them all." Zhang Zhong said with a sullen face. "Sir, what about the charges?" The military registrar asked again. "Didn't I already write the charges for you? As for whether they are secretly mining copper ores to make weapons or privately minting coins, won't it be clear after you capture them and ask them? Why aren't you moving?" When Zhang Zhong saw that the military registrar was not moving, he was slightly dissatisfied. He pointed at the front and said, "If you let one of them escape, you can expect to be impeached by me." The military registrar seemed to be frightened. He shouted, "Guards! The provincial governor has ordered that the people in front are secretly mining copper ores to make coins. Capture them all. If anyone resists, kill them." The 500 soldiers unsheathed their swords and knocked their arrows. They charged forward while yelling. It was quite a scene, but no matter how one looked at it, they lacked a murderous aura. Zhang Zhong shook his head. He did not care about the local soldiers. After all, he was not the one in charge. There was a military registrar here. The military and political affairs were separated. Unlike Lu Zhou, it was more convenient to use him. After a moment of chaos, 2 men ran back to report that everyone had been captured. Before Zhang Zhong could say anything, Old Man Pai and the other 2 men came out of the chariot. Under the protection of the guards, they walked forward to see who was so bold. The military registrar adjusted his armor and said to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhang, please." Zhang Zhong responded. He dismounted from his horse and strode forward. The military registrar followed behind him. He looked at the sky and then looked in another direction. A smug smile appeared on his face. Old Man Pai and the other 2 men arrived first. With the help of the light from the newly lit torches, they saw the 40 or so people being captured. They snorted coldly. Just as they were about to say something, they suddenly realized that they could not interfere in this matter. They had to wait for Zhang Zhong to arrive first. Zhang Zhong was not in a hurry. He walked over slowly and glanced at the people being captured. He asked, "Do you know why you're being captured?" "My lord, we don't know." "You can't capture people for no reason." "My lord, you have to investigate thoroughly." One of the people being captured struggled forward, but he was held down tightly by the people being captured. He opened his mouth to complain. The military registrar took a few steps forward and said loudly, "How dare you quibble? The provincial governor is here. He said that you secretly mined the copper mine. Fortunately, the provincial governor is smart and knows what you did in advance. If you don't confess quickly, you won't have to suffer." After the military registrar shouted at this person, he turned to Zhang Zhong and said, "My lord, it seems that they won't tell if they don't suffer a little. How about? No, they will tell when the time comes. Tie them up and take them back." Zhang Zhong refused the military registrar's suggestion and ordered. That person struggled even harder. He shouted as he struggled, "My lord, I'm innocent. We didn't mine the copper mine. We just chopped wood and wanted to transport it back to make charcoal. My lord, I'm innocent." He's quibbling again. Take him away. This time it was Zhang Zhong who spoke. He turned around and prepared to go back. The military registrar stepped forward and blocked Zhang Zhong. He said, "My lord, it's late at night. I will listen to you. Why don't you take a look at the ship and the goods that haven't been loaded? Otherwise, if you catch the wrong person, it will be difficult for me. Please make the decision." The military registrar said that he wanted Zhang Zhong to think about it, but he didn't give Zhang Zhong a chance to speak. As soon as the military registrar finished speaking, he immediately ordered, "Come, take down the things on the ship. Bring the things that haven't been loaded on the ship here. The provincial governor will make the decision." All the soldiers answered in unison. Some rushed to the ship to take the things, and some unloaded the goods from the carts on the shore. The rest of the people were waiting here. The sound coming from the other side made them feel that something was wrong. Old Man Pai looked at Old Man Yao in confusion and said, "It does sound like wood. Did Zhang Zhong come to the wrong place? Did he catch the wrong person? It's over. If he didn't transfer the soldiers, it would be fine. At most, he would release the people. Now that the soldiers have been transferred, there is no one to catch. If the copper mine and the marble can't be found, then we will have to help from behind. We just arrived and encountered this. Well, we can't just stand by and watch. Didn't they say that there are 2 masters in the Zhang family? How could he have made such a mistake when he had thought of every conceivable possibility? Could it be that Zhang Zhong didn't listen to the masters and did something in private?" Old Man Yao understood Old Man Pai's meaning. Even if Zhang Zhong made a mistake, he had to protect him. In fact, he knew that even if someone really reported this to the imperial court, nothing would happen to Zhang Zhong. However, the prestige that he had accumulated would be greatly reduced. At this time, the soldiers who were sent out to check reported to the military registrar, "My lord, there is no marble or copper mine. It's all wood. Please make the decision." "Oh. Is it true? That's not right. The provincial governor asked me to send the soldiers because the evidence is conclusive. The provincial governor wouldn't treat such a big matter as child's play, right? Check again and watch carefully." Chapter 570. As the wood was piled up, the sky gradually brightened. Zhang Zhong was still standing there, looking at the ship and the wood. After a gust of wind and water, he shivered and finally set his eyes on the registrar. He said, "Registrar Fong, you look good. What's the good news?" "It's dawn, and the darkness is leaving. Registrar Fong, there are usually 2,200 soldiers in our province. I asked you to bring all of them out. Why are there only 500? Where are the other 1,700 soldiers?" The registrar thought that Zhang Zhong would discuss with him how to make up for this mistake. He didn't expect that Zhang Zhong would ask about the soldiers. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to speak, the people who were being held shouted, "We're innocent. We're innocent. Where is the copper ore that you mentioned?" "Lord Zhang, I heard the people say that you are a good official. You have to see clearly. Now we're finished. We can't catch up with that kiln. Lord, aren't you a good official? Why do you treat the people like this? Lord Zhang, do you think it's time to let them go? The registrar immediately used the words of the other party to discuss with Zhang Zhong. Old Man Bai and the other two walked over as well. They suddenly realized that something was amiss. The person who had been captured was not afraid at all. No matter how they looked at it, the military secretary looked happy. The three old men looked at each other. No one said anything, but they all knew what was going on. Zhang Zhong was set up. The other party deliberately exposed a flaw to Zhang Zhong so that Zhang Zhong could borrow the soldiers to arrest them. Of course, they would arrest the wrong person. The people who were caught should also be involved in this matter. But what could they do? There was no evidence. It was troublesome. Zhang Zhong's reputation would plummet because of this. After the myth was broken, it was no longer a myth. In the future, more people would dare to attack the Zhang family and the Wang family. Yongcheng, what's done is done. Just let it go. We'll think of something when we get back. When Old Man Pai saw that Zhang Zhong still did not have any expression of joy or anger, he thought that Zhang Zhong was scared silly. He could understand. If it were anyone else who encountered such a situation, they would have lost their composure. Fortunately, Zhang Zhong did not directly faint. Young people's bodies were really good. Old Man Yao also advised from the side, Yongcheng, go back and offer up another prescription. It's best if it's more useful and beneficial to the country and the people. Just treat it as if this matter never happened. Kid, don't be afraid. Didn't we just catch the wrong person? Think carefully before making a move next time. Who doesn't make mistakes in their life? Go back and have a good meal, then sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up. Old Man Chang came over and patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder encouragingly. Zhang Zhong looked at the three old men and nodded emotionally. He said, Yongqing thanks the three of you for taking care of me. When we go back, I'll ask Xiaobao and Cuckoo to cook a delicious meal with cold melon. It'll be more delicious to eat dumplings with 3 delicacies stuffed with cold melon. Okay, then let's go back and eat. Old Man Pai quickly followed up. He wanted to persuade Zhang Zhong to go back. When they went back, there would be a team of the best doctors in the Tang Empire. He was not afraid that Zhang Zhong would suddenly collapse. He wanted to take a good look at Zhang Zhong so that he would not fall ill. Zhang Zhong nodded and then shook his head. He said, there's no hurry. Military Attaché Fang, I just asked you where the rest of the soldiers in the prefecture are. You have to tell me, right? Seeing that Zhang Zhong was still staring at this matter, the military attaché began to think in his mind. Did Zhang Zhong know something? It should not be. After Zhang Zhong found out that he had done something wrong, he wanted to use this to threaten the military attaché to keep it a secret. That's right, the 2,200 soldiers actually ate 1,000 in empty pay, but so what? It was impossible to fight in Shuzhou. Who could fight here? Even if someone investigated, there was nothing to be afraid of. He could just recruit 1,000 people temporarily. Thinking of this, the military attaché was not worried anymore. He said to Zhang Zhong, Your Excellency, leave the military affairs to me. Your Excellency, you don't have to worry. 500 soldiers are enough to catch an ordinary person transporting wood. I have my own arrangements for the rest of the soldiers. Your Excellency, is it time to release them? There's no hurry. Military Attaché Fang, I still want to ask, how are the remaining soldiers compared to the 500 in front of us? Was it a mess when you were charging? Was it because of the rusty saber and the loose bowstring? Zhang Zhong asked with a smile. Your Excellency, what do you mean? The military attaché could not understand what Zhang Zhong was trying to do. Was he going to make a fuss about the military equipment again? His face immediately became gloomy. He did not answer but instead asked a question. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. It's nothing, I'm just asking. If that's the case, then the other 700 soldiers sent by military advisor Fang will be easy to deal with. With Royal Prince Tang's guards and this official's guards, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 700 soldiers. Yes. That's it. There will be marble and copper ores. Even if the Taihu County magistrate personally escorted them and had 700 prefecture soldiers to protect them, they will not be able to escape. I am truly impressed. Each and every one of them is smart. Unfortunately, they use their brains in the wrong place. Your Excellency, what do you mean? The military attaché's voice was not soft when he said this, but everyone could hear that his voice was trembling. This meant that he was guilty. Old Man Pai and the other two people's eyes lit up. They asked, Yongcheng, what happened? Guards, keep an eye on the surrounding people. If anyone dares to move, kill them all for this old man. Noticing the change in the situation, the old man asked Zhang Zhong and immediately gave orders to the guards he brought. Old Yao did the same. Both of them brought 100 family guards. Although there were only 200 of them, it was not a problem for them to deal with 500 prefectural soldiers of Shuzhou. Seeing that the two old men had made arrangements, Zhang Zhong was even less worried. This was also the reason why he brought the 3 old men here. Although Old Man Chang did not have any family guards, his skills were there for all to see. Moreover, he was so close to military attaché Fang, so he could subdue him easily. Nothing big happened. Let's wait. There will probably be news in less than 2 hours. Military attaché Fang, do you have anything to say? Or do you hope that your 700 soldiers can defeat the Tang and Royal Prince and my guards? Zhang Zhong said to the 3 old men, then looked at the military attaché Fang. In an instant, the military attaché Fang's back was drenched in sweat. His expression changed again and again, and his lips trembled. He kept swallowing his saliva, but he could not say a single word. The prefecture soldiers realized that the situation was not right. They wanted to do something, but when they saw the other 200 people glaring at them, they were so scared that they did not dare to move. They knew very well how capable they were. They could not even train twice a year, so how could they hope to defeat these 200 people? Moreover, they were the family guards of 2 important people that they could not afford to offend. They had to think about the consequences. The military attaché Fang was already confused. His eyes were filled with stars. He forced himself to stand there, unable to say anything. Zhang Zhong just smiled and did not speak. The 3 old men had questions in their hearts, but Zhang Zhong had a mysterious look on his face, so they could not ask. They also waited. Less than an hour later, 3 horses galloped over from the direction the registrar had glanced at. When the horses approached, the person riding on them jumped down and reported to Zhang Zhong, you're in the middle of the night. Master, the 700 prefecture soldiers have surrendered. The county magistrate of Taihu County has also been tied up and is being escorted here. The marble and copper ores have all been confiscated. How are the casualties? Zhang Zhong asked with a nod of his head and Weiwei. In reply to Master, there were no casualties. When they were surrounded, they very obediently threw away their weapons. The person replied. That's good. Go and rest. Zhang Zhong regained his indifferent appearance. After the person went to rest, he said to the military attaché Fang, what else do you have to say? If it was not this official, anyone else would have been fooled by you. It was just a diversion. Not a bad idea. Why did you use your cleverness in a good place? This official is very disappointed. This batch of wood is also good. It can be used to build the bridge in Shuzhou. No, that's impossible. You can't possibly know. The marble and copper ores they were transported separately and gathered together after being transported to another place. Outsiders would not be able to detect them at all. Furthermore, they were mixed in under the pretext of transporting other things, right? But so what? If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. This official wants to build a good living environment for the people. I really don't want to play this kind of childish game with you. But you don't want to give yourselves any face. You always have a fluke mentality. Why don't you think about what this official does? Forget it. There won't be any more trouble in the future. Before the military attaché Fang could finish speaking in a hoarse voice, Zhang Zhong helped him to finish. At the same time, he thought of his son. When Lake Tai was haunted, he asked his son about it. His son said it was not interesting. He thought that the opponent would be stronger, but the result was too disappointing. Only then did he arrange for people to keep an eye on it. With the help of the clairvoyance, they could see the opponent, but the opponent could not detect them. Their random actions led to the current situation. It was indeed not fun. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking to the military attaché Fang, he did not pay any more attention to him. He roughly told the three old men what had happened. He did not mention the people in his family and only told them how it was arranged. However, the three old men understood that this was definitely another trick of the Zhang family. It was indeed powerful. The opponent made a diversion and they beat them at their own game. They were worried for nothing just now and even comforted others. Now, they needed to be comforted. Yongsheng, later on, don't forget to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo make dumplings with cold melon. This old man's heart is hurt. I need a lot of nourishment. Old Man Pai glared at Zhang Zhong and said. Old Man Yao was also angry in his heart. This was too unreasonable. Zhang Zhong actually hid it from him. He was worried about him just now. What was this called? Yongsheng, your family has many good recipes. Shouldn't you take one out? This was compensation. Old Man Cheng was the most honest. He stretched out his hand and patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder again, causing Zhang Zhong to stagger. This body is not good. You should practice more. The next time you lie, this old man might not be around anymore. Chapter 571. Mountains and rivers roar, tens of thousands of people worry, especially like the earth cracking and waves, shocking the sky and waterlogging. Flee with the family, push the family away, push the family away, the wind blows, the clouds roll, the heart is lonely, people gradually fade away. When the 700 government soldiers and the Taihu County magistrate were escorted over, the military registrar was also tied up. The 500 government soldiers surrounding him did not dare to move. The matter had escalated, and they did not want to continue to get involved. When the gods fought, the mortals just had to watch the show obediently. The military registrar's eyes were dull. He did not even care about the Taihu County magistrate who was locked in the same temporary prison van and cried out. When the team started to rush back, the jolting of the carriage made the military registrar's eyes clear up. His body swayed with the movement of the carriage. Occasionally, he would look forward and look at Zhang Zhong, as if hoping that Zhang Zhong would look back, but also as if he was afraid that Zhang Zhong would look back. It was very contradictory. Zhang Zhong did not pay attention to the military registrar at all. If it was someone else, they would have laughed at him, but Zhang Zhong did not have this kind of hobby. Moreover, he was not the one who came up with the idea. When his son was talking about the plan, he did not have the mood to show off after winning. The three old men squeezed into the same carriage again and swayed back and forth with the team. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and they could clearly see the situation outside. Old Man Pai swayed and finally realized that something was wrong. This was not his carriage, nor was it Old Man Chang's carriage. It was Yao Chang's carriage. Old Man Pai squinted his eyes and habitually reached out to open the drawer of the carriage to get an ice drink. When his hand reached out, it was empty. He then reacted and suggested, "Why don't we go to my carriage? This carriage is too suffocating." Exactly, the carriage is small and has nothing. Why don't we change and go to my carriage? Old Man Chang also said. Old Man Yao had not experienced other people's carriages until now, so he felt that his carriage was not bad. Listening to the two of them, could it be that his carriage was really bad? Old Man Pai pointed to the carriage. No fan. He pointed to the seat. No shock absorber. He pointed at the space in the carriage. This place is too small. He pointed at the space between the three of them and said, it's missing the stove and other drawers that can be used at any time. He knocked on the board of the carriage. It's just one layer. If someone outside uses a crossbow to shoot at it, it'll be able to penetrate it in an instant. Stop, from what you're saying, you have everything in your car? When Old Man Yao heard Old Man Pai belittling his car, his eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. Seeing that Old Man Pai still wanted to continue, he quickly interrupted him and asked in dissatisfaction. Old Man Pai smiled with relief and said, of course. Look at who made the car I'm waiting for. The best thing from the Zhang family and the Wang family is the house that can be put on wheels and then go. The next best thing is a few specially made cars. Unfortunately, those wheels are not easy to make, so they can only be made for the children. I still have to wait for my car. Old Man Chang seemed to have thought of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was the two of them who asked someone to make the car for them. Not to mention the enjoyment, just the thought alone made him happy. He also smiled and shouted to the driver, stop the car. As soon as the car stopped, the three old men got off and directly entered Old Man Pai's car. Old Man Yao couldn't wait to sit down first. Only then did he realize that it was indeed different. With one sitting and one leaning, his whole body could be attached to the place where he sat. His whole body immediately felt different and comfortable. From the outside, this carriage looked like it was 1 foot taller, 1 foot wider, and 2 feet longer than his own carriage. Why did it become so much bigger after entering? As the carriage moved, he could feel the wind blowing from several places. Looking carefully, there were countless small holes where the wind was coming from. There are fans in these places. The other end is connected to the axle. When the wheels turn, the fans will turn. If you want to stop them from turning, there is a switch here that can be adjusted at any time. You stayed up late and didn't eat anything in the morning. Why don't you eat something hot? Since Old Man Bai had the opportunity to show off, he would not let it go. He extended his hand to the side of the carriage and with a pa sound, he pulled open a small opening. Inside was a handle. With a light shake, a cover descended from the roof of the carriage. Old Man Chang also broke the table in the middle of the three people, revealing a round hole in the middle. He stuck it at the side and a hot pot rose from the hole. Smokeless charcoal was put in and the fire was lit. Old Man Pai took out a thermos and poured soup into the hot pot. Looking at the color of the soup, it seemed to have been cooked long ago. Old Man Yao felt for a moment and found that the soup was still warm. He asked doubtfully, it's a thermos. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo gave it to me the day before yesterday. Put some hot water in and it won't be cold even if you let it sit for 24 hours. There is a slot under where you are sitting. Pull it up and take out the things inside. It will be delicious later. Old Man Bai shook the thermos flask in his hand and said with a smile. Old Man Yao followed Old Man Bai's instructions and found a card slot. He extended his hand and pulled, and a board was flipped over. Cold air immediately came out of it. Upon closer inspection, it was actually ice. He took out one by one. There were vegetables, meat, shrimp, a few powdered seasonings, and 4 kinds of sauces. Old Man Chang also took out a bottle of wine and a few wet wipes from his side. Old Man Pai took out chopsticks and a plate. Old Man Yao wasn't stupid. He knew what they were for, but he never thought that there would be such a space in the car. If these things were placed outside, such as between the clouds and the water, or in restaurants, it wouldn't be strange at all. But in the car, it was a different story. They knew how to enjoy themselves, right? Compared to other rich people who showed off outside the car and asked people to cook and show off, this was the real show of extravagance and restraint. Old Man Bai picked up a frozen prawn with his chopsticks and dipped it into the hot pot. As he dipped it, he said, "This is the Mandarin duck hot pot." Over the past few years, the Zhang and Wang families have been cultivating the mountain spicy chili peppers, which are getting spicier. However, the quantity is too small. I heard from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo that there are spicier things called chili peppers. Unfortunately, they can't find them now. They need to go overseas to find them. You can eat whatever you want. Even if you don't want to eat vegetables, you can still eat some. This is called a nutritious combination. This is dry tofu, and this is tofu skin. Remember to eat them too. Don't say too much. I've eaten at Savant's restaurant. What sauce is this? I've never seen it before. Old Man Yao replied and opened a small jar of sauce. Crab sauce. They don't plan to sell it yet. They only sell shrimp sauce. The price is high and ordinary people can't afford it. A small jar of good shrimp sauce costs 5 strings of money to ship to Beijing. This crab sauce is even more expensive. They can only sell crab sauce when others have a way to ship large amounts of shrimp sauce to Beijing. Old Man Chang explained. Old Man Yao was already indifferent to many things, but today, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He felt that it was unfair in his heart. Why did they hide all the good things for themselves? If they didn't go to Shuzhou, they might not be able to eat many things in this life. Thinking of this, he suddenly saw the thermos on the side and said, "This thermos is good stuff. It doesn't need to be kept for 24 hours. Even if it's only for 8 hours, it can save people a lot of trouble. Especially for rich people, the maids and servants don't have to look after the stove at night. Whether they sell it or not, I'll buy a few to use at home. As long as it's not too expensive, I can still afford it. It's not bad to buy a few for my friends." When he said that, Old Man Yao's tone was sour. Old Man Pai heard and laughed. "Yuanji, you don't have to be like this. When we go back, I'll find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and ask them to give you what you deserve. If you want to buy it, you really can't afford it. There are 2 layers of glass inside, and it's coated with mercury. There's actually nothing in the middle, just like the light bulb. Eat the food and wine, try it." Old Man Chang had already poured the wine soaked with medicinal herbs. Each person had a cup. Old Man Yao smelled the smell. Is this the liquor sold by Zhang family and Wang family? No, that kind of liquor is actually very strong and doesn't taste good. This is liquor that has been in the cellar for about 4 years. It's been in the cellar ever since it came out. The earliest batch was soaked with medicinal herbs, so you can only drink 1 cup. If you want to drink more, you can only drink wine. Old Man Pai picked up the wine cup and took a sip. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He enjoyed it very much. The 3 old men were enjoying the hot pot in the carriage. The hot air that rose up was carried out by the chimney that was connected to the cover. Everyone outside could smell it. None of them had eaten. After a night of torment, their expressions changed when they smelled such a fragrant smell. The prefectural soldiers who were locked up felt that they had no strength left in their bodies. They wanted to find a place to rest and eat the food in the carriage. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao's house guards were secretly swallowing their saliva and glancing at the carriage from time to time. Li Sun's guards, on the other hand, maintained their neat formation without the slightest bit of disorder. They did not look around blindly either. The Zhang and Wang family's guards only needed to sniff their noses to know what was going on. Just like Li Sun's guards, they remained unmoved. The remaining 30 members of the Miao protection team took out things from their pockets. Some took out jerky, some took out fried noodles. They opened water bags and ate with water. As they ate, they talked about the taste of the food in their mouths. They meant that they ate with the taste of the food in their mouths. Occasionally, they would take a sip of wine. It was a mess. They were scattered, so they talked very loudly with each other. Old Man Pai's guards did not say anything. They knew the capabilities of the Miao protection team. They were not considered a regular army, but a special force. It did not matter how chaotic it was. Old Man Yao's guards did not know. They glanced over from time to time and showed a look of disdain. Old Man Yao heard the commotion outside and looked out of the car window. When he saw that it was the Zhang family's Miao protection team, he frowned and said, "The Miao protection team? Can they really watch the fields?" Yung is wrong to think that way. Those 30 people are the most elite of the Zhang family. Their training methods are different. They need to be relaxed at all times and ready to fight at all times. If they are like other people, they will tire themselves out. I don't know about your generals, but if my generals were to fight with 100 of them on flat ground against 30 of them, it would be a Pyrrhic victory if they won in the end. After killing them all, there wouldn't be many of my generals left. If it were to be on the mountain or in the water, my 100 generals would be completely defeated. If one of them could run out to report, I would be satisfied. Old Man Pai saw that Old Man Yao was belittling the members of the Zhuang protection team, so he smiled and explained the situation to him. Are they really that powerful? Old Man Yao knew what Old Man Bai meant when he said that they were his family's generals. Seeing the two old men nodding their heads, he nodded his head and said, "No wonder when Zhang Zhong went out, they were standing guard at the closest and furthest place. It turns out that they were in charge of protecting and scouting." Yes, if they were not afraid of being criticized for training too many people, the Zhang family could train more. Now, there are only 56 people. Old Man Cheng knew that the Zhang family did not have it easy. They could obviously have more experts, but they had to control them. Otherwise, with their financial resources, they could recruit 2,000 people and train them. Then, the imperial court would have to take care of them. Old Man Yao also understood this. But what if there is a more dangerous situation? For example, people like the two of us are sent to 200 guards. What should we do? He was now worried about Zhang Zhong. 56 people were really too few, especially when the Zhang and Wang families needed to protect so many people. There were a bunch of children, and they could not be divided. You don't have to worry about that. The Zhang and Wang clans still have their usual guards, and they're fully equipped. If we really start fighting, half of our 200 guards will be wiped out in one move. They're normally equipped with crossbows and sleeve arrows, and they haven't even mounted their horses yet. They can carry even more things on them. Old Man Cheng was very concerned about this kind of thing. When he tested Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he found that the two children had a lot of small items. A good sleeve arrow was 200 to 300 strings. The guards of the Zhang family and Wang family were equipped with them. He even suspected that the maids who usually served them also carried sleeve arrows. Rich people are really different. Where did they find people to make so many things for them? Oh, right, they don't need to look outside. Their own skills are enough. Old Man Yao sighed. It was good to be rich. If you wanted to equip yourself with good weapons, you could equip yourself with them. Old Man Bai shook his head and said, "It turns out that the Zhang and Wang families weren't that capable. Later on, when you were dealing with the locust plague, their families had just gotten a little better. They immediately took out money to find craftsmen and began to train them. Before we came here, someone had already gone to the capital to participate in the craftsman competition. This is all thanks to the Zhang family. Yes, it is wrong to focus on agriculture and not on industry and commerce. Every aspect is useful. A good craftsman is not worse than a jinsher. A jinsher can rule a country, and the craftsman's research can strengthen a country. It is the same for medicine. Even the Imperial Academy of Medicine is not good. Isn't it because the officials look down on them? The reason why the Zhang family and Wang family are so powerful is that they include scholars, agriculture, industry, commerce, and medicine. No matter which aspect needs people, they can provide them immediately. I guess the best talents in the Tang Empire are in their family. Old Man Cheng did not have a high status in the past, so he paid special attention to the people's livelihood. At first, he was a little confused, but now he finally understood why the Zhang family and Wang family were different from others. According to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, this was called complementing each other. Just like that, the three old men ate and chatted as they followed the procession back. The people outside slandered and gossiped about what they wanted. Zhang Zhong did not enter his carriage. He rode on the horse and thought. The people were dealt with, but he still had to think of a way to deal with the people behind them. It seemed that he needed Li Sun to make a move. Otherwise, he would have to take out more prescriptions to exchange with the imperial court. It was very interesting. In the past, he had never thought that he could make such an exchange. Before he took the imperial examination, he thought that he would be upright and outspoken when he became an official. Now that he was an official, he knew that it was impossible. Even if he was thinking for the people, he would still be restricted. If it were not for his son and daughter-in-law who kept making good things to exchange with the imperial court and other people, it would be a dream for him to sit in his current position, let alone have someone to take care of the trouble he caused. Sigh. This road is not easy to walk, but since I am here, I have to continue. Fortunately, I have a divine son and daughter-in-law. Who else has such a divine son and daughter-in-law? In the eyes of these two kids, small schemes are simply child's play. After pondering for a while, Zhang Zhong muttered to himself. His mood finally improved. Since things couldn't go smoothly, then he might as well ride the wind and break the waves. At home, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to teach their younger siblings how to read. They had to write big words and then make the paper into a kite. That was, they had to write on the big kite. It was impossible to let their younger siblings and the two foreign sisters learn how to read. Everyone wanted to play. If they could play, how could they sit still and learn how to read? Flying a kite was different. They had to make the kite into various shapes and then find a time when there was wind to release it into the sky. The 6 children saw the words in the sky. The maidservant kept reading the words, and the children unconsciously memorized them when they were curious. In the future, even if there were no kites, the children would know how to pronounce the words when they wrote them out. Under such circumstances, if they were 2 years older, they would be compared with other children of similar age. They would find that they had learned more than other children and would be praised more. In order to maintain this advantage and continue to be praised, they would take the initiative to learn. Many adults did not understand that when children learned well, especially in exams, not only would they not praise them, but they would also pour cold water on them, telling them not to be proud and that there were better people. In fact, it was not wrong to do this, but they must know how to adjust and not always pour cold water on them. If they were 10th in an exam, don't tell them that there were 9 people ahead of them. Instead, tell them that there were people behind them who were not convinced and would chase after them. This way, the children would feel that they were the leader and would work harder to increase the distance behind them. When the distance was widened, they would change from 10th to 9th or 8th. The method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were using now was an incentive policy. When the 6 little guys played the game, they also introduced such a mechanism. If they couldn't compare with others, then they would compare with themselves. 5 big kites were released. Some of the 6 children stretched out their small hands and pointed, while others looked at the kites with wide eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. This method was indeed useful. In just a quarter of an hour, the 6 little fellows had already memorized the 5 words. Just as the maidservant was about to change the kite, she was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. It was enough to memorize 5 words today. Before the 6 little fellows needed to go to bed, this half an hour was to consolidate their knowledge. The mother kite was flying in the sky, and the child kites were hanging on the line below and rising together. When they hit the top, they folded their wings and slid down along the line. One kite after another, the children would release a kite once for each word they said. When the 6 children were tired of playing and were carried to sleep, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. Let's make the bicycle for them. Now it's more advanced than when we were at that time. Let them play more often. It's best to be able to control the direction by themselves. Zhang Xiaobao sat under the shade of the tree again, picked up a book to read, and played with his younger brothers and sisters for a while. For him and Wang Wan, this was a very happy thing. The happiness of childhood did not belong to them. Without them, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would not have the background of an aristocratic family at all. They were forcibly promoted to the position of an aristocratic family. To be precise, they were on the verge of being an aristocratic family. It was not stable yet, so they had to continue to work hard. Wang Wan did not take a book, but took some food. Sitting next to Zhang Xiaobao, she ate 2 mouthfuls of shaved ice and said, "What do you think of the news that was sent yesterday?" "Oh, are you talking about the 4 people who were newly admitted to the imperial examinations in the past few years?" They were actually assigned to be officials in Jiannan province, and they were in 2 neighboring counties. They were assigned to be the registrar and the county magistrate. The arranged positions were really good. They were arranged to be in Izhou. It's not easy to develop. What do they have there? There are a lot of good things there, such as fruits, silkworms, and tea leaves. The tea leaves and silkworms are already famous, especially the Sichuan brocade. The fruits are good, but they can't be transported out. The climate there seems to be good for raising pigs, but now the grain yield is low. If they only rely on pigweed to feed them, how long will it take to raise them before they can be killed? Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were on the book, but he did not read a word. There, he was analyzing what should be done to improve the living standards of the people in the vicinity of Chengdu, Sichuan. 4 students of the academy had been admitted this year and were assigned to that area. At first, they wanted to rely on their own abilities to develop, but they found that it was difficult to progress there. So they sent one of the 4 pigeons back to the academy to send the news back. As for the news from the academy, there was no pigeons to send back. The news was directly sent to the academy. They asked for help from the academy. The academy did not know what to do, so they had to send the news here. As a result, it was sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There had been a lot of talents in the academy in recent years. Some were jinsher, and some were in other fields. Usually, when they had difficulties, they would ask the academy for help. The academy could basically solve it. There was strength in numbers. There were also some people in the capital who were sponsored by the Zhang family restaurant who became officials one after another. However, none of them were like the 4 of them, running to Jiannan Road all of a sudden. The road was extremely difficult to walk on, and the situation was extremely complicated. The people of the academy could not think of a solution, so they could only ask the dean for help. However, the dean did not do anything, and the troublesome ones were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Xiaobao, will bamboo work? There are a lot of bamboo in Chengdu, and we need to open 2 restaurants. Not to make money, but to send people there in the future. We need to have a place to eat and live." Wang Wan reminded him. "Okay, bamboo will work. Aren't the 2 counties next to each other? Then let them build a paper mill together and ship it here. We need to use paper anyway. Think about it, what other specialties are there? There are medicinal herbs, right? These can be sent to Huayuan County Hospital to be sold. What else?" Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought that he could not help. These people would be useful in the future. There is also raw lacquer, which is a very good thing, but not many people buy it. It is not very useful. Wang Wan reminded him. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. Yes, there is also raw lacquer. Who said that it is not useful? It is a good thing. We can use it for ships and wires. Let the 2 counties plant a lot of raw lacquer trees. If there are not enough of them now, we can buy them from other places and sell them for money. There are also ginkgo trees, which are also medicinal herbs. Don't worry about the tea leaves and Sichuan brocade. Let's make these first. There are a lot of fruits there, so we can use the fruits to make wine. The leftover wine will be fed to the pigs. We don't need to eat grain. Then it's settled. I will arrange it. Wang Wan thought it was a good idea. Whether it could be done or not depended on the strength of the 4 people. This kind of thing could be done if one wanted to. She had already thought about it. As long as the wine was brewed, they would transport it here and sell it. The money from the sale would be exchanged for grain and transported back. They did not expect to make much money in the middle, as long as it was enough to buy grain and transport. They could transport it directly to the place by water. With a good ship, they were not afraid of being damaged in dangerous places. Even if the current was strong, they could rely on the ship to stop in the middle of the river. If there was really a more dangerous place, then they would send a few people from the seedling protection team to blow it up with explosives. After Wang Wan finished writing the letter and sent it out, the 6 little guys also woke up and ran to Zhang Xiaobao to play with their brother. After playing with them for a while and coaxing them to be led to the servant girl, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had time to continue reading. Now the 2 of them were reading a book written by a famous official according to other notes. As for the rest of the books that should be read, the 2 of them relied on their young age and good memory to learn most of them. In addition, they had the comprehension ability of an adult. Other than revising and reading books that were not related to the imperial examination, there was nothing else to read. When the 2 of them were reading, someone came back to report that the matter with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been solved. The people were also caught, so the 2 of them did not need to worry. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not worried at all. After reading for a while, they planned to continue to be light bulbs. The time to burn wine was too short. They had to continue to think of ways to make it into a commodity to sell. Zhang Zhong also brought the people back in the afternoon. There was no place to lock up all 1,200 prefectural soldiers, but if they were not locked up, he was afraid that something would happen. In the end, he had no choice but to leave a portion of Li Sun's men behind and let all 1,200 of them go to an empty space. The first 700 people who were caught were tied together with ropes. The other 500 people were much more lenient. Zhang Zhong was not in a hurry to interrogate the people he caught. He only sent a memorial to wait for the imperial court to make a decision. When the time came, he did not even have to interrogate them. He could just directly detain them to the capital. The capital could decide how they wanted to interrogate them. Li Sun also wrote a letter. Now that the place was set, he had to occupy the 2 mines, especially the marble mine. That was discussed with Zhang Xiaobao. It was for his own use. He also had to dig the copper mine. Now, he had to send people to guard it to prevent others from stealing it. When Old Man Yao came back, before Old Man Pai could ask for a car from the Zhang family, the Zhang family personally sent the car over and said that it had just been made. This made Old Man Yao happy. He smelled the paint on the outside of the car. It was indeed just made. The smell of wood inside had not dissipated yet. Just as Zhang Zhong was waiting for news from the imperial court, something finally happened in Shuzhou. When Zhang Zhong returned, 4 out of the 6 judges were detained. The other 2 were nowhere to be found. After Zhang Zhong returned to his residence for 5 days, someone quickly came to report that the Yangtze River in Wangjiang County had burst open. The flood had already washed many places, and the water was still flowing out. The people in Wangjiang County could not stop it at all. No one knew how many people had died, how many houses had been destroyed, and how the dam had burst open. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he was stunned. It had not rained these few days, so it was impossible for there to be a flood. Even if there was a flood, someone should have reported the rise of the water level first. Why did it burst open all of a sudden? Putting aside the other things in his hands, Zhang Zhong went directly to the courtyard where his son and daughter-in-law were. When he saw the 2 of them, he said, "Xiao Bao, the Yangtze River in Wangjiang County has burst open. We just received news." "Ah. Burst open? That's not right. Didn't we arrange for people to go there to take a look? It can't be broken, especially when it hasn't rained yet. How could it be broken? Unless..." "Father, go and interrogate the county magistrate of Taihu County, that military attaché Fang, and the other 4 people we caught. They must know." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, his heart immediately tensed up. There was a map at Wangjiang County, and it happened to be a place with a bend. If that place really burst open, then all the water would burst out. It was impossible to continue walking along the original line. Back then, they did not interrogate people to leave a chance for the people behind them. They should be people from the imperial clan. If they really found out anything, then it would be difficult to handle. As long as they occupied the mine and straightened out the officials in the state, it would be fine. Whether or not they killed people had nothing to do with the Zhang family. Now, it seemed that they had no choice but to ask. That place suddenly burst open. Who would believe it if they told others? Unexpectedly, before the county magistrate of Taihu County said anything, the military attaché Fong had already said it. He said that the method was given by the higher-ups, which was to dig up the river bank. As long as the water was flushed, Zhang Zhong would not have the leisure to care about anything else. Presumably, the two men who had escaped had arranged this matter. 5 days was not the right time for a fast horse to finish digging and then a fast horse to report back to them. This time, even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were dumbfounded. They never thought that someone would dare to do this. How was this a political struggle? This was clearly a murderer, a blatant murderer. How could such a person exist? Was he not afraid that Li Longji would also kill people? This time, even if it was a prince, Li Longji would not let them go, let alone the younger generation of the imperial clan. His entire family would be killed. Madman, this kind of person was a madman. Zhang Xiaobao immediately became listless. He had asked the military attaché Fong in detail, and the military attaché Fong had told him everything except for digging up the river. It seemed that the two people had escaped, and it was too late to stop them. The river here was too long, and it was impossible to send that many people to guard it. Moreover, they were all riding fast horses. As long as they were late for 2 to 4 hours, they would not have to think about anything. Building a river bank might take a long time, but destroying a river bank was too easy. Even if we cut them into pieces, we will not be able to vent our anger. We have already lost, so how can we still cause trouble? If all the officials are like this, then at that time, we can forget about keeping all the river dikes. We can blow them up with explosives, but those officials thought of running out and committing suicide, but they didn't mention using explosives to blow up the river dikes. Wang Wan's eyes were red. She could not understand how officials could do such a thing. How did those two people climb to their current positions? It was obvious that Wangjiang County was crippled. Who knew how many people had died? Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything. He closed his eyes and thought about things. At this time, there was no point in complaining. Even if he immediately found those two people and the people who worked for them and killed them, it was useless. He had to think of a way to reduce the losses as much as possible. After half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and began to call for people to give orders. He had to save people first. Perhaps many people had already died, but there were still people hiding in high places or trees. He also had to think of a way to block the gap. He first got people to go over and see how big the gap was. It was probably not small. When he destroyed it, he only needed to dig a little, and the river water would gradually fill the gap. Fuck, how do I block it? This was the second time Zhang Xiaobao cursed. At this moment, Wang Wan took the map over. The two of them looked at the map together, hoping to find a solution. For example, if there was a big mountain beside them, they could dig stones and cut trees from the mountain, as well as how the terrain there was, and where to send people over. Zhang Zhong was also anxious, but he could not think of a solution. This matter was already beyond his ability. Digging a breach in the river embankment was even more helpless than a flood when it rained. When it rained, they could at least be prepared. Now, there was no preparation at all. They would be able to harvest in a few days, but now that the embankment was washed away by the water, the food was gone. How were they going to pay this year's rent? It was a man-made disaster. He did not know if the imperial court would waive the rent. Even if it was waived, he would have wasted a year. He originally wanted to pay more, but now, it was even less. After the three old men heard the news, they sat together in a daze. They also did not expect that there would be someone who could do such a thing. This matter could not be blamed on the experts of the Zhang family for not foreseeing it. Who could have foreseen it? Even if Zhuge Liang was still alive, it would be useless. Zhang Zhong did not even dare to ask his son and daughter-in-law. It would put too much pressure on the two children. He could only wait in the signing room, hoping that his son and daughter-in-law would once again use their divine abilities to turn the tide. The military registrar, who had confessed the matter, did not have any happy thoughts. He had already been arrested. After hearing the situation over there, he clearly knew what the result would be. Not only would he lose a lot of people and money, even if he died, he would bear an infamy for eternity. He did not know if his family would be able to stay. If the imperial court vented their anger on him, then his entire family would be finished. Even those who were slightly related to him would not be able to escape. Chapter 572. We have to tell the emperor about this first. Otherwise, people will think that Zhang Zhong didn't do a good job. This is too hateful. We have to think of a way. We can't just watch the local people suffer. Old Man Pai wasn't in the mood to fish anymore. He sat there drinking tea and said to the two old men. He had never encountered this kind of situation before. He had to think about what to do slowly. They had to block it, but how to block it? It was hard to say if they could block it. Compared to the flood on the Yellow River, the Yangtze River was much worse. Old Man Cheng was also trying to think of a way. He suddenly said, "How about this? Send more people to transport stones over. Block it bit by bit first, then seal the opening. It's best if we can find a way to make the water smaller." "How can the water be smaller?" Old Man Pai asked gloomily. "Why not? Didn't the people by the river use the river water when they irrigate the land? Let's get them to water the land again. Starting from upstream, the more water they use, the less water there will be. It's so clogged. It's not like there hasn't been a flood in the past. What should be flushed has been flushed. Let's just treat it as a flood like before." Old Man Cheng added. Old Man Yao disagreed. "How can that be? The food of the people upstream is almost ripe. If we ask them to let the water go, the food will be soaked in the water again. They absolutely can't do it, even if we give them money. After all, the amount of food they have is related to their political achievements. It's true that there have been floods before, but when has it ever been good? Now it's man-made. The Zhang family can't bear such a big loss. If we don't think of a safe way, we won't be able to recover in 3 years. The water might even reach the state capital." The news was quickly spread to the imperial court by Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. The entire imperial court was shocked. It wasn't because of the flood. Since the flood had already happened, the Zhang family and Wang family would think of a way to make up for the loss. Everyone was shocked. Who was so crazy? If all the local officials were like this, then wouldn't it be impossible to arrest people and punish them in the future? How many rivers were there in the Great Tang? When it was the rainy season, it was impossible to guard against them. If they were to dig up the rivers, didn't that mean that as long as it was the rainy season, even the local officials would have to tolerate their mistakes? Otherwise, they would start digging up the rivers. This kind of thing absolutely could not happen. They had to use torture to let all the officials know that if they dared to do this, their entire race would be wiped out. After the discussion of the punishment in the imperial court, everyone began to look forward to what the master of the Zhang family would do under such circumstances. Here, this place is low. And here, it has always been low. This place is slightly higher. That's great. It's fine as long as it's higher. Zhang Xiaobao was still studying the map when the people who went to check the situation came back. Just as everyone thought, almost all the villages near the river were gone. It was a vast expanse of water. Many people ran out with their families. It was still unknown how many people had died. The rescuers had also gone over. They rowed the boats to look for people who were still alive. The gap was a little bigger, but no one went to plug it. The water was spreading to other places very quickly. All the fields passing by were flooded. There was no hope for any harvest. After studying the military map in detail, Zhang Xiaobao finally showed a hint of joy. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Xiaobao, do you have a good idea? Do you know how to plug it?" "Yes, I know. I'll go and arrange for people. Li Sun also needs to send people to call the people in other places. The road can be repaired later." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He had a very bold idea in his heart. After talking to Wang Wan, he took her to find his father. Zhang Zhong had lost weight. In only 3 days, he had lost more than 5 kilograms. He was worried. The news should have reached the imperial court. He didn't know what they would do. And here, he had sent people to rescue, but the water had not been plugged. The local people only cared about escaping and couldn't organize. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't seen his father for 2 days. He had been thinking about how to minimize this disaster. Now that he saw his father's appearance, he was distressed. If this went on, it was likely that he would fall ill. Fortunately, he had a way. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you have a good idea?" When Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law coming, the first thing that came to his mind was this. The 2 children were his last hope. If even the gods couldn't do it, who else could he turn to? Zhang Xiaobao nodded fiercely. "Father, there is a way. Didn't you mention that you wanted to repair the bridge last time?" It was an official in Wangjiang County who said that we should take this opportunity to repair the bridge and connect the north and south of the river. This can be considered a political achievement. Now, let's arrange for people to do things and get people to gather enough steel. Repair the bridge? Xiaobao, it's a flood now. It's not normal. Zhang Zhong didn't expect his son to mention repairing the bridge at this time. This didn't seem to have anything to do with disaster relief, right? That's right, father. It's to repair the bridge. While doing disaster relief, we can repair the bridge at the same time. It won't be delayed and will be repaired very soon. I reckon that when it's frozen, a bridge will be able to connect the 2 sides. At that time, transportation will be convenient. As long as there's more production here, we can raise the rent tax. Zhang Xiaobao said firmly. Wang Wan couldn't figure out how to repair the bridge. When Zhang Xiaobao began to issue orders and post notices in the name of his father, Wang Wan finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao saw from the map that the place where the Wangjiang River burst was at the lowest point. After the water rushed out, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to continue digging along the line and create a road for the water. Finally, it connected to a section of the embankment in front and dug the embankment there. The water from the upstream would flow back into the Yangtze River from the excavated area. What they needed to do now was to get more people to dig in the front and build a river embankment in the open space in the north. They would block the water from the embankment in the front between the undamaged embankment and the newly built embankment so that the water would flow directly into the area that was going to be blown out. In other words, they would artificially build a bridge for the water and let the water flow along this road. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao wanted to repair the bridge. In the past, when they built reservoirs, they would first dig a river and lead the water over. Then, they would first block the dam on the other side. When they were done, they would blow up the blocked area and block the other side again. Then, the water would come back. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to lead the water away at this time and block the normal river channel. He wanted to use cement and steel to repair the bridge. This bridge was easy to repair. It didn't need to carry large vehicles that weighed tons. Using cement and steel to build the bridge piers at the bottom, it wouldn't be a problem even if they used wood to build the bridge. It was indeed fast. After Wang Wan figured out this matter, she hugged Zhang Xiaobao's head and kissed him hard on the cheek. Xiaobao, you really didn't disappoint. You're never the kind of person who compromises in the face of difficulties. At this time, you can still think of making use of this opportunity. That's great. If the bridge is repaired, then this political achievement will be huge. Let's go and take a look. Basically, everyone in the province started to move. Those who had money contributed, and those who had power contributed. The money naturally came from the Zhang family, the Wang family, and Li Sun. The strength came from the bodyguards and the people around them. Zhang Zhong personally went there to take charge. As long as the people had someone to command them, it would be much easier. They didn't lack the spirit to fight, but they were afraid that there would be no one to lead them. The people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family began to arrange people according to Zhang Xiaobao's plan. They started to build the embankment from where the water was shallow. After the embankment was built a little, they pushed it forward again. Bit by bit, they forced the water between the embankment of the Yangtze River and this side. There were also people digging a little further away. The people in the province started to move, but the three old men still didn't understand Zhang Zhong's intention. To be precise, they didn't understand what the experts of the Zhang family wanted to do. After asking Zhang Zhong, the three old men stared blankly as Zhang Zhong left to organize the people to work. It can actually be done like this? They diverted the water instead of directly blocking it. Then they took the opportunity to repair the bridge. They knew that the embankment was destroyed first. If I didn't know, I would have thought that it was Zhang Zhong who ordered people to dig up the embankment for the purpose of repairing the bridge. Old man Chang said in surprise. He really admired this. If it was someone else, it would have been over long ago. However, the experts of the Zhang family made use of it. Not only did they block the water and prevent it from continuing to rush to other more important places, they also made use of this disaster to make some achievements. If the Zhang family wanted to repair the bridge, they could have waited until winter to fix the embankment here first before blowing it up. They couldn't have let the water rush in. He really wants to repair the bridge. I don't know if he can do it. If he can, then he will be the first person in history. No, the experts behind him will be the second person in history. Old Man Pai was also shocked by this plan. At the same time, he deeply felt the tenacity of the Zhang family. No matter how difficult the situation was, they would not admit defeat. And the more difficult the situation was, the more they would do. It was the same over and over again. Ever since he started raising chickens to help Old Man Yao deal with the locust plague, he had done this. No matter how many obstacles there were in front of him, he would go through them all. Old Man Yao stared at Zhang Zhong's back as he left. After a while, he finally said, as expected, he is quite capable. It seems that there is really no way to deal with the Zhang family in the future. People like him are not afraid of being banished at all. In the face of such a situation, they can still gain benefits. What can they not do? They can immediately think of a solution without any preparation. That is to say, as long as they have time to prepare, they don't have to worry about anything. This is a good idea, especially since the Zhang family now has cement. If they want to build a bridge in the future, they can do the same and build another dam in advance. When the time comes, they can start building bridge piers there. It will be much more convenient for people to travel between the two sides of the river. In addition, they can also build the land road. When the time comes, they can transport goods together with the water route. The food from the south can be quickly transported to the north, and the things from the north can also be transported to the south. It will also be convenient for people to travel between the two sides. If it is the Yellow River, the speed of transportation by boat can't compare to the speed of transportation by bridge. If there is a war, the bridge will be a great contribution. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao thought differently from ordinary people. As long as they found something good, they would want to lead it to the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about what other people thought. If they wanted to build a bridge, they could do it. The most important thing was that they could afford to pay for the steel. The two of them had already decided that if the cement wasn't up to standard, they would add copper pillars to replace the poor quality steel when building the bridge piers. This was all money. If they wanted to build a bridge from the Yangtze River to the other side, it would cost at least 100,000 strings of cash. It was money. They had to spend it. Even if they spent it, they couldn't charge anything like before. Even if the money was paid by their family, they couldn't charge people a penny after the bridge was built. Fortunately, the transportation capacity wasn't that high now. It wasn't a railway bridge, so they didn't have to worry about overloading large trucks. The bridge deck didn't cost too much. After the bridge piers were built, they could use ropes to connect the bridge. Finally, they laid wood. If they wanted to build it better, they could use iron chains to connect the bridge piers. Money, it's not like my dad caused this. Why does my family have to pay for the repairs? We can't even collect a toll. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled as he looked at the commoners working in full swing. Wang Wan suddenly laughed. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was muttering because he was bored. Not to mention that it was because of Zhang Zhong. Even if there wasn't any reason, he would still take the initiative to build the bridge. He didn't care how much money his family had to spend. There was a big difference between having a bridge and not having one. People who came and went didn't have to risk their lives. If the bridge here wasn't too important, then if they could build a bridge upstream, the dangers of the Three Gorges would be reduced. The really big cargo ships there rarely had accidents. Usually, the dangerous ones were the small boats or small cargo ships that carried people across the river. If there was a bridge, there was no need to use it. They could just walk on it. Now the bridge here was built for Zhang Zhong's political achievements, and also to help Li Sun. There was also a more important reason to build a bridge through this disaster. If it was successful, they could do the same in other places in the future. Xiao Bao, why don't I pay for the bridge too? Li Sun, who was standing behind Zhang Xiaobao, heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and said aloud. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at Li Sun, shook his head, and said, "No, you don't have to pay for it. If you want to pay for it, when this bridge is built, you can build one on the Yellow River and directly connect it to the capital. It seems that the cement needs to be studied. What if it doesn't work?" Li Sun nodded seriously. "Okay, let's see how your bridge is first. Don't let it be washed away by the water. In fact, it won't cost much. Give me the cost of the cement. When the time comes, I'll use the marble stones to build a bigger yard for our brother and sister." "That's my brother and sister," Zhang Xiaobao corrected. "It's the same," Li Sun replied, but his heart was touched by Zhang Xiaobao's words. He was looking forward to the Zhang family's bridge being built so that people could pass through it normally. When the time comes, he would really go to the Yellow River to build the bridge. He would use some of the money from the transaction to build a few more bridges. It was just that steel and copper were a bit expensive, but cement was not worth much. Wang Wan also smiled. She admitted that the current environment was really very good. They could spend as much money as they needed. There was no such thing as buying a few bags. In the end, they only needed a little money, so how could they build something of good quality? No one could be greedy with their own money. Especially the price of the raw materials was very cheap. There were many times when they didn't even need to spend money to buy them. They just needed to find a place to pick them. For example, the materials used to make cement were very cheap. If a road could be built for the local people during the process of picking, the local officials would be very grateful. Usually, there wouldn't be officials coming over to ask for money. The big officials wouldn't bother to do that, and the small ones wouldn't dare. Li Longji was doing a good job now. Now that there was a way to solve the problem, the people didn't panic. Even the local people who were washed away by the flood didn't run around and beg for food like before. They all joined the operation. Naturally, the Zhang family and the Wang family paid for food and other things. This wasn't considered a salary, but it was the salary for 20 days. If they worked for a long time, all the rent and transfer would be waived. It wasn't that the Zhang family and the Wang family couldn't afford it, but that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't prepared to pay for it. If everything was measured by money, then this nation would be finished. There would only be money in their hearts, and there would be no morality or family. The current situation was to resist the disaster. There was also a period of post-disaster reconstruction. It was necessary to show the unity of this nation. If other businessmen were willing to pay to help, then it would be better. Zhang Xiaobao promised that he wouldn't embezzle any of the money. All of it would be used on the victims. After following them for 5 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that they didn't need to take care of this matter anymore. They were ready to go back. Someone had already sent them a letter. The 4 little brats had begun to make a fuss because they couldn't see their brother and sister. Zhang Zhong also asked if the 4 little brats mentioned him. The result was naturally very disappointing. His children only knew to call him father when they saw him and endure his beard being kissed twice. They didn't usually think of him at all. Their brother and sister were the best. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ready to go back, they also asked the 3 old men if they wanted to go back with them. They also made watermelon dumplings for the 3 old men to eat. The 3 old men thought of the food Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made. They swallowed at the same time, but insisted on staying. They wanted to take a good look at this matter and see what was going on. When the time came, they could use it in other places to gain more experience. The canal could continue to be repaired, and then a bridge could be built on it to connect the 2 sides. This way, transportation would be more convenient. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the others didn't move, so they had to go back by themselves. Even Li Sun wanted to stay here and see how the water was blocked elsewhere. He also wanted to see how the bridge looked like, especially how many materials were used. He was afraid that others would cheat him. A caddy of iron was a lot of money. What if he didn't know and someone else bought more, or bought normal iron but used less? After the bridge pier was piled up with cement, it couldn't be seen from the outside. Who knew what it looked like inside? He had to be on guard. Li Sun still didn't know. What he was thinking about was what happened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan at that time. Just like what he thought, since it was piled up with cement, no one could see the situation inside. If there was a flood and it suddenly collapsed, he would say that it was the water behind it. It wouldn't happen once in 10,000 years, or even once in 1,000,000 years. It couldn't even be compared to the Ice Age. Anyway, he would say it as shameless as possible. Even if everyone knew what was going on, it was just like the emperor's new clothes. After hearing and seeing more, he got used to it. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have such concerns. After all, it was still the time to talk about morality. After all, if someone fell to the ground and saved him, he wouldn't say that it was you who hit him. After the 2 of them arranged things properly, they rode back quickly. They didn't know what the little guys were doing. If they didn't know how to go, wouldn't they turn the sky upside down? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the younger brother and sister's courtyard, the 4 little guys had turned the sky upside down. Even the 2 sisters were making trouble. The maids in the courtyard were washing clothes for them, and they began to make trouble there. In fact, it was not right to say that they were making trouble. They kindly wanted to help wash. Each of them pulled a washboard and imitated others, making water everywhere. They didn't know whose clothes were, but they were distributed and put in basins for them to rub. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already used good soap powder. It was very convenient to wash clothes, and the clothes were easy to clean. The 6 little guys were avoiding the maids who were wiping their faces when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their younger brother and sister, they were happy at first. Then they laughed and made bubbles all over their bodies. It seemed that they had rubbed more vigorously just now. As soon as the 6 little guys saw that their relatives had come back, they opened their small hands and ran over. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother ran and fell to the ground with a plop. He sat there and pondered for a while. Finally, he found the problem. His belt buckle was open. Just now, he stepped on it with one foot. He looked up at his brother and sister, got up angrily and continued to run over. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their younger brother and sister like this, they were very proud. This was what they taught them. When they fell, they didn't cry. Instead, they thought about why they fell. It took them a long time to develop such a habit. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surrounded by their younger brother and sister. They came to the place where they washed their clothes. It seemed that they wanted to let the two of them see what washing clothes was. One by one, they squatted beside the washing board that was placed horizontally. They took the clothes out of the basin and put them on it. Then, they threw their whole bodies on it to wash. Good, good. Good job washing. Zhang Xiaobao immediately praised them loudly. He even used his strength to rub his hands twice. This time, it was amazing. Xiao Bei directly rushed over and took off the only piece of clothing on Zhang Xiaobao's upper body. With a splash, he pressed it into the water and rubbed it. It was unknown how much soap they had put in. Every time they rubbed, a lot of bubbles would come out. Wang Wan looked and said, "Why don't you put some glycerin in it? It's a byproduct when making soap. It's just right for them to blow bubbles for fun." Zhang Xiaobao nodded, but his eyes were staring at the hands of the maidservants who were washing the clothes. He watched them rub there. Their hands were indeed good and well maintained, but Zhang Xiaobao always felt that something was wrong. "Why are you looking at their hands? Haven't you seen washing clothes before? Now, we can only wash like this or use a stick to hit them. There's no washing machine." Wang Wan stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, if there's no washing machine, then make one. I don't expect it to have all kinds of functions. As long as it can turn, it's fine. We can make a generator. Is it difficult to make an electric motor?" Zhang Xiaobao finally knew what was wrong. It turned out that it was missing a washing machine. "It's not difficult, but there will be leakage." Wang Wan followed. "Then don't use it. Use manpower, the kind that uses feet. It's better than washing by hand, right? It's even better if it's placed by the river. The maidservants only need to be responsible for pouring water into it. There's also an additional job of washing clothes." Zhang Xiaobao decided to free the maidservants' hands and not let them continue to wash clothes with their hands. Wang Wan nodded and then shook her head. "Who will let you wash clothes? Won't they wash clothes in their own house? There's no market at all." Normally, that's the case. However, there are many rich people who do get others to help them wash their clothes. Don't some commoners rely on this to earn a living? That's settled then. In the future, build more washing machines to help those who cannot find work. Zhang Xiaobao insisted mainly because he thought that there was something attractive about this matter, and that was the things used to wash clothes. It would be better if there were some spices to add to the fragrance. Many people might not worry about not having enough clothes to wash, but they came to wash clothes out of curiosity and identity. Even if they were not successful in the end, they could still sell washing machines. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression and guessed what he was thinking. She said, "Do you want to sell washing machines? This can't be sold. It needs good materials and a lot of money. People who don't have money won't use it. Rich people have maids and hired old women. Who would spend money to buy this? Why not? If you sell it as a product, no one will buy it. You can just sell it as a fashion trend. Let those people feel that if they don't buy a washing machine at home, the clothes they wear will be different from others. Add some spice. Use different plants to distill, and then spray the washed clothes with a variety of fragrances, and the pure natural ones. Get it to the key cities of the better states, and a place like the capital. There should be a market. How do you know if you don't try? Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked to his yard. He wanted to go back and find a craftsman to make a washing machine. Wang Wan also followed behind to help with ideas. The 6 little guys were washing happily. When they saw that they were gone, they were stunned and found that they were about to walk out of the yard. They put down other things and ran with their legs tight. Zhang Xiaobao heard the footsteps and looked back. Only then did he remember that there were 6 little guys. Zhang Xiaobao paused and winked at Wang Wan. He clapped his hands and walked in front of her. He said, "Please do this with me." Wang Wan was a little stunned and immediately understood what Zhang Xiaobao was doing. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She followed Zhang Xiaobao and clapped her hands while walking. She said, "I'll do this with you. Please do this with me. I'll do this with you. Please do this with me. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kept repeating this process. As they talked, the 6 little guys also began to follow. They also said, "I'll do this with you," with Wang Wan. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked in front, and the 6 little guys followed behind. It was like a mother goose walking with her baby geese. Everyone who saw it was confused. They didn't know why the young master and the young lady were walking with the 4 little ancestors. In this way, we can add poetry and other things in the future. They will be very willing to learn. They will even organize themselves to play like this. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the yard and asked someone to find a craftsman, they hugged the 6 little guys together and said softly, "How can you come up with so many ideas? The little guys are so pitiful. They don't even know that they are being schemed against." Wang Wan really understood Zhang Xiaobao's intention this time. Guidance. The learning method of guidance in the game was the best way. After waiting for another 5 days, the 3 old men realized that they couldn't build the bridge yet. They hadn't found enough things to block the bridge, so they finally came back. Staying outside was indeed not as good as staying at home. The main reason was that they didn't have a group of little guys. When they came back, they saw Lu, Xin, Wei Wei, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the others installing things. There was a man-made river in their yard, and there was a windmill connected to it. The 3 old men were now in the old man Pai's yard. They were very puzzled when they saw the thing. They wanted to ask, but seeing how serious the little guys were, they didn't want to disturb them. They could only wait by the side. After the things were installed, someone directly took a lot of clothes and threw them into the box. They didn't know what it meant. The 3 old men watched the group of little guys add water to the box and put in soap powder. When the other end was connected to the windmill, there was a rumbling sound from the box. It wasn't too loud. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands. The 6 little guys also clapped their hands, although they didn't know what this thing was for or what benefits it would bring them. Old Man Pai saw that everyone was done, so he came over to look at the situation in the box. It had already started spinning, and it was spinning quite quickly. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in confusion and asked, "This is?" "Grandpa Bai, you're back. This is a washing machine. It's used to wash clothes. With this thing, you don't need to rub it with your hands or hit it with a stick. It can wash a lot of clothes at once. It's very fast and convenient. Grandpa Bai, how much are you willing to pay if I sell this to you?" Zhang Xiaobao introduced it to Old Man Pai and asked about the market demand. "I won't pay a penny. I already have someone in my family who specializes in this job. I have a lot of money and nowhere to spend it. Why would I buy this thing to wash clothes?" Old Man Pai didn't give him any face at all. Wang Wan laughed softly at the side. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was too embarrassing. He smacked his lips and said, "Grandpa Bai, it's like this. As long as you buy this thing, I can give you the materials to add fragrance to your clothes for free. There are many kinds of fragrance, and you can wear it. People will laugh at an old man like me if I wear it. I won't buy it." I definitely won't buy it. Before Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Old Man Pai interrupted and refused. After he finished speaking, he turned around to look at Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao. The two old men nodded cooperatively, meaning that they wouldn't buy it. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a while. He said to Wang Wan, "You see, I told you that Grandpa Bai and the others don't need this at all. You just had to bring it over. Tear it down, tear it all down. Take it back to our own homes." Wang Wan laughed even louder. The others also laughed. Even the 6 children, who still didn't know what was going on, laughed like flowers. Old Man Pai quickly stopped them and said, "There's no need to tear it down. It looks okay and can be used. Keep it. Later, I'll give one to your Grandpa Yao and Grandpa Zhang. As for the fragrance, I don't need it. I'll help you this time. Give it to someone else." Ah, this old man is easy to talk to. "Grandpa Bai, then should I thank you?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he pulled his brother to his side. "No need. I'm also very happy to be able to help little guys like you this time," Old Man Pai said with bright eyes. His gaze was fixed on the washing machine. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in admiration. "Grandpa Bai, you are really too noble. Then do you think I can still sell this washing machine?" "I've decided. If the important thing is that you buy a washing machine, I'll give you a good iron." "Yes, you can sell it. What does the iron look like? Is it better than a soldering iron?" "Xiaobao, how about this? If you sell it directly, you don't know what other people will think after they use it. Why don't you let me have a few first? I'll find someone to help you use it. I'll tell you the pros and cons. What about you too?" Old Man Pai knew that the things from the Zhang family had always been good. How could he miss out on this opportunity? Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao nodded at the same time. Old Man Yao had a lot of good friends. Old Man Chang wanted to give it to his family's master, Zhang Jiling. The things from the Zhang family were definitely comfortable to use. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, "I'll take out a total of 5. You 3 can split it." Xiaobao, why don't you take out 2? We happen to have 3 people. If you take out 2, wouldn't the effect be better?" Old Man Pai didn't fall for it at all. "Little guy, you want to kill 3 with 2 peaches?" Chapter 573. Danger, the flood washes away misfortune. Winds and clouds change, the people who leave have no return. Danger, who points to the blue sky to reverse the tide? Autumn arrives, the crabs are full, the fish is fat. While others were fixing the dam, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were free, began to research the items at home. Ever since they made the semi-automatic washing machine, the two realized that there were more comfortable things to make. For example, the solar shower. It was the kind that placed a large water tank at a high place. It was made of aluminum and coated with a layer of black paint. When the sun was shining, it would start drying early in the morning. When it was sunny, it could be used to bathe the younger siblings in the afternoon. It was very practical. Another example was the spray iron. First, it was enough to make a spray iron. Once it was sprayed, it would be ironed a few times. While making this, there was some unforeseen circumstances. There was no mist, only water jets. After some slight modification, it became a spray gun. The 6 little ones could each have a water fight. After solving the daily games of the younger siblings, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had a new research direction. Building a biogas pool had many advantages. There could be biogas fertilizer, a biogas stove, and a biogas lamp. The biogas stove was easy to make. They just needed to make a stove to light it up. As for the biogas lamp, they just needed to remove the stove and light it up directly. It was more convenient to use than an oil lamp and brighter than candles. As for other things, they did not care. The two suspected judges had not been caught yet. There was no way to prove that they were the ones who dug the dam. Their families were still living under the supervision of the provincial government. The interrogation officer only knew that there were people above, but he did not know who they were. They all had a fixed contact point in another province. Only when there was trouble, the people above would ask for the help of one or a few officials from the imperial court. The list of suspected officials who had helped had already been sent to the capital. This kind of thing should not involve Zhang Zhong. They had already sent people to the other provinces. Needless to say, the place that used to be had long been deserted. If they wanted to find traces of the transportation of ores and marble, it would not be Shuzhou's problem anymore. Whoever owned the territory would be responsible for it. The only thing that made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel a little better was that the imperial court sent someone to deliver a decree, asking if Shuzhou needed any food aid from the imperial court. After all, a lot of places were flooded. Even if they had arranged for people to repair the dam, it was impossible to do it overnight. The water was still flowing. More and more houses were destroyed, and the fields were also soaked. Fortunately, before the water came later, the people in the areas that could be flooded had already moved away, and no more people died. Zhang Zhong did not even use Changpingsang. The people in the disaster area could not get back the money they owed. This time, he did not directly wipe it off. After all, there were other people who had also taken loans. He only extended the repayment time and took out money to give them another loan. This was conditional. Within 10 years, the livestock and poultry produced by the people in Shuzhou who had taken loans had to be sold to the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce at a price slightly lower than the market price. It was considered a long-term investment. Of course, the matters asked by the decree had to be rejected. Did the imperial court need to deal with such a small matter? The imperial court only needed to arrest those who should be arrested and kill those who should be killed. The problems of the people's livelihood were not a problem. As long as the officials were good and sincerely worked for the people, no one would cause trouble, and there was enough money for basic construction. It would be difficult for a place not to become prosperous. Even the poorest place had its own advantages for development. It depended on officials and early development funds. Moreover, Shuzhou was not poor. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not need to go elsewhere to experiment. They could just build a methane pool in their own courtyard and collect the materials to produce methane from the prefectural city. After not seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for 2 days, the 3 old men missed them. After searching for a while, they found 2 people who were directing people to work in a courtyard that the Zhang family usually used to store sundries. Xiaobao, this is. Old man Pai looked at the place and asked, not knowing what it was for. He now admired the 2 masters of the Zhang family even more. He could not see them even once. Where were they hiding? Basically, everything had to be done by Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The 2 children were exhausted. They could not cultivate talents like this. Since they were in Sanshui County, they had seen the 2 children busy. Only Xiaobao and Cuckoo were sensible. If it were the other 2 children, they would have quit long ago. Old Man Pai had told Old Man Chang about this before. At this time, Old Man Chang also sighed. He envied the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. Since they saw Xiaobao and Cuckoo, they were always smiling when they saw them. They had not cried even once. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the people in charge of the Zhang family and Wang family were the 2 of them. They were directing people in and out, and it did not affect their studies. How did they give birth to children? Zhang Xiaobao was ordering people to make cement. When he heard Old Man Pai's words, he looked back and whispered to Wang Wan, "It's over. Cement can't be sold at a high price in the future. Later, help us cooperate. Let's earn money from the rich first." Wang Wan and Wei Wei were stunned. When they saw what the 2 were doing, they thought it through and nodded. "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, Grandpa Zhang, how did the 3 of you have time to come here? Come, serve the 3 grandpas good tea and freshly boiled melon seeds." Grandpa Bai, you should rest first. Cuckoo and I have nothing to do, so we came here to play. Zhang Xiaobao's face instantly turned into a flower, making people feel that it was more pure than Xiao Bei's smile. If they did not believe him, then they would be struck by lightning. Unfortunately, Old Man Pai seemed to have the means of a god. He was not afraid of being struck by lightning. He was indifferent to Zhang Xiaobao's words and did not go to the side to drink tea. The three old men firmly believed that tea and melon seeds were definitely not as important as what was in front of them. It's good to play blindly. Xiao Bao, tell us, what are you playing? Old Man Pai continued to ask. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just putting feces, grass, and other things together. After fermenting it, it can be used to make fertilizer. There will be a burst of air coming out of it. That air can be lit with an open flame. Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to lie to the three old men. If he did not want to say it, then he would not say it. Since he said it, then it was the truth. Old Man Pai and Old Man Pai knew that this kind of thing would appear in swamps. They did not expect it to be man-made. They explained it to Old Man Chang, who was next to them. Old Man Pai moved forward and carefully looked at the others working. Just as Zhang Xiaobao had said, Old Man Pai looked and indeed said, Xiao Bao, this thing of yours is good. It can be used to boil water and cook, and it can also be used to light lamps. I don't think there's much here. It's just cement and copper pipes. The pipes should be used to release air. In this way, as long as one followed the instructions, even the common folk would be able to save on oil lamps, let alone candles. Once the gas inside is almost used up, the excrement will ferment and truly can be used as fertilizer. Xiao Bao, the people of the Great Tang are suffering. After Wang Wan heard Old Man Pai's words, she immediately said, Grandpa Bai, our family is also suffering. Now is the time of the man-made disaster, and we have to take out a lot of money. What should we do? Grandpa Bai, I've decided to do this. The rich usually use the most oil lamps and candles. The more they use, the less other people can eat, especially candles. Why don't we start with the rich? Our family can provide after-sales service. For example, we can transport feces and grass to places designated by the rich. When the air is gone, we can help to clean it up. We won't charge more, we'll do it for free. We'll even help to transport the things that are cleaned up to places far away. Old Man Pai looked at Wang Wan's aggrieved expression and laughed. He said to Old Man Yao, what do you think? Isn't it easier to talk to the two kids? Old Man Yao nodded. It was indeed easier to talk. There was no need to make things clear. The benefits that should be exchanged were all exchanged. It felt like he was not talking to the two kids, but communicating with people like himself. It was very interesting. Old Man Chang knew how the cement was made. He had seen the process and estimated the price before. It was very, very cheap. The common people could also use it. He then asked, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, how much is your family preparing to sell it for? I don't know yet. We're experimenting. We'll know later. I don't think it's too expensive. At least it won't exceed 30% of the oil lamps and candles used by the rich. Yes, it won't exceed 30%. Zhang Xiaobao said very generously. However, the three old men did not feel that he was being generous at all. Was 30% too little? Cement was not valuable. If one had to say that it was valuable, it would be the technical costs that the two little guys had been emphasizing. In that case, we'll talk about it after the experiment is done. Xiao Bao, there's actually another reason why we're here today. The dam in Wangjiang County is being repaired, but many fields are flooded. We have to think of a way. Otherwise, this year's rent tax, Old Man Pai was reminding him out of goodwill this time. The tax was easy to deal with, but the rent could not be sent to the imperial court with money. The land was already flooded, and no one else could do anything. He believed that the Zhang family would have an idea. Zhang Xiaobao had not considered such a thing in the past few days. At this time, when Old Man Pai mentioned it, he fell into deep thought. It was indeed so. He could not lose such a large area for nothing. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Did the fish, prawns, and crabs in the river rush into the fields?" The three old men nodded. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaobao said again, "Then let the people who escaped from the original area go back and raise prawns, crabs, and fish in the fields. When autumn comes, let other places exchange food for it. It's also part of the rent. We can't just leave it there. If the quantity is not enough, we can go to the river to fish again." Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. Originally, there was such a way to raise them. Now that the others had been washed away, he would directly raise them with water. The output was higher than when he was raising them in the fields. It was just that there was less food. When autumn came, he would think of a way to sell it. After the three old men heard this, their eyes lit up, but they were a little uncertain. Old Man Yao asked, "It's feasible. If it really works, then there might be more people who will specially raise them in the future." Chapter 574. Yesterday was a hurried day. At dusk, the moon hung in the east, and the sky was full of stars. The silence was thick. It was always late autumn, and the leaves were red when the wind blew. It was getting colder, but the temperature in Shuzhou did not change much. When it was hot, it still made people want to hide in the water. The golden rice stood in the field, and the birds were ready to have a big meal, but they were scared away by the moving scarecrows with small windmills on their heads. Zhang Zhong, who was adopted by Lu Zhou, had gradually adapted to the current weather. He was only a little weak, but he could come out and play with the others. He was the oldest, and he had just learned how to speak. He could say short sentences of less than 6 words. He was a little worse than his younger brothers and sisters. The 4 little ones could say, "Please do this with me," very fluently. It would be better if they were not missing teeth. As for the other 2 sisters, they could only say that they were proficient in this sentence. The difference in education was immediately apparent. When autumn came, the 7 little ones liked to sleep more. They did not make any noise when they woke up. They let the servant girls play with them for a while, and then they sat by the river in the courtyard, staring at the fish in a daze. Occasionally, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the time to come over and play with them, they would stand in a row and follow behind the 2 of them as they walked out leisurely. Around them were more than a dozen guards, whether in the open or in the dark. They would go to the streets to look for dough figurines coming out, or to find someone selling pancakes to buy an egg pancake each. Zhang Zhong had handed all the affairs in his mansion to the people in the inner court. Until now, the imperial court had not found out who ordered people to destroy the river embankment. Many of the officials in Shuzhou had been dismissed. From the top to the bottom, from those in power to those with no duties, all the officials involved in the secret mining were dismissed. Some were even escorted to the capital, including those who knew about it but did not report it. In the capital, they had originally planned to arrange for a few more people to be promoted to Shuzhou, but all the people who were chosen did not want to come. They were all afraid. They were afraid that wherever Zhang Zhong appeared, they would not be able to do well and lose their positions. Luoyang had sent 3 people to take over Taihu County's county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and registrar general. In the end, they were transferred away after half a month. It was truly not a place for people to stay. Every day, there were tasks from the magistrate court. The workload was too heavy. They, who had developed a lazy habit in Luoyang, could not keep up with the Zhang family's pace. Not only them, but all the local officials in Shuzhou also resigned from their positions one after another. They couldn't take it anymore. If they continued to work, they would die of exhaustion. Their vacant positions were directly occupied by the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family. All of them were substitutes. By autumn, 60% of the officials in Shuzhou had been replaced. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would find useful information from the news reported by fast horses every day. Then, they would make adjustments. The people in the inner courtyards also did their best to cooperate, allowing people to see what the Zhang family speed was. The people of Shuzhou could see fast horses running back and forth every day. Sometimes, there were even pigeons flying in and out. Even in the farthest county, if something small happened, it would be resolved within 3 days. Others could not compare to such efficiency. Their overall planning could not keep up, and the reaction speed of the officials under them could not compare to the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family. It was not an exaggeration to say that the people of the Zhang family and Wang family supported the entire Shuzhou. The river was still surging, but it could no longer cause any disasters to Shuzhou. Even though it rained for 5 days in a row at the beginning of autumn, and several places upstream and downstream were washed away, Shuzhou still stood firmly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not deceived people for a long time. They spent all their energy on internal affairs. Wang Wan also handed over the work of the garment workshop to her subordinates. She accompanied Zhang Xiaobao and sorted out the information like a secretary. Such a fast development speed was still too slow for the two people. The communication was too poor. Even if there were carrier pigeons flying back and forth in the sky, it was still slower than the speed of a phone call. Xiaobao, here is a message from Susong County. It says that a group of beekeepers came from Huangmei County in Linzhou. They stung a few people and asked what to do. Zhang Xiaobao had just put down a thing in his hand when Wang Wan took out a set of materials that had just been delivered. She was not asking what to do if the people were stung. The people in Susong County would not ask such a thing. What she was asking was whether the beekeepers were useful. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished dealing with the matter of burning the mountain and changing the farmland. The county magistrate of Huailing County felt that there were too many trees in Qianshan, so he wanted to turn that area into terraced fields. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reply was not to agree. They could look at the trees, but they had to cut them down in batches. The trees would be used to build bridges. They had to plant fruit trees in that area immediately and give them to the people who had a lot of free time at home. They had to build a fruit powder factory there to process the fruits into powder. Part of the powder would be left for the sailors, and the other part would be sold to areas with less fruits according to the temperature. At this moment, when he heard Wang Wan's voice, he thought for a moment and said, "Our Chamber of Commerce does not have beekeeping yet. We need honey for medicine. Let the people in the Chamber of Commerce contact them and ask if they can join the Chamber of Commerce. We will expand the scale. The Chamber of Commerce will provide them with all kinds of guarantees. We can even set up a place from the south to the north to raise flowers, sell flowers, and provide raw materials for honey. That's good. They will be sent back and forth from the south to the north. On the way, they can also help to collect information from various places. Also, Wangjiang County said that the crabs and mandarin fish are almost done. Ask if they are selling them." Wang Wan wrote down a thing and took out a piece of paper. "Yes. First, find the merchants and rich families near the 2 banks of the Yangtze River and send invitations. They say that there will be a crab tasting party in Taihu Lake. The people who come will receive a beautiful item carved from marble and be the first to walk on the Yangtze River Bridge when it is built." After setting the date and writing clearly on the invitation card, whoever had the best crab tasting ability would be able to obtain a medal issued by the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. With this medal, they would be able to enjoy a 5% discount on any purchase in Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. After the people who come set the time, get someone to pick the crabs first and make them into drunken crabs. In addition, the merchants who come to participate can use their own flags as advertisements. They will not charge the advertising fees for the flags. If they want to advertise in Taihu County's restaurants, they will get a 20% discount. Tell Wangjiang County that after the crab tasting party ends, they will hold a fish tasting party in succession and take out the mandarin fish to sell. After a pause, Zhang Xiaobao continued, tell Taihu Lake to prepare for the reception. Get Li Sun to sell marble and decorate the restaurant there to be grand on the outside and relaxed on the inside. Wang Wan wrote down this matter and asked, how do you calculate the cost? Help Wangjiang County sell things. Taihu County has to get some benefits. Cost? Wangjiang County will pay half of the money to build exquisite shops in Taihu County and outside. This money will be paid by Li Sun first. Set up a cruise ship on Taihu Lake and let the local merchants bid. 40% of the money will be given to Wangjiang County, 40% will be given to Taihu County, and the remaining 20% and 10% will be used to let the people who receive the invitation taste local snacks for free. This has to be written clearly. It is free to taste local snacks on the ship. The snacks from outside are not free, and the snacks from outside are not free. The other 10% will be used to hire geisha and scholars. That's it. What else is there? After Zhang Xiaobao solved this problem, he asked again. Wang Wan took out another piece of paper and said, there's one more thing. The people at the foot of Yangong Mountain reported that there are wild beasts coming down the mountain to hurt people. 4 people are injured, and one of them had his foot bitten. They asked what to do. Train the soldiers. The soldiers of Shuzhou Prefecture have not trained for a long time. Organize a drill. The location is Yangong Mountain. Equip them with crossbows. Let them go to the place and kill some of the large wild beasts on the mountain. It should be because there is not enough food for the carnivores on the mountain. That place belongs to Wangjiang County, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes, it's Wangjiang County. Send a message to Wangjiang County. Let the people of the inner court prepare a hunting ground. Put chickens and ducks in it to attract some wild beasts to eat. After 2 activities are held in Taihu County, tell the merchants that they can advertise in the hunting ground. They will also have a 20% discount. Also, hold a hunting competition on Yangong Mountain in Wangjiang County. According to the team, the number of people is less than 10. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, they are not allowed to bring their own defensive weapons. They can be rented locally. The team in first place will be awarded the title of the first warrior. Anyone who obtains this title will hunt and play in Yangong Mountain for free in the future. Every year, they can accept challenges from others. If they successfully defend their title, they will receive another medal. When they do business with Hai Yunjian, they will be exempted from 5% of the fees. Taihu County will provide all the poultry and livestock. This time, 30% of the money will be given to Taihu County. Tell Li Sun to release the news in private that whichever team wins will have the opportunity to be recommended to participate in the Imperial Clan hunting activities in the winter. Zhang Xiaobao could not do anything about someone being injured, but he could immediately connect the matter there to Lake Tai. Wang Wan also remembered this matter and said, Xiaobei doesn't like to eat these few days. He's lost weight. What should we do? Deal with the current matters and take them out to play. They've been in the courtyard for a long time, and they don't have much to eat. It'll be fine if they go out to relax. Has the doctor checked? When Zhang Xiaobao heard about his sister, his face was not as serious as before. He had been too busy these days, so the number of times he played with the little ones had decreased. His father was still supervising at Wangjiang, so it was time for him to relax. The matters here were temporarily handed over to the people from the inner court. After the autumn harvest was arranged properly, there was no big deal. The people from the inner court should be able to handle it well. Yes, there's nothing wrong with them. Where are we taking them to play? Wang Wan was also tired these few days and also wanted to go out for a walk. Let's go to the construction site at Wangjiang, Zhang Xiaobao said after thinking for a while. As a result, the orders were sent out one by one. Other than the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, the others did not expect that the people who had arranged Shuzhou so well were actually the 2 families' young ladies and young masters. Such efficiency left others in the dust. When the 7 little ones were put into the house and headed outside, they were no longer in a daze. They all looked very excited and leaned against the window to look outside. Xiao Bei also ate more at noon and even ate a big crab. He was only fine after being fed a lot of ginger water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each rode a horse and walked around the house. The little ones ran left and right from time to time and made funny faces at their brothers and sisters. After the group left the prefectural city, the three old men also appeared outside the prefectural city. They looked at the group in a daze. Master, young Master Xiaobao and the others are leaving. Should we follow them? A person beside Old Man Pai asked. No need, they are taking Xiao Bei out to play. There's nothing interesting at Wangjiang. The people arranged there just need to record the steps of the bridge construction. Are you sure that the orders were sent out from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's courtyard? Old Man Pai shook his head and asked the person beside him. He was not stupid. He always wanted to know about the two masters of the Zhang family, so he would definitely send someone to watch over them. Zhang family and Wang family seemed to know, no matter what his people did outside. At this time, he and Old Man Yao were the most shocked. It was mainly because the orders were sent out from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard. The three of them stopped and looked. If it was said that Zhang family and Wang family used tricks to make money in the past, then what they saw in the past 2 months was the other side. When all the orders were issued, it could be seen that there were no tricks. All the orders were the most correct orders. From this, it could be seen that Zhang family and Wang family's true strength, especially the inner courtyard, sent out. As long as it was in Shuzhou, everything, no matter how difficult it was, would be properly solved in 3 days at most. Master, we are sure that the orders were sent out from young Master Xiao Bao's courtyard. Should we send someone to go in and take a look? The person who spoke just now suggested. He meant to go in and look for the two masters of the Zhang family. Now Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the people in the courtyard, were not there. It was an opportunity. Old Man Pai waved his hand and said, absolutely can't go in. Just pretend that it didn't happen. If we really go in, it will cause trouble. Maybe the Zhang family and Wang family will turn against us. Don't think that we can take advantage of every opportunity. It works for other people, but not for the Zhang family. That person listened to the order and hurriedly went to arrange it. He was also afraid that someone would not be able to resist going in, thinking that he could make a contribution. For the Zhang family and Wang family, Shuzhou is still too small. They can do things with ease. We should find a way to find a better place for them to play. Old Man Pai said with emotion. Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao also agreed with him, especially Old Man Yao. He had been the Prime Minister several times, so he was very clear about the current situation in Shuzhou. In the words of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, it was efficiency. Yes, very powerful means. It gave people the feeling that with the two masters in charge, even if the sky fell down in Shuzhou, there was no need to worry. If it were not for the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family, ordinary officials would not be able to cooperate at all. Orders were passed down one after another. If one didn't know that this was a busy political matter, it would be easy to misunderstand that this was a general who had always been victorious in battle. Unexpectedly, when dealing with political matters, he gave people a kind of elegant and wonderful feeling. Thinking of this, Old Man Yao also sighed with emotion and said, good ability. Using justice and surprise to win. This is the real all-rounder. Unfortunately, I have no chance to see it. Now I wonder if there is anything that they can't do. If such a person is put in the position of Prime Minister, I think the Tang Empire will go further. Old Man Chang was also frightened by the orders sent out by the Zhang family during this time. Were they still human? No matter what the problem was, as long as it was sent, a solution would be sent out immediately, as if the people inside knew everything. Especially the 16 orders that were sent out in succession just now, he could only say that it was fear. Using everything that could be used, or using all the resources that could be used, the whole Shuzhou was at his command. He believed that anyone who knew about this would be full of yearning for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mysterious courtyard. They would want to go in and see what kind of person had such ability. Old Man Pai also admitted that this person was powerful, but he did not agree with Old Man Yao's words so much. He said, the main reason why the Zhang family can arrange the autumn harvest in Shuzhou so quickly is not because there is a master in charge, but because of the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. Without them, no one else could carry out such orders, and they would be busy to death. From the orders, it could be seen that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's courtyard was only in charge of making a proposal, and there were not many details. Only the people they arranged could fill in the details themselves. If it were someone else, not to mention filling in the details, they would be so busy that they could not complete the task, and they might be exhausted to death. If all the original officials in Shuzhou were replaced by people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, Shuzhou's current development would be faster. It's hard for a normal person to get even one of these talents. I don't know how the Zhang and Wang clans taught them, but they're even better than those who passed the imperial examinations. They're able to adapt to all positions. This is the true strength of the Zhang and Wang clans. As long as the people of the inner court don't disperse, no one can beat them down. Old Man Pai was very envious of the Zhang family and Wang family for having so many people who were proficient in government affairs. The talents cultivated by the imperial court could not be compared to the Zhang family and Wang family, let alone the people in his own family. With a sigh, Old Man Pai continued, this kind of person is impossible for others to rope in even if they wanted to. He actually managed to support an entire province. There are also those from the inner courtyard who did not participate in this. They have all gone to the villages to provide technical guidance to the commoners. If those people could be used as well, I reckon that all the officials in Luoyang are dead. As long as the people from the Zhang family and Wang family are around, they can directly fill in the gaps and allow things to continue as usual. Without waiting for Old Man Pai to finish speaking, Old Man Yao interrupted. That's right. It's no wonder that when Zhang Zhong's official position was arranged, his family always had to move to other places. It turns out that it wasn't just for Zhang Zhong to accumulate political achievements, and it wasn't just for him to open up businesses and earn money. It was also to nurture the people of the inner court to adapt to government affairs. Old Man Pai finally understood. However, the more he thought about it, the more afraid he felt. The experts from the Zhang family were too far-sighted. In the future, when they really entered the imperial court and became officials, they would rely on the people they sponsored and the people from the academy. Whenever Zhang Zhong made a decision, such people would definitely be able to smoothly execute it. Even if the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family could not become officials, they could still be sent to help others. This was how aristocratic families were formed. Other aristocratic families were formed through the efforts of generations of people in the family, but the aristocratic families of the Zhang family and Wang family relied on the people from the inner courtyard to complete it. Old Man Yao also thought of this matter and said worriedly, then if the Zhang family and Wang family want to rebel, will there be any problems? The people from the inner courtyard can help them support the entire country. Don't worry about this. If they wanted to rebel, they would have done it long ago. The newly discovered island is not small. As long as they bring the people of Luzhou there, it will be very easy for them to establish a country. After a few years, after they have dealt with the local people and settled down, they will fight back. By then, not just any general can deal with them. They have a map of the entire Tang Empire in their hands, and it is the military type. It is very detailed. Who can stop them? Moreover, since they can develop such a powerful weapon, give them a few years, won't they be able to make even more powerful weapons? Old Man Pai was very confident in the Zhang family and Wang family. At least he knew the strength of the two families. With such strength, if they did not have other thoughts, how could they rebel in the Tang Empire's territory? While the three old men were sighing and admiring, Zhang Xiaobao's team had already walked a few miles. They were not moving slowly, as they wanted to reach Wangjiang as soon as possible. The 7 little fellows wandered around the house for a while and looked at the surrounding scenery. It was too monotonous. One by one, they fell asleep. At this time, the speed of the team slowed down a little. Cuckoo, when we get there, we can eat crabs as much as we want. It's a good place. Maybe we can continue to develop like this in the future. Why do we have to farm? Zhang Xiaobao rode on his horse and went around the house. When he was side by side with Wang Wan, he said, "That won't do. The grain is still not enough. It has not reached the level of the Kaiyuan era. No matter what, we have to continue to farm. However, we can raise crabs in the field, and it can also increase the current rice yield. It's not a good hybrid breed. Unlike later, when it affected the grain yield, we need to use crabs to make up for the price." Wang Wan did not agree with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She felt that it was better to farm. Only when the people had enough to eat, they could do other things. Zhang Xiaobao did not refute. "Then let's farm. See if we can find more people from the capital's agriculture temple. There are many good seeds, but because of the transportation problem, if we want to use such seeds to plant, the cost is too high. Therefore, many places keep their own seeds. There should be no problem. As long as we succeed in raising seeds here, then even if we don't say anything, there will be people who are willing to come here to study and learn. Do you want to rope them in?" Wang Wan could not think of Zhang Xiaobao's plan. "No need. If that's the case, some people will not be willing. I just want to give them some advice and let them take less detours. We can't monopolize the matters of the people's lives. Otherwise, we will face the attacks of those in power." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said. Others could travel faster on horseback, but now, it was impossible for a large group to arrive at their destination in just a few days. It seemed that even at the fastest speed, it would take at least 10 days to travel. Moreover, this was under the condition that the road was easy to travel. The 7 little ones could not stay in the house all day. They had to take some time out to play every day. If they encountered something curious, they would have to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to play with them. Therefore, the group traveled for half a month before they arrived at their destination. At this time, the invitations had been sent out. Zhang Zhong's reputation was not small. Everyone who received an invitation agreed to come. Even the local people who had some influence did not refuse. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that they did not come to see their father. They came to establish a connection with the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Currently, Lu Zhou's things were no longer transported to the capital to be sold. About 1/3 of the amount was left in Shuzhou. Now, the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce was still in charge of the transactions. They did not ask for the help of other merchants. Of course, this kind of management method was not good. It was a waste of talent. Any knowledgeable merchant knew that when Zhang Zhong was almost done with the construction here, it would be time for him to leave. Once he left, there would not be so many people from the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce working here. They would have to give many of the transactions to the local people. They were waiting for such an opportunity. When the group had just arrived at Wangjiang County, Zhang Xiaobao received a gift from Sanshui County. It was impossible for them to go back this year. Even if the farmers wanted to, they could not do anything. They could only send the best things they thought to the main family. Smoked chicken and roasted chicken could not be kept for too long, so they could not send them. Then, what they could send was the local grain. They picked the best rice ears and shipped them with the ship to let the main family see how the harvest was in Sanshui County. The plump rice ears made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very happy. This was the real high yield. Although the rice that was sent this time was the best, they thought that it was not bad. It seemed that it was a good idea to let the people from the Sea Agriculture Temple go over. Compared to the previous yield, the current yield was more than 2 times. This was the average yield. If it was better land, it could even reach 3 times the original yield. If this grain was used as seeds, then according to the theory of genetics, the seeds that were researched in the future would yield even more rice. Generation after generation, in just a few years, the grain output of the entire Great Tang would increase by a large margin. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request was actually not too high. They only wanted to increase the grain yield of the entire Tang dynasty by 1.5 times. This way, they would have more than half of the grain, which was not a small amount. The only pity was that the two of them did not know the technology of hybrid rice. Otherwise, not to mention the current few people in the Tang dynasty, even if there were 10 times more, there would not be any problems. Wangjiang County was still a large construction site. After the dam that helped to guide the flow of water was repaired, a portion of the people continued to repair the road, and the rest began to repair the bridge under guidance. The speed of the bridge repair was not dependent on how fast the workers were, but on how long it would take for the cement to solidify. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that with the weather here, it was impossible to reach the speed of Shenzhen. If the cement did not dry, was he going to continue to repair it? Although they had used fire to dry it, the effect was not very good. When the 7 little guys came to this dam that had no water, they went crazy. It was the first time they had seen such a big pit, so they were very excited. As long as one of them ran around, the other 6 would follow behind. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they did not let anyone inform them in advance. When Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law, he was also shocked. When he saw the group of little guys, he frowned and called Zhang Xiaobao over. Everyone here is busy now. Why did you bring them here? Father, you do your thing. We won't cause trouble. With someone watching them, you don't have to worry about their safety. Besides, the people now have a different opinion of you than before. They can also help to ensure the safety of our younger siblings. I just brought them out to play. Zhang Xiaobao explained to his father. In fact, he had other things to say. Zhang Zhong had not seen his younger siblings for a long time. If this continued, it would be easy for his younger siblings to alienate Zhang Zhong. That was not a good thing. Seeing that his son insisted, Zhang Zhong could not drive his son back. He looked at the progress of the construction below and said, "Watch them carefully. Don't fall. Otherwise, both families will be finished." Father, I know. Don't worry. Father, shouldn't we get someone to transport the wood here now? It seems that the bridge will be built in another half a month. As long as the water doesn't fall, people will start to pass on it. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the progress of the construction below. The working people were indeed the most hardworking and the wisest. Originally, they had to see how dry the cement was before they could continue the construction. Generally speaking, there was no other way to do this, especially in this era. However, when the commoners were working, they could think of letting a portion of the cement dry a little bit, and then mix it with steel and copper to add to the pile. This way, the cement connection would not be too bad, and at the same time, the pier would dry faster. Xiaobao, can they do this? The cement is not directly poured in. If they dry it outside, it will be easy for something to go wrong. It's just that the adhesion is not good. Wang Wan asked worriedly as she looked at the people below who were busy. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Even if it's not good, it's better than what we built at that time. At least we didn't pull a thick steel bar into a steel wire. The pier is so clumsy. There's no beauty in it. It's just a little bit of cement. It's not a problem in terms of adhesion. Can it withstand a once-in-a-century flood?" Wang Wan had never studied civil engineering, and she knew that Zhang Xiaobao also did not have the opportunity to learn. She did not understand the current situation. Was it really possible to use such methods? Once-in-a-century flood? There's no such thing as the Three Gorges Reservoir now, so don't worry. At worst, we can just build another one. It's just a matter of money. We don't lack money, and the people working are not the construction team after 6 packs. I'll tell you this. Although the construction is not as good as what we built at that time, the quality is definitely not as good as what we built at that time. Haven't you read the information? When the Japanese invaded, the houses built were still in use a few decades before our time. They were very sturdy, and the sewers were not easily blocked. After a flood, the new houses collapsed, but the houses left behind by the Japanese were still fine. Was it because the Japanese were better at that time? That's not the case at all. The most important thing is how much material you use and what kind of steel is used. Our construction team should continue to develop. When the time comes, we can take on all of Tang Dynasty's construction projects. I have already decided on Jingjing Construction Group. Not only does it show the quality of the buildings, but it also shows the attitude of the people in the construction group. I don't believe that we can't change the atmosphere at that time. It's all about money, and there's no morality. The more Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, the angrier he got. Every time there was a flood or a small earthquake, the houses would collapse one by one. It was fine if it was something that had not happened for many years, but the problem was that there were other countries to compare. The same scale of flood, same magnitude of earthquake, and other countries were fine. Even the government had to apologize when they were injured. But when it came to their country, many people died, and they were still bragging about how good it was. How shameless was that? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression changing as he spoke. She hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and said, "You also caused a lot of trouble. You didn't stay in China for long, right? I'm talking about after you started scamming people. Why do you have to do that? Who do you blame? Can you guarantee that ordinary people will also serve the people sincerely when they reach that position one day?" Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. Wang Wan's words made a lot of sense. Why blame the officials? The officials also worked their way up from being ordinary people. If those black-hearted businessmen didn't earn more money, wouldn't they be ordinary people? This kind of thing was too complicated, and it was impossible to explain it clearly. Every citizen might have been a part of the formation of this system. It was just that the citizens had pushed this system out, but they were hurt by it. If they really wanted to blame someone, they should blame everyone in the Chinese nation. No one should think that they were innocent. Perhaps this was the case for this nation. However, this nation was the only one that still existed after all the other ancient civilizations were gone. How could it be so chaotic? Perhaps it is because of such a race that such a system was introduced. Or perhaps it is because of such a race that others cannot see through that they are still standing strong when other ancient civilizations have fallen. If so, what can we do? Zhang Xiaobao felt lost. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Us? What we have to do is not to waste our time in this world. We have to try our best to realize our ideas. We are not saviors, and you don't have to put yourself in such a high position. As long as our families are safe, as long as we can help those who need help, we will have succeeded. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.